Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry replied to his Hogwarts letter with a rejection and fled to France to attend Beauxbatons. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry thought was a supremely ordinary day for his life to change forever. He had been awake since 5, as usual. The Dursleys didn't know this. They assumed he slept until Aunt Petunia's sharp knuckles rapped against the cupboard door at 6:30, summoning him to breakfast duty. But Harry had learned years ago that the early morning hours were the only ones that belonged entirely to him. In the darkness of his cupboard, with only the thin line of light beneath the door and the occasional creak of the house settling around him, he could think. Thinking was dangerous in the Dursley household. It led to questions, and questions led to punishments. But Harry couldn't seem to stop, no matter how many times Uncle Vernon's belt had tried to teach him otherwise. This particular morning, he was thinking about the strange things that had been happening lately. The letters that kept arriving, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Uncle Vernon had destroyed the first 3 before Harry could even glimpse them, his face purpling with a rage that seemed disproportionate even by Dursley standards. Aunt Petunia had gone pale as milk when she'd seen the wax seal on the back, her thin lips pressing together until they nearly disappeared. They knew something. They'd always known something. Harry had understood this since he was old enough to understand anything. The way they flinched when strange things happened around him. The way they whispered freak like it was a diagnosis rather than an insult. The way they'd spent 11 years trying to stamp out whatever it was inside him that made lights flicker and objects move and bullies trip over nothing at all. Harry had learned to hide it, mostly. To push down the strange warmth that rose in his chest when he was angry or scared. To pretend he was as ordinary as they desperately wanted him to be. But the letters kept coming. And whatever was in them, the Dursleys were terrified. That made Harry curious. And curiosity, unlike thinking, was something he'd never been able to suppress. At precisely 5:47 a.m., Harry heard the mail slot clatter. He moved without conscious decision, easing open the cupboard door with the practiced silence of someone who had learned that noise meant punishment. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside filtering through the frosted glass of the front door. On the mat below the mail slot, a small pile of envelopes had accumulated. Harry crossed the distance in 4 quick strides, his bare feet making no sound on the cold floor. He gathered the mail with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from something closer to anticipation. 3 bills. A postcard from Aunt Marge. A catalogue for garden equipment. And there, at the bottom of the stack, another letter addressed in emerald green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry's breath caught. They'd changed the address. Someone, whoever was sending these, knew he'd been moved from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom just 2 days ago. Someone was watching. The rational response would have been fear. Instead, Harry felt something unfamiliar stir in his chest. Something that felt almost like hope. He tucked the letter into the waistband of his oversized pajama bottoms, returned the rest of the mail to the mat in a slightly different arrangement than he'd found it, and retreated to his cupboard to wait. He didn't open the letter until after breakfast, after he'd washed the dishes and scrubbed the counters and endured Dudley's daily attempts to trip him in the hallway. The Dursleys had watched him with suspicious eyes all morning, clearly expecting another letter to arrive and already planning how to intercept it. They didn't know he'd beaten them to it. The smallest bedroom, previously home to Dudley's broken toys and discarded electronics, had a lock on the door that only worked from the outside. But it also had a window, and the window had a latch, and Harry had long ago learned that any space with an exit was better than the cupboard. He sat on the bare mattress, the letter resting on his knees, and examined it properly for the first time. Heavy parchment, the kind he'd never seen outside of museum displays. The emerald ink seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light. On the back, a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Harry broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read the accompanying supply list, which included items like 1 wand and 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, and 3 sets of plain work robes, black. Magic. A school for magic. The strange warmth in his chest that he'd spent years suppressing, that was magic. The floating, the accidental fires, the time he'd somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, all magic. He wasn't a freak. He was a wizard. Harry sat very still, waiting for the joy to come. The relief. The validation. Instead, he felt cold. The thoughts came slowly at first, then faster, tumbling over each other like stones in an avalanche. A magical school had known his address. Not just his address, they'd known he lived in a cupboard. They'd updated their records when he moved. They were watching, had perhaps always been watching. But if they'd been watching, why had no one come? 11 years. 11 years in the cupboard, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, going to bed hungry more nights than not, learning to hold perfectly still when Uncle Vernon's temper boiled over because struggling only made it worse. 11 years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden that the Dursleys had graciously agreed to bear. And the magical world had known. They'd known exactly where he was, exactly how he was being treated. The letters were addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, for God's sake. They knew. They knew, and they'd done nothing. Harry's hands were shaking now, but not with hope. The letter crumpled slightly in his grip. Why now? Why, after 11 years of silence, was the magical world suddenly interested in Harry Potter? What had changed? What did they want from him? The warmth in his chest, the magic, stirred restlessly, responding to his agitation. Harry forced himself to breathe slowly, to push it back down. He needed to think. The Dursleys were afraid of magic. That much was obvious. They'd spent years trying to prevent exactly this moment, trying to keep Harry ignorant of what he was. And the magical world had allowed it, had left him here to be shaped by their cruelty. No. Not just allowed. The letter said he'd been accepted. As if attendance were assumed. As if he had no choice in the matter. Harry looked at the letter again, at the ornate letterhead and the official tone. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. They expected him to come. They expected him to be grateful, probably. Rescued from the Dursleys, welcomed into a world of wonder, eager to learn everything they deigned to teach him. They expected him to be controllable. The realization settled into Harry's stomach like a stone. He'd spent 11 years learning to read people, it was a survival skill when you lived with the Dursleys. You learned to anticipate Vernon's moods, to recognize the warning signs of Petunia's displeasure, to know when to make yourself invisible. You learned that people who offered you things always wanted something in return. The magical world wanted something from Harry Potter. They'd left him in this house, in that cupboard, and now they'd come to collect. The question was, what happened if he refused to be collected? Harry spent the next 3 days in careful observation. The letters kept coming, more and more of them, dozens at a time, shooting through the mail slot and down the chimney and through cracks in the windows. Uncle Vernon boarded up the house in increasingly frantic attempts to stop them. Aunt Petunia had stopped eating, her hands shaking every time she heard the flutter of paper. Dudley just looked confused, too dim to understand what was happening but smart enough to be frightened by his parents' fear. Harry watched it all with detached interest. He'd secured his original letter in a plastic bag taped to the underside of Dudley's broken desk, one of the few places in the house the Dursleys never thought to check. The flood of additional letters didn't matter. He already knew what they said. What mattered was the pattern. The magical world was persistent. They wanted him at this school badly enough to launch what amounted to a sustained assault on a suburban home. But they weren't showing up in person. Weren't forcing their way through the door. Weren't using whatever power they clearly had to simply take him. Why? Were there rules against it? Or were they trying to preserve the illusion of choice? Harry suspected the latter. It was cleaner that way, wasn't it? Let the boy come willingly, gratefully, so eager to escape his cupboard that he'd agree to anything. So happy to finally belong somewhere that he wouldn't ask uncomfortable questions about why he'd been abandoned in the first place. On the fourth day, Uncle Vernon snapped. "We're leaving," he announced at breakfast, his face the color of raw beef. "All of us. Now. I will not have this nonsense in my house any longer." Harry ate his toast and said nothing. He'd already packed his few belongings into an old rucksack he'd found in the garage. Whatever happened next, he intended to be ready. The shack on the rock was exactly as miserable as Harry had expected. Uncle Vernon had driven them for hours, growing more erratic with each mile, finally ending up at the coast where he'd rented a tiny cabin on a barely accessible island. The structure groaned in the wind that howled off the sea. Rain lashed the single window. There were only 2 rooms, one with a bed for the Dursleys, one with a couch where Dudley was already sprawled, leaving Harry the floor. He didn't mind. He'd slept on worse. What Harry minded was the trap. Because that's what this was, he realized as midnight approached and the storm intensified. The Dursleys thought they were running from the letters, but they were actually running towards something. The magical world had been herding them here, to this isolated spot, where there would be no witnesses. Harry settled into a corner, his back against 2 walls, his rucksack at his side. He drew Dudley's battered watch from his pocket, stolen weeks ago, never missed, and watched the seconds tick toward midnight. Toward July 31st. Toward his birthday. The Dursleys had never acknowledged his birthday. Harry had learned his birth date only by sneaking a look at his school records. But the magical world knew. The letter had said to respond by July 31st. They'd chosen this date deliberately. Which meant that whatever was coming, it would arrive tonight. At 11:58, Harry heard the first thud against the door. The man who broke down the door was enormous. Nearly twice Vernon's height, 3 times as wide, with a wild beard and a face that belonged in a fairy tale or a nightmare. He carried a pink umbrella of all things, and his tiny eyes swept the room until they landed on Harry in his corner. "There ya are," the giant boomed, his face splitting into a grin. "Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ya look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry didn't move. Behind him, the Dursleys were screaming, Vernon blustering threats, Petunia shrieking, Dudley hiding behind the couch. The giant ignored them entirely, already crossing the room toward Harry with alarming speed for someone so large. "I'm Hagrid," the giant said, still grinning. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye'll know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." "I know some," Harry said carefully. "I got my letter." "Good, good. Then we'd best be off. Got a lot ter do tomorrow, lots ter buy, wait." Harry held up a hand. The giant, Hagrid, stopped, looking confused. "Just wait a moment." "What's wrong, Harry?" "Everything," Harry thought. "Everything about this is wrong." But he didn't say that. Instead, he asked, "You were the one who left me here, weren't you? 11 years ago. You brought me to this house." Hagrid's grin faltered. "Well, yeah. Brought ya from the ruins, I did. Dumbledore's orders. Carried ya on my motorbike all the way, and you knew how they treated me. Harry's voice was flat. The magical world. The letters were addressed to my cupboard. You knew. The giant's face had gone uncertain now, the jovial confidence draining away. Dumbledore said it was for your own protection, Harry. He said, I spent 10 years sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, Harry said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. I went to bed hungry more nights than I can count. I was beaten when I showed any sign of magic. And Dumbledore knew. You all knew. Harry, and now you're here to collect me. Harry stood slowly, keeping his back to the wall. To take me to your school, where I'll be so grateful, so relieved, that I won't ask any questions. Where I'll do whatever I'm told because anything is better than this. Hagrid looked stricken. It's not like that, then what is it like? Harry's magic stirred, pressing against his control, responding to the anger he was struggling to contain. Explain it to me. Explain why the magical world left me here to suffer for 11 years and now expects me to come running when they crook their finger. The room had gone quiet. Even the Dursleys had stopped screaming, staring at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Dumbledore knows best, Harry. He always knows best. He's the greatest wizard in the world, and if he said you needed to stay here, then Dumbledore was wrong. Harry picked up his rucksack. Or he was lying. Either way, I'm not interested in following his orders. But you're a wizard, Harry. Ye have to come to Hogwarts. It's where ye belong, where your parents went, my parents are dead. The words came out harder than Harry intended. They don't get a vote. He started toward the door. Hagrid moved to block him, massive hands raised in supplication. Harry, please. Ye don't understand. There's things I'm not supposed to tell ye, things ye need to know, then tell me. Harry stopped, looking up at the giant. Right now. Tell me everything Dumbledore said you shouldn't. Tell me why I was left with people who hate me, why the magical world wants me so badly, why I'm supposedly so important that you tracked me to an island in a storm on my birthday. Hagrid's face went through several expressions, guilt, fear, uncertainty, before settling on misery. I can't. Dumbledore said, then we're done. Harry stepped around him and walked out into the storm. He expected to be stopped. Grabbed, maybe, or hit with some kind of magic. But Hagrid just stood there in the doorway of the shack, rain plastering his beard to his chest, looking as lost as a child. The walk back to the mainland should have been impossible, the boat Hagrid had arrived in was barely seaworthy, and Harry had never piloted anything in his life. But the moment he climbed in and pushed off from the rocks, the magic he'd spent years suppressing rose up and pushed. The boat shot across the water as if propelled by an invisible engine, cutting through waves that should have swamped it, carrying Harry toward the distant lights of the shore. By the time he reached the dock, he was shaking. Not from cold, the magic seemed to be keeping him warm, but from the sheer overwhelming strangeness of it all. He'd just talked back to a giant, refused an invitation to wizard school, and driven a boat with his mind. His life would never be the same. Harry tied the boat to the dock with clumsy fingers and climbed out. The coastal town was asleep at this hour, nothing open but a single 24-hour convenience store whose fluorescent lights buzzed in the rain. He ducked inside, bought a cheap map of England with coins he'd stolen from Dudley's piggy bank months ago, and found a sheltered spot under an awning to think. London. He needed to get to London. The supply list in his letter had mentioned specific shops, places to buy wands and cauldrons and robes. Those shops had to be somewhere, and London was the most logical place to start. More importantly, London was big. Big enough to get lost in. Big enough to find information without being found himself. Harry traced routes on the map, calculating distances and travel times. The trains would start running in a few hours. He had enough money for a ticket, barely, if he didn't eat. He wouldn't eat. He was used to that. Decision made, Harry tucked the map into his rucksack and settled in to wait for dawn. The train to London was nearly empty at 6 a.m., populated only by a few bleary-eyed commuters and a woman with a crying baby. Harry chose a seat in the back corner, positioning himself so he could see anyone approaching, and let the rhythm of the tracks lull him into something almost like sleep. He dreamed of cupboards. Of hands that hit and voices that screamed. Of emerald fire and a high, cold laugh. When he woke, the train was pulling into Paddington Station. Finding the magical shopping district was easier than Harry had expected. He'd spent 2 hours wandering central London, asking careful questions at bookshops and antique stores, before an elderly woman in a dusty establishment near Charing Cross Road had looked at his Hogwarts letter and smiled. "Diagon Alley," she'd said. "Through the leaky cauldron, dear. It's just down the road, can't miss it, though I suppose the muggles do." The Leaky Cauldron turned out to be a pub so grimy and unremarkable that Harry had walked past it twice before finally noticing it squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. Inside, the air was thick with pipe smoke and the low murmur of conversation. Witches and wizards sat at wooden tables, dressed in robes of every color, drinking from tankards and reading newspapers with moving photographs. Harry pulled his hood up and slipped through the crowd as quietly as possible. If this was the magical world's shopping district, there was a good chance someone here would recognize him. The letter had called him Mr. H. Potter, as if the name should mean something. He needed information before he could risk being identified. The barman, a bald, toothless man named Tom, barely glanced at Harry as he passed through to the back courtyard. "Tap the third brick from the left above the dustbin," Tom called after him. "That'll get you through." Harry did as instructed, and the wall rearranged itself into an archway. Beyond was chaos. Diagon Alley was everything Harry had never allowed himself to imagine. A cobblestone street stretched before him, lined with shops selling wands and broomsticks and cauldrons and books. Witches haggled with vendors over the price of dragon liver. A group of children pressed their faces against a window displaying the latest racing broom. Owls hooted from a shop called Elop's, while across the way a sign advertised Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Magic was everywhere. In the air, in the stones, in the blood of every person on the street. Harry could feel it humming against his skin, calling to the power inside him, welcoming him home. He hated how much he wanted to accept that welcome. Instead, he pulled his hood lower and started walking. He had objectives, information, money, and a plan. The wonder could wait. Gringotts Wizarding Bank was impossible to miss, a towering white marble building that dominated the end of the alley. Bronze doors opened onto a vast hall where strange creatures sat behind counters, weighing gems and counting coins and scratching notes in massive ledgers. Goblins. Harry recognized them from the fairy tales Aunt Petunia had grudgingly allowed him to read. In those stories, goblins were either comic relief or monsters. The creatures before him were neither, they were businessmen, their dark eyes sharp with intelligence, their clawed hands moving with efficient precision. Harry approached the nearest counter. The goblin behind it looked up with an expression of polite disinterest. "Yes. I'd like to access the Potter vault," Harry said quietly. "I have a key." He didn't, actually. But the Hogwarts letter had mentioned a vault, and Harry was willing to bet that whoever had been managing his affairs had been less than careful about security. The Dursleys certainly hadn't been guarding any goblin-made keys. The goblin's expression flickered. "Your name?" "Harry Potter." The disinterest vanished. The goblin's eyes went wide, then narrow, then thoughtful, all in the space of a heartbeat. "Wait here, Mr. Potter." 20 minutes later, Harry was sitting in a private office, facing a goblin who had introduced himself as Griphook and was studying him with uncomfortable intensity. "You present us with an unusual situation, Mr. Potter," Griphook said. "You have no key, no magical guardian's authorization, and according to our records, you should be arriving with Hogwarts staff tomorrow. And yet here I am." Harry kept his voice steady. I'd like to understand my options. Griphook's lips curved into something that might have been a smile. Your options. An interesting choice of words. Most wizards simply demand their gold. I'm not most wizards. No. The goblin steepled his clawed fingers. You are not. Tell me, Mr. Potter, why have you come to us alone? Where is your Hogwarts escort? Harry considered his answer carefully. The goblins were businessmen, not allies. But they also weren't part of the wizarding power structure that had abandoned him. And they clearly valued straightforwardness over flattery. I don't trust Hogwarts, he said. I don't trust the wizarding world. I was left with abusive relatives for 11 years while magical society watched and did nothing. Now they want me to attend their school and follow their rules, and no one will explain why I'm so important to them. Griphook's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. You are suspicious. Good. Suspicion keeps one alive. Can Gringotts help me? That depends on what you want. The goblin leaned back in his chair. If you want access to your trust vault, the one established for your Hogwarts expenses, that can be arranged. You are of age for magical schooling, and vault access is your right regardless of guardian approval. And my other options? You said my trust vault. Does that mean there are others? The smile returned, sharper this time. The main Potter vault remains sealed until your 17th birthday or your legal emancipation. It contains considerably more than your trust fund. There are also properties, investments, seats on various councils. But I can't access any of that now. Not legally. Not without a guardian's approval or emancipation. Harry filed that information away. What about information? Records of who's been managing my accounts, where my money's been going, what decisions have been made in my name. Griphook's eyes glittered. Gringotts keeps meticulous records. For a fee, they can be made available. How much? The goblin named a price. It was substantial, nearly a quarter of Harry's trust vault, according to the estimate Griphook had provided. But Harry didn't hesitate. Done. An hour later, Harry sat in a small reading room off the main banking hall, surrounded by stacks of parchment and ledgers. The records told a story that made his blood run cold. Albus Dumbledore had been named his magical guardian the day after his parents' deaths. In that capacity, Dumbledore had authorized the monthly stipends sent to the Dursleys for Harry's care, stipends that Harry had never seen a penny of, payments that had funded Vernon's new car and Dudley's endless toys while Harry wore rags and slept in a cupboard. Dumbledore had blocked 6 separate attempts by other wizarding families to adopt Harry or gain custody. The Longbottoms, the Bones, the Macmillans, respected names, according to the Goblin's notes, families who would have raised Harry in the magical world. Dumbledore had done this. Deliberately. He'd chosen the Dursleys, maintained Harry's placement with them, and ensured that no one could interfere. Why? The records didn't say. But there were other documents, minutes from something called the Wisengamot, official inquiries into the Potter estate, correspondence between Dumbledore and the Ministry. One phrase appeared again and again, blood protection. The sacrificial ward. Lily Potter's final gift. Magic. There was magic keeping him at Privet Drive. His mother's magic, somehow, tied to his relative's blood. But if protection required his presence, why had no one checked on him? Why had no one verified that the protection was worth the cost? Harry closed his eyes. His hands were shaking again. He took the records with him when he left Gringotts. The goblins had provided a moleskin pouch, expensive, but capable of holding far more than it should and protected against theft. Harry loaded it with gold, documents, and every piece of information the goblins had been willing to sell. His trust vault was half empty now. He didn't care. Walking back through Diagon Alley, Harry felt different than he had that morning. The wonder was still there, lurking beneath his practical concerns, but it was muted now. Complicated by anger. by the growing certainty that the magical world saw him as a tool rather than a person. He bought books, not the Hogwarts texts, but histories and legal volumes and a guide to magical education in Europe. He bought a trunk with expansion charms and security locks. He bought plain black robes that could pass for everyday wear and a hat that hid his distinctive hair. At Ollivander's, he bought a wand. The process was strange, wands choosing wizards rather than the other way around, testing and discarding dozens of options until finally one settled into his grip like it had always belonged there. Holly and Phoenix Feather, Ollivander had murmured, his pale eyes far too knowing. 11 inches. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. Harry had left quickly after that, the wand await in his pocket, the old man's words echoing in his mind. Its brother gave you that scar. Someone had tried to kill him. Someone with a wand that was, in some sense, related to his own. And Dumbledore had hidden this from him, left him ignorant and vulnerable. Another piece of the puzzle. Another reason not to trust. By evening, Harry had moved into a room at the Leaky Cauldron, paying for a week in advance with instructions to Tom that he was not to be disturbed. The barman had looked at him oddly, an 11-year-old alone, with gold to spend, but had asked no questions. Wizards, it seemed, valued privacy. Or perhaps they simply valued gold more. Harry spread his purchases across the bed and began to read. The histories told him about Voldemort. The Dark Lord who had terrorized Britain for a decade, who had killed hundreds, who had murdered Harry's parents on October 31, 1981. The monster who had somehow been destroyed when he tried to kill baby Harry, leaving behind only a scar and a legend. The boy who lived. That's what they called him. The symbol of victory over darkness, the child who had done the impossible. Harry touched his scar and felt nothing but cold fury. They'd built a myth around him. A story they could tell their children, a hero they could celebrate. And they'd left the real Harry Potter in a cupboard, starving and beaten and utterly alone. He wasn't their savior. He refused to be. The question was, what did he want to be instead? The guide to magical education proved more immediately useful than the histories. Hogwarts was not, it turned out, the only school of magic in the world. There were 11 major wizarding academies globally, each with their own traditions and specialties. Durmstrang in Scandinavia was known for its dark arts curriculum and harsh discipline. Ilvermorny in America was more egalitarian, accepting students from any background. And Beauxbaton's academy, located somewhere in the French Pyrenees, was considered the most prestigious magical school in Europe. Beauxbatons. The name meant beautiful wands or beautiful sticks, depending on the translation. The school had been founded in the 15th century by a group of French magical nobility, and it maintained close ties to the old pure-blood families of continental Europe. But, and this was what caught Harry's attention, Beauxbatons also accepted students based purely on magical ability. Lineage mattered for social standing, but not for admission. And unlike Hogwarts, Beauxbatons had a reputation for producing graduates who excelled at wandless magic, elemental manipulation, and other disciplines that Britain considered either impossible or forbidden. Harry read the application requirements 3 times. Foreign students were accepted, though they needed to demonstrate French proficiency within their first year. There were entrance exams, magical aptitude, theoretical knowledge, and something called artistic expression that the guide didn't explain clearly. And there was a deadline, applications for the current year had to be submitted by August 15. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks to get to France, learn enough French to survive, and convince a school that valued centuries of tradition to accept a British orphan with no family connections and no formal magical education. It should have been impossible. But Harry had done impossible things before. On the roof of his primary school. On that boat in the storm. In a cupboard under the stairs, convincing himself night after night that someday, somehow, things would get better. He pulled out parchment and began to write. The rejection letter to Hogwarts took several drafts. The first was angry, accusations and demands for explanations that Harry knew would never be answered. The second was too formal, too cold, the kind of letter an adult would write. The third found the right balance, polite, firm, and utterly final. Dear Professor McGonagall, thank you for your offer of admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After careful consideration, I have decided to pursue my magical education elsewhere. I understand that my decision may be unexpected. Please know that it is final, and that I ask to be left alone to determine my own future. Sincerely, Harry James Potter. He read it over one more time, then sealed it with wax he'd bought at a stationery shop. The owl post at the Leaky Cauldron would handle delivery. There. It was done. Somewhere in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore was going to receive this letter and realize that his carefully laid plans had just fallen apart. Harry found that he was smiling. Getting to France was more complicated than Harry had anticipated. The magical world, it turned out, didn't have airports. What it had were portkeys, enchanted objects that transported users instantly across vast distances, and Floo networks, which allowed travel through specially connected fireplaces. Both required authorization, registration, and the kind of official oversight that Harry was desperately trying to avoid. But there were also boats. Ferries that crossed the channel every day, carrying muggles and, presumably, any wizards who wanted to travel without leaving a magical paper trail. Harry bought a ticket under a false name, Henry Evans, using his mother's maiden name from the Gringotts records, and spent the crossing huddled in a corner seat, watching the English coastline disappear into fog. He'd been afraid, he realized. In the abstract, theoretical way he'd been afraid his whole life. But this was different. This was action, consequence, a door closing behind him that might never open again. No more Dursleys. No more cupboard. No more pretending to be ordinary. And no more safety net. If this plan failed, if Beauxbatons rejected him, if Dumbledore's people tracked him down, if he ran out of money or got sick or made some fatal error, there was no one to catch him. No family, no friends, no one who would notice if he simply disappeared. Harry watched the grey waves and felt something shift inside him. Not quite fear, not quite excitement. Something harder. Colder. Determination. He would make this work. He would build a new life, a new identity, a new future that belonged to him and no one else. And if the magical world came looking for their precious boy who lived, they would find only a ghost. Harry Potter was going to disappear. Calais was cold and wet and utterly foreign. Harry spoke no French beyond what he'd frantically memorized from a phrasebook on the ferry crossing. He had no contacts, no plan beyond find Beauxbatons, and no real understanding of how magical France operated. What he had was gold, determination, and the strangest thing of all, hope. The phrasebook got him through purchasing food and finding a cheap hostel. The gold convinced the hostel's owner to overlook his age and obvious status as a runaway. And the hope kept him going through 3 days of searching, asking careful questions in broken French, following leads that went nowhere. On the 4th day, he found the bookshop. It was called La Plume et l'Encre, the quill and ink, and it was hidden in a narrow alley near the cathedral. To Muggle eyes, the storefront appeared to be an abandoned newsagent. But Harry had learned to recognize the slight shimmer of magical concealment, the way reality seemed to bend around protected spaces. He pushed through the charm and into Wonderland. Magical books lined every wall, stacked in precarious towers that reached toward a ceiling lost in shadows. Enchanted quills wrote themselves in display cases. Near the back, an elderly woman sat behind a counter, her grey hair piled in an elaborate tower, her eyes sharp behind half-moon spectacles. Bonjour, jeune homme, she said. Comment puis-je vous aider? Harry's French failed him almost immediately. He stammered through something that might have been a question about schools, or possibly about soup, based on the woman's confused expression. But then she switched to English, accented, but perfectly clear. You are British, yes. Lost, perhaps. Not lost, Harry said. Looking for a school. Beauxbatons. The woman's eyebrows rose. Beauxbatons does not accept walk-in applications, child. And you are, she looked him over. You are very young to be traveling alone. I'm 11. Old enough for magical school. Old enough for Hogwarts, perhaps. But Beauxbatons has standards. Harry met her gaze without flinching. Then I'll meet them. Her name was Marguerite Delmas, and she had been a Beauxbatons professor for 30 years before retiring to run her bookshop. She informed Harry over tea in the shop's back room, one of the unofficial gatekeepers who evaluated potential students from non-traditional backgrounds. Most applicants come from established families, she explained. They have tutors, connections, parents who attended before them. But occasionally, we find anomalies. Children with exceptional ability who emerge from nowhere. Like me? Perhaps. Marguerite studied him over the rim of her cup. You have the look of someone running from something. That is not unusual, many magical children have difficult home lives. What is unusual is that you came here alone, with no adult guidance, speaking no French, and asked for the most prestigious academy in Europe. Hogwarts wasn't an option. So you have said. But why not? What could possibly drive a British child to reject a place at the most famous wizarding school in the world? Harry considered his answer. Marguerite had been helpful so far, but she was still a stranger. A stranger who could, with a single letter, inform Hogwarts or the British Ministry of his location. But she could also be his way into Beauxbatons. And that meant he needed her trust. My name is Harry Potter, he said quietly. The boy who lived. And I want nothing to do with any of it. Marguerite's reaction was not what Harry had expected. She didn't gasp, didn't stare at his scar, didn't immediately start treating him like a celebrity or a political asset. Instead, she went very still, her expression thoughtful, her eyes calculating. I see, she said finally. That explains a great deal. You're not surprised. I am not easily surprised, Mr. Potter. And I have been expecting someone like you for some time. What do you mean? Marguerite set down her teacup and folded her hands. The British magical community has a troubling relationship with its heroes. They elevate certain individuals to mythical status, then grow resentful when those individuals fail to meet impossible expectations. Your parents were rebels, celebrated for defying Voldemort, until they became martyrs, at which point they were sanitized into symbols. And you. She gestured at him. You have been a symbol since infancy. An empty vessel for other people's hopes and fears. I don't want to be a symbol. No. I imagine you don't. She regarded him steadily. What do you want, Mr. Potter? It was the question Harry had been asking himself since he'd first read his Hogwarts letter. But now, sitting in this dusty French bookshop with a stranger who saw him clearly, the answer crystallized. I want to be good enough that no one can make me do anything I don't want to do. I want to understand magic well enough to protect myself. And I want to be someone other than what they decided I should be. Marguerite's lips curved into a smile. Those are excellent goals, Mr. Potter. And remarkably achievable, for someone with your potential. You can tell. About my potential? I can see that your magical core is unusual. Powerful, yes, but also, damaged. Scarred. As if something tried to break it and only partially succeeded. She tilted her head. The killing curse, I assume. No one truly knows what happened that night, but there are theories. You survived something that should have killed you, and your magic carries the marks of that survival. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. Is that bad? It is unusual. Whether it is bad depends entirely on what you do with it. She stood, brushing dust from her robes. I will write to Beauxbatons on your behalf. You will need to take the entrance examinations, they are not easy, and your lack of formal training will be a significant disadvantage. But I believe you have a chance. Thank you. Harry meant it. I'll work hard. I know you will. Marguerite moved toward a bookshelf, selecting several volumes and stacking them on the counter. In the meantime, you will stay here. I have a spare room above the shop that will serve well enough. You will study French, I will tolerate no excuses, and you will begin learning the fundamentals of magical theory. Beauxbatons values elegance over power, precision over passion. You must learn to control your magic before they will teach you to use it. I can pay, you will not. Her voice was sharp. I am not doing this for money, Mr. Potter. I am doing this because the magical world failed you, and I have no tolerance for such failures. Consider it a debt that the adults in your life should have paid years ago. Harry didn't know what to say. Kindness from strangers was so foreign to his experience that he had no framework for processing it. Thank you, he said again, inadequately. Marguerite snorted. Save your thanks for when you pass those examinations. Now, she thrust the stack of books into his arms. Begin with the blue one. It covers basic magical theory in terms even a British student can understand. Harry took the books and, for the first time in weeks, felt something like solid ground beneath his feet. The next month was the hardest of Harry's life. French lessons consumed every morning, the language proving stubbornly resistant to his efforts until his magic, the same magic that had driven the boat across the sea, seemed to click into place and suddenly the words made sense. Not fluency, not yet, but understanding. The ability to read and respond, to hold simple conversations, to think in French rather than translating from English. Magical theory consumed every afternoon and evening. Harry had assumed that magic was instinctive, point your wand, say the words, power happened. But Beauxbaton's approach was entirely different. Magic, according to the texts Marguerite provided, was a language. Spells were sentences, wands were pens, and power was merely vocabulary. Anyone could shout gibberish loudly enough to produce an effect. True mastery meant speaking clearly, precisely, with intention and control. It was difficult. It was exhausting. And Harry loved every minute of it. For the first time in his life, he was learning because he wanted to. Not because the Dursleys would punish him for poor grades, not because teachers were forcing information into his head, but because the knowledge itself was fascinating. Magic had rules, patterns, a logic that emerged from chaos when you studied hard enough. And when he practiced, when he sat in Marguerite's back room and shaped his intent into spells, something amazing happened. He didn't need his wand. This is unprecedented, Marguerite said, watching Harry levitate a book with nothing but concentration and a whispered word. I have taught students for decades, and none of them could cast wandlessly before their third year. Is it bad? Harry let the book settle gently onto the table. It is remarkable. And potentially dangerous. She moved closer, peering at him as if he were a particularly interesting specimen. Wands exist to focus and control magic. Without them, spells become unpredictable, often explosive. That you can cast with such precision wandlessly suggests that your magical core has developed its own focusing mechanism. The scar. Perhaps. Or perhaps you simply learned to control your magic at a young age, out of necessity. She straightened. Either way, this gives you an advantage for the examinations. Beauxbatons values wandless magic highly, it is taught in the upper years, but rarely mastered. That you can perform it instinctively will impress them. Harry flexed his fingers, feeling the warmth of magic coursing through them. What else can I do? To impress them? Marguerite smiled. Learn everything I teach you. And then learn more on your own. Beauxbatons prizes initiative almost as much as ability. On August 14, the day before the application deadline, Harry took the Beauxbatons entrance examinations. They were administered in a rented hall in Paris, overseen by 3 professors whose names Harry didn't catch. 24 other applicants filled the room, mostly French children accompanied by anxious parents, though a few, like Harry, sat alone. The written portion came first. Questions about magical theory, history, mathematics, and something called magical ethics that Harry had never encountered. He answered what he could, guessed where he couldn't, and tried not to panic when he realized that at least a third of the questions covered material he'd never seen. The practical portion was worse. One by one, applicants were called to the front of the room to demonstrate their magical ability. Most produced simple spells, lights, levitation, minor transfiguration. The professors marked scores on parchment and called the next name. Henri Beaumont. Harry had chosen the alias 3 weeks ago, combining a common French name with the surname of the professor whose death had first appeared in the Hogwarts records. It felt appropriately symbolic, a new identity built on the foundations of old mystery. He walked to the front of the room and faced the 3 professors. "Please demonstrate a spell of your choosing," the central professor said. "Any spell you feel represents your abilities." Harry could have used his wand. Could have produced the same basic light spell that most applicants had shown. Could have been safe, unremarkable, forgettable. Instead, he raised his hand, empty, wandless, and spoke a word. Light erupted from his palm. Not the simple glow of lumos, but something more, a sphere of brilliance that hung in the air above his outstretched fingers, casting sharp shadows across the room. He held it for 3 heartbeats, then released it upward. The sphere rose toward the ceiling, expanded, and dissolved into a shower of sparks that faded to nothing. Silence. The central professor's eyes had gone wide. The other 2 were scribbling furiously on their parchment. "That will be all, Mr. Beaumont," the central professor said finally. "You may return to your seat." Harry walked back through the stunned silence, feeling the weight of 24 stairs pressing against his back. He didn't smile. But he wanted to. The acceptance letter arrived 2 days later. "Monsieur Beaumont, Beauxbaton's Academy is pleased to offer you admission to our first-year class. Your performance on the entrance examinations was exceptional, and we look forward to nurturing your remarkable talent. Term begins September 1st. Please find enclosed a list of required materials and instructions for reaching our campus. Welcome to Beauxbatons." Harry read the letter 3 times, then carefully folded it and placed it in his moleskin pouch alongside the Gringotts documents and his mother's photograph, the only picture he had, purchased from a magical antiques dealer who hadn't asked why an 11-year-old wanted a portrait of Lily Potter. "Congratulations," Marguerite said from the doorway. "You have earned something today, Mr. Potter. Something no one can take from you. A place at school. A future." She moved into the room, settling into the chair across from him. "I will miss having you here. These past weeks have reminded me why I became a teacher in the first place." "All right," Harry said. If that's allowed." "Of course it's allowed. I am your friend, am I not? Friends write to each other." "Friend." The word felt strange in Harry's mouth. He'd never had a friend before, not really. Dudley had made sure of that. But Marguerite had taken him in, taught him, prepared him for this moment without asking anything in return. If that wasn't friendship, Harry didn't know what was. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. You are welcome." She reached out and, for just a moment, rested her hand on his shoulder. "Now, go pack. The Beauxbatons carriage arrives tomorrow, and I will not have you late on your first day." Harry nodded and turned toward the stairs that led to his small room. Behind him, Marguerite watched him go with an expression of pride and something older. Something that might have been hope. The Beauxbatons carriage was, objectively, impossible. It was the size of a house, painted powder blue and gold, pulled through the sky by a dozen winged horses the color of champagne. It descended into a field outside Paris like something from a fairy tale, and when its doors opened, Harry half expected a princess to emerge. Instead, there was only a severe-looking woman in immaculate robes, checking names off a list and directing students toward the vehicle with crisp efficiency. Henri Beaumont? You're the wandless one. Impressive display at the examinations. She marked something on her list. You'll be sorted into your house upon arrival. Find an empty seat and try not to vomit, the flight is long. Harry climbed aboard, found a seat near the back, and watched France shrink beneath him as the carriage rose into the clouds. He was 11 years old. He was alone. He was flying toward a future that might embrace him or destroy him. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was free. The journey took most of the day. Harry spent it with his forehead pressed against the window, watching landscapes slide by below, the green fields of central France, the dark forests of the south, the rising peaks of the Pyrenees. Occasionally another student would approach, curious about the wandless English boy, but Harry's limited French and obvious desire to be left alone discouraged extended conversation. That was fine. He'd have plenty of time to make connections later. For now, he wanted to observe, to understand, to prepare for whatever came next. As the sun began to set, the carriage descended toward the mountains, and Harry saw Beauxbatons for the first time. It was beautiful. A palace of white stone and crystal spires, set against a backdrop of snow-capped peaks and evergreen forests. Gardens surrounded it, impossibly lush for the altitude, filled with flowers that glowed in the fading light. A waterfall cascaded down a nearby cliff, feeding a lake that reflected the sky like a mirror. Magic saturated everything. Harry could feel it pressing against his skin, welcoming him, testing him, assessing his worthiness. He passed the test. He knew it instinctively, the way he'd known his wand belonged to him, a rightness that went deeper than thought. The carriage landed on a wide plaza before the main entrance. Students poured out, exclaiming over the castle's beauty, rushing toward friends and familiar faces. Harry followed more slowly, drinking in details, memorizing the layout of what would be his home for the next 7 years. First years, this way. A prefect was waving them toward a side entrance. Sorting ceremony begins in 1 hour. Leave your trunks, they'll be delivered to your rooms. Harry joined the flow of nervous 11-year-olds, his own nerves carefully hidden behind a mask of calm observation. Whatever came next, he would face it the same way he'd faced everything else in his life. Alone. Determined. Ready. The sorting ceremony at Beauxbatons was nothing like what Harry had read about Hogwarts. There was no singing hat, no arbitrary division by personality. Instead, new students were led one by one to a silver basin filled with shimmering liquid. They placed their hands in the basin, and the liquid changed color, blue for Ombrelon, red for Belflam, green for Papillonless. The colors represented magical affinity, not character. Ombrelon students tended toward subtlety, shadow magic, and mental disciplines. Belflam produced passionate, powerful casters who excelled at combat and creation. Papillonless valued transformation, healing, and the delicate art of change. When Harry's turn came, he approached the basin with measured steps. The assembled school watched in silence. News of his wandless display had spread quickly. He placed his hands in the liquid. It was warm, almost welcoming, and it seemed to pulse against his palms like a living thing. The color that bloomed was unexpected. Not blue. Not red. Not green. Silver. Gasps rippled through the hall. The headmistress, a massive woman who Harry would later learn was named Olympe Maxime, rose from her seat with an expression of shock. That color, she breathed. I haven't seen that color in 200 years. Harry looked at his silver-stained hands and felt, despite everything, a flicker of fear. What does it mean? He asked. Madame Maxime descended from the high table, her enormous frame moving with surprising grace. She stopped before Harry, looking down at him with an intensity that made his magic stir uneasily. Silver indicates affinity for all 3 disciplines, she said quietly. It means you have the potential to master shadow, flame, and transformation equally. It is the rarest sorting result in Beauxbaton's history. Is that bad? It is, significant. She studied him for a long moment. You will be placed in Ombrelon, as is traditional for silver sortings. But I suspect you will spend considerable time in all three houses before your education is complete. She turned to address the hall. Students, please welcome Henri Beaumont to Ombrelon. I expect you to treat him with the same respect you would show any classmate. Her eyes swept the room, lingering on certain faces. Is that understood? A murmured chorus of, "Oui, madam," answered her. Harry made his way to the Ombrelon table, feeling the weight of hundreds of stares. He found an empty seat at the end of a bench and sat down heavily, his silver-stained hands folded in his lap. He'd wanted to avoid attention. To be unremarkable, forgettable, just another student in a sea of faces. So much for that plan. The feast that followed was elaborate, delicious, and utterly overwhelming. Dishes appeared from nowhere, filling the tables with foods Harry had never seen: roasted fowl glazed with honey and herbs, vegetables prepared in ways that defied British culinary imagination, desserts that seemed to float slightly above their plates. Wine flowed freely for the older students, while younger ones received a sweet, non-alcoholic cider that sparkled on the tongue. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, his attention focused on the room around him. He catalogued faces, noted which students seemed to hold power, observed the subtle dynamics of social hierarchy that governed any school. The other Ombrelon first-years kept their distance, whispering among themselves and shooting him uncertain glances. That was fine. He'd have time to build alliances later. For now, the information mattered more than the relationships. Near the end of the feast, a girl approached his end of the table. She was perhaps 2 years older than Harry, with silver blonde hair and features of such perfect symmetry that they seemed almost artificial. Most striking were her eyes, deep blue, rimmed with something that glittered faintly in the candlelight. "So," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "You're the one everyone's talking about." Her French was rapid, colloquial, but Harry had practiced enough to follow. "I seem to be silver sorting. Wandless magic at the examinations. British, apparently, despite your name." She tilted her head, studying him like a particularly interesting puzzle. "You've made quite an entrance, Henri Beaumont. Or should I call you something else?" Harry's mask didn't slip, but something cold touched his spine. "I don't know what you mean." "Please." She leaned closer, dropping her voice. "I'm part Vila. I can sense emotions, fear, desire, deception. And you, little first year, are hiding something enormous." For a long moment, they stared at each other. Harry's magic stirred, responding to the threat, and he saw the girl's eyes widen slightly as she sensed it. "I'm Fleur Delacour," she said finally, leaning back. "Third year, Belflam. And I think you and I are going to get to know each other very well." "Is that a threat?" "It's an observation." She smiled, and the expression was sharp enough to cut. "Beauxbatons is full of secrets, Henri. Whatever you're hiding won't stay hidden forever. But I've decided I'm curious enough to wait and see what happens when it comes out." She stood, smoothing her robes with practiced elegance. "Welcome to Beauxbatons. Try not to get yourself killed." Then she walked away, leaving Harry alone with his cold food and racing thoughts. That night, in his assigned room in the Ombrelon dormitory, Harry lay awake and stared at the ceiling. The room was nothing like his cupboard. It had windows, for one thing, tall windows that looked out over the mountains, letting in moonlight that painted silver patterns on the walls. It had a real bed, with sheets that smelled of lavender and pillows that didn't smell of mildew. It had space, privacy, quiet. It had everything he'd ever wanted. And Harry couldn't sleep. His mind kept circling back to the day's events. The silver sorting. Fleur Delacour's knowing smile. The weight of expectations that seemed to settle onto his shoulders no matter how hard he tried to shake them off. He'd come to Beauxbatons to disappear. To become someone new, someone unremarkable, someone who could learn and grow without the burden of prophecy or legend. Instead, he'd made himself even more visible. Even more interesting. It was a problem. But it was also, perhaps, an opportunity. Harry sat up, reached for his wand, and whispered "Lumos." Light bloomed from his fingertips, not from the wand. He hadn't even needed to think about it, the magic had simply responded to his intent, flowing through him like water. Whatever had happened when Voldemort tried to kill him, whatever had changed his magic, scarred his core, made him into something the magical world had never seen, it was also his greatest advantage. The silver sorting proved that. His wandless ability proved that. He was different. That couldn't be hidden, not now. But maybe, just maybe, he could make that difference into strength. Harry let the light fade and lay back down, his mind already racing through plans and possibilities. Tomorrow, his real education would begin. Tomorrow, he would start building the skills and alliances he needed to survive. And somewhere in Britain, Albus Dumbledore was reading a rejection letter and realizing that his carefully laid plans had just crumbled to dust. Harry smiled in the darkness. Let them come looking for their boy who lived. They would find only Henri Beaumont, and Henri Beaumont had no intention of being anyone's weapon. Chapter 1 End. Next January 15th. What if Harry rejected Hogwarts and fled to Beauxbatons? Chapter 2 The Academy. The first week at Beauxbatons taught Harry 3 essential truths about magical education. First, French wizards were insufferable snobs. The ancient pureblood families who dominated the student body treated their lineages like religious texts, capable of recitation at a moment's notice and deeply offended by anyone who couldn't do the same. Harry's mysterious background, the unknown Beaumont family that no one could place in any registry, made him an object of suspicion and disdain before he'd even unpacked his trunk. Second, Beauxbatons' magic was genuinely different from what he'd read about British spellcraft. Where Hogwarts apparently taught students to point and pronounce, treating wands as tools for channeling raw power, Beauxbatons demanded something closer to artistry. Every spell was a composition, every casting a performance. Power without control was considered vulgar, like shouting in a cathedral. Third, Fleur Delacour was going to be a problem. The Vila girl had made good on her promise to watch him. Harry spotted her in corridors, in the dining hall, in the gardens where students gathered between classes. She never approached him directly after that first night, but her presence was constant, a reminder that someone at Beauxbatons suspected his secrets and was waiting for him to slip. He couldn't afford to slip. Morning classes began at 8, after a breakfast that would have fed the Dursleys for a week. Harry had learned to eat quickly and efficiently during his years of deprivation, which meant he usually finished before most students had started their second croissant. The extra time let him observe the social dynamics of the dining hall, mapping alliances and rivalries that might prove useful later. The first-year Omberlund students had formed into predictable cliques within days. 3 old-money French families dominated, the Fontaines, the Marchands, and the Leclercs. Their children sat together at every meal, speaking in rapid aristocratic French that Harry could follow but not replicate, and treated the handful of students from lesser backgrounds with polite contempt. Harry, as the mysterious foreigner with the impossible sorting result, occupied a category all his own. Not rejected, his silver affinity made him too interesting to dismiss entirely, but not accepted either. The other students circled him like wolves assessing a strange animal that had wandered into their territory. He let them circle. He had more important concerns than social standing. Magical theory, Professor Delmas announced on Harry's first day of actual instruction, is the foundation upon which all spellcraft is built. You will learn no incantations in this class. You will cast no spells. You will instead learn to understand magic, its nature, its laws, its limitations. The classroom was nothing like Harry had imagined. Instead of desks and blackboards, students sat on cushions arranged in a circle around a central depression filled with silver sand. Professor Delmas, no relation to Marguerite, he'd been told, though she shared the older woman's sharp intelligence, stood at the circle's edge, her wand tucked behind her ear like a forgotten pencil. Magic, she continued, is not a tool. It is not a weapon. It is not a gift from gods or a trick of genetics. Magic is a language, the fundamental language of reality itself. Every spell you will ever cast is, at its core, a sentence spoken in that language. And like any sentence, it can be spoken clearly or mumbled, precisely or sloppily, with meaning or as empty noise. She gestured, and the silver sand rose into the air, forming shapes that shifted and flowed like living things. The wand is a translation device. It takes your intent, your imperfect, human understanding of what you want magic to do, and converts it into something the universe can comprehend. Without a wand, most wizards would be reduced to accidental magic at best, dangerous instability at worst. Her eyes found Harry across the circle. Most wizards. The sand collapsed back into the depression, and Harry felt the weight of every gaze in the room pressing against him. Some individuals, Professor Delmas said, develop what we call intrinsic focus. Their magical cores learn to perform the translation function internally, without external assistance. This is extraordinarily rare, poorly understood, and typically indicates either exceptional training or exceptional trauma during magical development. She didn't ask which category Harry fell into. She didn't need to. For the rest of you, we will spend this year developing your theoretical understanding of magical grammar. You will learn to construct spells from first principles, to understand why incantations work rather than simply memorizing sounds. By the end of this course, you will be able to look at any spell and comprehend its structure, even if you lack the power to cast it. A hand rose from across the circle. Sylvie Fontaine, one of the aristocratic clique, her expression carefully neutral. Oui, Mademoiselle Fontaine. Professor, if magic is a language, does that mean it can be mistranslated? Could a spell go wrong because the caster's intent was unclear? An excellent question. Professor Delmas smiled. And the answer is, constantly. 90% of spell failures stem from imprecise intent rather than insufficient power. A wizard who truly understands what they want magic to do, and can communicate that understanding clearly, will outperform a more powerful wizard who casts by rote. Harry filed that information away. It matched what Marguerite had taught him, the importance of precision, of knowing exactly what you wanted before you tried to make it happen. Now, Professor Delmas said, open your texts to Chapter 1. We will begin with the fundamental particles of magical grammar, intent, focus, and release. The practical magic classes were held in a separate wing of the castle, in rooms whose walls were lined with protective wards and whose floors showed the scorch marks of countless failed experiments. Professor Laurent, a thin man with a perpetual squint, oversaw first-year practical instruction. Unlike Professor Delmas, he had no patience for theory. You can philosophize about magic all you want, he announced during their first session. But philosophy never lit a candle or stopped a curse. Today, you will learn Lumos, the simplest spell in any civilized curriculum. By the end of this hour, every one of you will produce light, or you will stay until you do. He demonstrated the spell with casual perfection, a crisp incantation, a precise wand movement, and a globe of soft light blooming from his wand's tip. The key is coordination. Word, motion, and intent must align perfectly. Watch the arc of my wand, smooth, continuous, terminating in a slight flick. The vocalization should be clear but not shouted. And the intent must be specific, not, I want light, but I want this light, here, now. The students paired off to practice. Harry found himself partnered with a boy named Pierre Marchand, whose expression suggested he'd drawn the short straw. You're the British one, Pierre said, his French carrying the particular accent of old money. The wandless freak. I prefer Henri. Harry kept his voice mild. But yes, I can cast without a wand. Show me. It was a challenge, not a request. Pierre's family had apparently been attending Beauxbatons for 12 generations. Harry had heard him boasting about it at breakfast, and the idea that some unknown foreigner could do things his ancestors couldn't clearly rankled. Harry could have refused. Could have insisted on using his wand, playing down his abilities, avoiding the attention. But he was tired of hiding. And sometimes, the best way to establish a position was to make your capabilities undeniably clear. "Lumos," he said, and light bloomed from his palm. Not the soft globe that Professor Laurent had demonstrated. Something brighter, fiercer, casting sharp shadows across Pierre's suddenly pale face. Harry held it for 3 heartbeats, then let it fade. "Satisfied?" Pierre didn't answer. His expression had gone through several stages: shock, fear, something that might have been respect, before settling into careful blankness. "That's impressive," he managed finally. "How do you do it?" "I don't know, exactly. It's just how my magic works." "Has it always been that way?" Harry thought of the cupboard. Of years of suppressing strange abilities, of pretending to be normal, of the desperate survival instincts that had shaped his magic into something the textbooks couldn't explain. "No," he said. "I had to learn it the hard way." Something shifted in Pierre's expression. The aristocratic disdain didn't disappear entirely, but it was joined by something else, curiosity, perhaps, or the recognition that Harry's background was more complicated than a simple mystery. "My grandmother used to say that the strongest magic comes from the darkest places," Pierre said quietly. "I never really understood what she meant." Harry looked at his own hands, still tingling faintly from the spell. "I think I do." The encounter with Pierre became the first crack in the social wall surrounding Harry. It wasn't friendship, not exactly. Pierre remained bound to his aristocratic clique, still participated in their casual dismissals of lesser students, still carried himself with the particular arrogance of inherited privilege. But after that day in practical magic, he stopped treating Harry with open contempt. A nod of acknowledgement in the corridors. A seat left available at the edge of his group during meals. Small gestures, easily deniable, but gestures nonetheless. The other students noticed. They always noticed. "You've made a friend," Fleur observed 2 weeks into term, appearing beside Harry as he walked toward the library. Her approach had been silent, villa grace, he assumed, or perhaps just practice at moving unseen. "I've made an acquaintance," Harry corrected. "There's a difference." "Is there?" She fell into step beside him, matching his pace easily despite being half a head taller. "Pierre Marchand's family is one of the most powerful in magical France. His father sits on the Confederation of European Wizards. His grandfather practically built the modern French ministry. An acquaintance with that family is worth more than most friendships. I'll keep that in mind." "You should." Fleur's voice carried an edge that hadn't been there before. "Politics matter at Beauxbatons, Henri. More than grades, more than magical ability, more than anything else. The students here will be running magical France in 20 years, and the alliances they form now will determine who has power and who doesn't." Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. "Is that why you're following me? Political advantage?" "Partly." She didn't flinch from his gaze. "You're interesting. You're mysterious. You have abilities that make established families nervous. Aligning with you early could be valuable, or it could be a disaster, depending on what your secrets turn out to be. And if I don't want to be aligned with? Then you'll be alone." Her expression softened slightly. "That's not a threat, Henri. It's just how this world works. No one succeeds alone. Not in magical France, not anywhere." Harry considered her words. She was right, he knew. His years with the Dursleys had taught him the value of social capital, even if he'd never had any to spend. Isolation was vulnerability. Alliances were protection. But alliances also meant trust, and trust was something Harry had learned to hoard like gold. "What do you want?" he asked finally. "From me. Specifically." Fleur's smile returned, sharp and knowing. "Right now?" I want to understand you. You showed up from nowhere with impossible abilities and a name that doesn't appear in any registry. You're hiding something, something big, and I want to know what it is. And if I'm not ready to tell you, then I'll wait. She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the faint shimmer in her irises, the Vila heritage that made her beauty almost painful to look at. I'm patient, Henri. And I think whatever you're hiding is worth waiting for. She turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with his thoughts and the lingering impression of eyes that saw too much. The library became Harry's sanctuary. It occupied an entire wing of the palace, its shelves stretching up toward ceilings lost in shadow. Unlike British libraries, at least, unlike the school library Harry had glimpsed during his brief visit to Diagon Alley, Beauxbato's collection was organized by magical affinity rather than subject. The Ombrelund section contained works on mental magic, illusions, shadow manipulation, and the subtle arts of concealment. Belflam held texts on combat magic, elemental manipulation, and the fierce disciplines of creation and destruction. Papillonless specialized in transformation, healing, and the delicate work of change. But it was the central collection that drew Harry most often, the books that belonged to no single house, covering theory and history and the fundamental nature of magic itself. He read voraciously, consuming texts that would have taken Hogwarts students years to encounter. The Principia Magica, which laid out the mathematical foundations of spellcraft. L'Art de la Baguette, a comprehensive history of wandlore that mentioned his holly and phoenix feather combination as exceptionally rare and indicative of destiny-touched individuals. Shadows and Light, a philosophical treatise on the nature of magical affinity that helped explain his silver sorting result. And, hidden in a corner of the restricted section that he probably shouldn't have been able to access, a slim volume titled Les Héritiers de la Mort, The Heirs of Death. Harry found the book on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks into term. He'd been searching for information on his strange spell absorption ability, the way his magic seemed to drink in hostile spells rather than blocking them. None of the standard texts had mentioned anything similar, and Professor Delmas had been evasive when he'd asked about it during office hours. Some abilities, she'd said carefully, are better explored independently. Not everything is safe to discuss in academic settings. The warning had been clear enough. Harry had started exploring the restricted section that same night, using his wandless magic to bypass the detection charms that should have alerted the librarians. Les Héritiers de la Mort was old, centuries old, if the crumbling binding was any indication. Its pages were filled with cramped handwriting in archaic French that Harry could barely parse. But the illustrations were clear enough, 3 objects, rendered in faded ink, with descriptions that made his blood run cold. A wand. A stone. A cloak. The Deathly Hallows. Harry had heard the phrase before, in Professor Beaumont's journal, still hidden in his moleskin pouch, still only partially decoded. Now he understood why Beaumont had considered the information worth dying for. According to this book, the Hallows were real. 3 artifacts of immense power, created in the 13th century by 3 brothers named Peveril. Whoever united all 3 would become the Master of Death, a being of transcendent power, capable of feats that defied the normal laws of magic. And the Potter family, the book claimed, was descended from the youngest Peveril brother. Harry sat very still in his hidden corner of the library, the weight of the book pressing against his legs. His family. His blood. His inheritance. Was this why Voldemort had killed his parents? Why Dumbledore had hidden him away, why the magical world wanted him so desperately? Not because of some vague prophecy, but because of his bloodline, because he carried the potential to become something more than human. He needed more information. He needed to know what the Hallows could do, where they were, whether the Master of Death legend was truth or myth. But he also needed to be careful. If this book was in the restricted section, it was because the information was dangerous. And if anyone discovered what he was researching. Harry tucked the book into his robes and slipped back toward the common room, his mind racing with possibilities. The next morning brought an unexpected development. Harry was eating breakfast alone, as usual, when a first year he didn't recognize approached his table with the nervous air of someone delivering bad news. "You're Henri Beaumont?" "Yes. Madame Maxime wants to see you." "Immediately." The boy swallowed. "In her office." Harry set down his fork, appetite suddenly gone. "Did she say why?" "No. Just that it was urgent." The boy hesitated. "You're not in trouble, I don't think." She didn't look angry. She looked worried. That was worse than anger. Worried meant complications. Worried meant someone had discovered something. Harry made his way to the headmistress's office with measured steps, running through contingencies in his mind. If they'd found out about his true identity, if someone from Britain had made inquiries, he might need to run again. He'd kept enough gold in his moleskin pouch for an emergency escape, and he'd memorized the layout of the castle well enough to. The office door opened before he could knock. "Ah, Mr. Beaumont." Madame Maxime's voice was calm, but her expression carried the careful neutrality of someone hiding strong emotions. "Please, come in. We have much to discuss." The headmistress's office was enormous, scaled to accommodate her half-giant frame. Harry felt like a child in a furniture showroom, perched on a chair that had been magically adjusted to human proportions while Maxime sat behind a desk the size of a small boat. "I received an interesting letter this morning," she said without preamble. "From Albus Dumbledore." Harry's stomach dropped. He kept his face blank through long practice. "I don't know anyone by that name." "Please, Mr. Beaumont." Her voice was gentle but firm. "Or should I say, Mr. Potter?" Silence stretched between them. Harry's mind raced through options, denial, deflection, flight, but something in Maxime's expression made him pause. She didn't look like someone preparing to hand him over. She looked like someone wrestling with a difficult decision. "How did you know?" he asked finally. "I didn't, until this morning." But Dumbledore's letter was illuminating. She pulled a parchment from her desk drawer. "He describes a student who matches your description exactly, claims that student is actually the famous Harry Potter traveling under a false name, and requests that I return you to British custody immediately." "And are you going to?" "That depends." Maxime set the letter aside. "On what you tell me. On why a child would flee his homeland, reject the most famous wizarding school in the world, and travel alone to a foreign country to start a new life." Harry looked at her, really looked, trying to read her intentions the way he'd learned to read the Dursleys. What he saw surprised him. She was genuinely uncertain. Not suspicious, not accusatory, but uncertain, as if she couldn't reconcile what Dumbledore had written with what she'd observed. "You don't trust him," Harry said slowly. "Dumbledore. You're not sure whether to believe his version of events. I have learned, over many years, that Albus Dumbledore is a brilliant man who believes his own judgment to be infallible." Maxime's voice was carefully neutral. "That belief has led him to make decisions that others might consider questionable. Like leaving a child with abusive relatives for 11 years. Something flickered in her eyes. "He mentioned that you have accused him of such things. He claims the placement was for your protection, that powerful blood wards required. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs." Harry's voice came out harder than he intended. "I was beaten for showing any sign of magic. I went to bed hungry more nights than I can count. And the magical world knew, my Hogwarts letter was addressed to that cupboard. They knew exactly how I was being treated, and they did nothing." Maxime was silent for a long moment. "Show me," she said finally. "What?" "Show me." She pulled out her wand. "I am going to cast a spell that will allow you to share memories. If what you say is true, if Dumbledore truly left you in such conditions, I will see it for myself. And then I will make my decision." Harry hesitated. Sharing memories meant exposing his most private pain, letting a stranger see the cupboard and the hunger and the fear. It meant vulnerability on a level he'd never allowed himself. But it also meant proof. Evidence that Dumbledore's version of events couldn't be trusted. "All right," he said. "Do it." The memory spell was uncomfortable but not painful, a strange sensation of reliving moments while simultaneously watching them from outside. Harry showed Maxime the cupboard, the Dursley's cruelty, the systematic attempt to crush his spirit. He showed her finding the letter, meeting Hagrid, making the decision to run. When it was over, Maxime's face had gone pale. "Mon Dieu," she whispered. "I knew the British could be backward, but this is monstrous. Dumbledore arranged it. Dumbledore maintained it. And Dumbledore wants me back under his control." Harry met her gaze steadily. "I came to Beauxbatons because I wanted to learn magic on my own terms. Not as a weapon for someone else's war. Not as a symbol for someone else's cause. And if I refuse to return you? Dumbledore has considerable political influence. He could make things difficult. He could try." Harry felt the warmth of magic stirring in his chest, not aggressive, but ready. "But I've already proven I can disappear when I need to. If you hand me over, I'll run again. And next time, I won't stop until no one can find me." Maxime studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. "You have spine, Mr. Potter. More spine than most adults I know." She tucked Dumbledore's letter back into the drawer. "I am not going to return you to Britain. As far as Beauxbatons is concerned, you are Henri Beaumont, a student admitted through proper channels with no obligation to any foreign power." Relief flooded through Harry, so intense it made his hands shake. "Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I am doing this because I believe your account of events, but my belief alone won't protect you. Dumbledore will not accept rejection easily. He will try other approaches, political pressure, legal maneuvering, perhaps direct action. You will need to be careful." "I'm always careful. I know." Her expression softened slightly. "I saw that in your memories as well. The way you've learned to watch, to plan, to anticipate danger. Those are valuable skills, Mr. Potter. But they are also the skills of someone who has never known safety." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. "You are safe here," Maxime continued. "As safe as I can make you. But safety is not just walls and wards. It is also people you can trust. Allies who will stand with you when trouble comes." She paused. "I hope you will learn to make such allies. For your own sake. I'm working on it." "Good." She rose, signaling the end of the meeting. "Return to your classes, Mr. Beaumont. Speak of this conversation to no one, I will handle Dumbledore's response. And if anyone else approaches you about your identity, come to me immediately." Harry stood, feeling oddly lighter despite the threat that still hung over him. "Madame Maxime. Why are you helping me? Really?" She considered the question for a moment. "Because I know what it is to be judged for what you are rather than who you are. Because I believe children deserve the chance to become themselves, not what others expect them to be. And because Albus Dumbledore has made too many decisions about too many lives with too little accountability." Her expression hardened. "It is past time someone told him no." Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the complete answer, he suspected there were political dimensions she wasn't sharing, but it was enough. "Thank you," he said again, and meant it. The next few weeks passed in a blur of classes, study, and careful observation. Dumbledore's response to Maxime's refusal came in the form of escalating pressure. Official inquiries from the British Ministry. Questions from the ICW about Beauxbaton's admission procedures. A series of newspaper articles in the Daily Prophet about the missing boy who lived, and the foreign influences that might have corrupted him. Harry read every article, tracking the narrative that was being constructed around his disappearance. The British magical community was being primed to see him as a victim, kidnapped, brainwashed, turned against his own people. When he eventually surfaced, they expected him to be grateful for rescue. They were in for a disappointment. Meanwhile, his education progressed. The theoretical foundations from Professor Delmas began translating into practical improvement. His spells grew more precise, more controlled, more elegant. The other students stopped staring at his wandless casting and started trying to learn how he did it, unsuccessfully, in most cases, but the attempts marked a shift in how they saw him. Even Fleur seemed impressed, though she expressed it through sharper questions rather than compliments. "You're improving faster than should be possible," she observed one evening, finding him in his usual corner of the library. "Professor Laurent says you're already casting at second-year level. I had good teachers before I came here." Harry didn't look up from his book. "And I practice a lot." She settled into the chair across from him, uninvited but somehow not unwelcome. "You know there are rumors about you." "There are always rumors. These are specific. They say the British Ministry has offered a reward for information about your location. They say Dumbledore himself is coming to France next month to negotiate with Madame Maxime." That caught Harry's attention. He set down his book. "Where did you hear that?" "My father works for the French ministry. He hears things." Fleur's expression was carefully neutral. "If Dumbledore comes to Beauxbatons, he'll try to speak with you directly. Try to convince you to return. Madame Maxime can refuse him access to the school, but she can't stop him from approaching you in public spaces. You're warning me. I'm providing information." She tilted her head. "There's a difference." Harry almost smiled. It was exactly what he would have said. "Why?" he asked. "You've made it clear you want to know my secrets. Helping Dumbledore find me would probably get you answers faster." "Perhaps." Fleur leaned forward slightly. "But I've also decided I like you better than I like the idea of anyone forcing you to do anything. You're stubborn, secretive, and entirely too composed for an 11-year-old. Those are qualities I respect. You respect stubbornness. I respect people who know what they want and refuse to compromise." Her eyes met his. "Most people spend their whole lives being pushed around by circumstances. You've already decided to push back. That's rare." Harry studied her, trying to read beneath the surface. The Vila glamour that usually surrounded her seemed muted tonight, deliberately, he suspected. She was letting him see her more clearly than usual. "What do you want, Fleur? Long term?" "Not from me, for yourself." The question seemed to surprise her. She sat back, her expression thoughtful. "I want to be taken seriously," she said finally. "Not as a pretty face or a political asset or a Vila curiosity. I want people to look at me and see what I can do, not what I am. That's hard. People see what they expect to see. Which is why I work twice as hard as anyone else to exceed their expectations." Her chin lifted slightly. "I'm going to be the most powerful witch of my generation, Henri. Not because of my blood, despite it. And when I'm done, no one will be able to dismiss me again." Harry nodded slowly. He understood that drive. It was his own, reflected back at him through different circumstances. "I'll make you a deal," he said. "You want to know my secrets. I want allies I can trust. When I'm ready to share, when I trust you enough, I'll tell you everything. In the meantime, we help each other. Information, backup, whatever we need." Fleur considered for a moment. "And if your secrets turn out to be something terrible? Something I can't support? Then you walk away. No hard feelings." She extended her hand. "Deal, Henri Beaumont. Or whatever your real name is." Harry shook it. "Deal, Fleur Delacour." November arrived with the first snow of the season. Harry watched it fall from his window, coating the peaks in white and turning the gardens into a crystalline wonderland. The temperature inside Beauxbatons never dropped below comfortable, the palace's ancient wards maintained perfect climate control, but the visual reminder of winter's approach stirred something melancholy in him. Last year at this time, he'd been huddled in his cupboard, listening to the Dursleys celebrate a holiday he'd never been invited to join. Now he was in a palace, surrounded by magic, building a future that was entirely his own. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like waiting. The knock on his door came just after sunset. "Come in." Madame Maxime entered, and Harry knew immediately that something had changed. Her usual composure was intact, but there was a tension in her shoulders that hadn't been there before. "Mr. Beaumont. I need to speak with you." "About Dumbledore?" "Partly." She settled onto a chair she'd conjured to fit her size. "He's coming. Tomorrow. He's invoked some obscure clause in the International Confederation Charter that allows visiting dignitaries to inspect foreign schools. There's nothing I can do to stop him." Harry's stomach tightened, but he kept his voice steady. "What does he want?" "To speak with you. To assess your well-being and ensure you haven't been coerced into remaining here." Her lip curled slightly. "Political theater, of course. He wants a chance to convince you, or to expose you publicly if you refuse." "I won't refuse." Harry stood, moving to the window. "I'll talk to him. On my terms." "That's dangerous. Dumbledore is a master manipulator. He'll use every trick in his considerable arsenal to make you doubt yourself." "I know." Harry watched the snow fall, thinking of the book hidden in his trunk, of blood and prophecies and the weight of expectations he'd never asked to carry. "But running won't work forever. Eventually, I have to face him, face all of it. Better to do it now, while I have home territory advantage." Maxime was silent for a moment. "You're not really 11 years old, are you?" "I mean, you are, chronologically. But the person standing in front of me is not a child. I haven't been a child for a long time." Harry turned to face her. "The Dursleys made sure of that. Then you understand what's at stake tomorrow." "I understand that Dumbledore sees me as a weapon in a war I never agreed to fight. I understand that he'll try to take me back to Britain, to put me back under his control, to shape me into whatever he needs me to be." Harry felt the familiar warmth of magic stirring in response to his resolve. "And I understand that I'm not going to let him." "What are you going to do?" "Something he won't expect." Harry smiled, not the polite mask he'd learned to wear, but something fiercer. "I'm going to tell him no to his face. And I'm going to make him understand that it's final." The morning of Dumbledore's visit dawned clear and cold. Harry dressed carefully in his best Beauxbaton's robes, the deep blue of Omberlin setting off his dark hair and pale complexion. He'd practiced this moment in his mind 100 times, what he would say, how he would stand, the expression he would wear. The great hall had been arranged for a formal reception. Beauxbaton's entire student body was assembled, along with the faculty and a handful of French ministry officials who had decided this meeting warranted their attention. Madame Maxime sat at the head table, her expression carefully neutral. And then Dumbledore arrived. He came through the main doors with the casual confidence of someone who expected the world to arrange itself according to his preferences. His robes were midnight blue and spangled with silver stars. His beard flowed nearly to his waist. And behind half-moon spectacles, his eyes twinkled with the particular warmth of someone who had decided to be charming. "Madame Maxime," he said, his voice carrying easily across the hall. "What a pleasure to see you again. And what a magnificent school you have here. I can see why young Harry was so eager to attend." A murmur ran through the assembled students. Harry felt dozens of eyes turned toward him, but he kept his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. "Albus." Maxime's voice was cool but polite. "Welcome to Beauxbatons. I trust your journey was comfortable." "Perfectly, thank you." Dumbledore's gaze swept the room until it landed on Harry. "Ah, and there he is. Harry, my boy, it's wonderful to see you safe and well." Harry rose from his seat and walked toward the head table. The hall fell silent as he moved, every eye tracking his progress. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, the sense of history being made with every step. He stopped 3 meters from Dumbledore and spoke clearly, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. "My name is Henri Beaumont. I don't know who Harry is." Dumbledore's twinkle didn't waver, but something shifted behind his eyes. "Come now, my boy. There's no need for pretense. We both know who you really are. I know who I am. The question is whether you do." Harry kept his voice steady. "You seem to be looking for someone called Harry Potter. I understand he was famous in Britain for something that happened when he was a baby, something he doesn't remember and didn't choose. You are Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Your parents died to protect you, and their sacrifice, my parents died because someone murdered them." Harry's voice hardened. "That's a tragedy, not a calling. It doesn't give anyone the right to decide what I do with my life." The hall was absolutely silent. French students exchanged glances, recognizing that they were witnessing something unprecedented, a child challenging one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the grandfatherly mask slipping slightly. "Harry, Henri. Henri, then." The twinkle had gone out of his eyes. "You don't understand what's at stake. There is a prophecy, a prediction made before your birth, that names you as the only one who can defeat a great evil. Voldemort will return, and when he does, if Voldemort returns, it will be because the adults in the magical world failed to finish him the first time." Harry cut him off without raising his voice. "That's not my responsibility. I was a baby. I didn't choose to be a symbol or a weapon or a prophecy fulfillment. And I don't accept being forced into that role now. The prophecies are just words. They don't force anyone to do anything." Harry stepped forward, close enough now that only Dumbledore could hear his next words. "You left me with people who abused me for 11 years. You knew where I was. You knew how they treated me. You did nothing." Dumbledore's face went still. "The Blood Wards protected me from outside threats while ensuring I was broken from within. Very efficient." Harry didn't let himself look away. "You wanted me desperate. Grateful. So eager for the wizarding world's approval that I'd do whatever you asked. But that's not what you got. Harry, my name is Henri Beaumont. I am a student at Beauxbaton's academy. And I am not your weapon." Harry stepped back, raising his voice so the hall could hear again. "If you want someone to fight your war, find another child to manipulate. This one says no." He turned and walked back to his seat, feeling Dumbledore's gaze burning into his back with every step. Behind him, the most powerful wizard in Britain stood frozen, his carefully laid plans crumbling around him like ashes. The rest of Dumbledore's visit passed in a blur of tension and forced politeness. He stayed for 3 days, observing classes and speaking with faculty members and generally making his presence felt throughout the school. But he didn't approach Harry again, not directly. Instead, he watched. Calculated. Reassessed. Harry felt the weight of that attention constantly, but he didn't let it affect his behavior. He attended classes, studied in the library, continued building the careful web of alliances and information that would protect him in the months to come. On the 3rd day, Dumbledore requested a private meeting with Madame Maxime. When he emerged, his expression was carefully neutral, but something had changed in his posture. A stiffness that hadn't been there before. He left that evening without saying goodbye. What did he want? Harry asked Maxime afterward. To negotiate. She sat heavily in her office chair. He offered various concessions, political support for Beauxbatons, funding, enhanced cooperation between our schools. All in exchange for convincing you to return to Britain. And you refused. I told him that my students' educational placements were not negotiable, regardless of their identities or origins. She smiled slightly. He was not pleased. Will there be consequences? Almost certainly. Dumbledore is not accustomed to being refused, and his pride will demand some form of retaliation. But France is not Britain, and Beauxbatons is not a weak institution. He can cause problems, but he cannot force our hand. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you. For standing up for me. You stood up for yourself, Mr. Beaumont. I merely ensured you had the space to do so. Maxime's expression grew serious. But this is not over. Dumbledore will find other ways to reach you. He is patient, cunning, and absolutely convinced of his own righteousness. You will need to be vigilant. I always am. I know. She paused. The students are talking about what you did. The way you confronted him. Some of them are impressed. And the others? Suspicious. Worried. Uncertain. She shrugged her massive shoulders. Such is the nature of change. You have disrupted their understanding of how the world works. They will need time to adjust. Harry thought of Fleur, of Pierre, of the slow process of building trust in a world where trust was a liability. I can work with that. Good. Maxime rose, signaling the end of the meeting. Continue your studies, Mr. Beaumont. Grow stronger, smarter, more capable. And when the next challenge comes, because it will come, be ready. Harry stood and walked toward the door. But at the threshold, he paused. Madame Maxime. What did Dumbledore say about the prophecy? About what I'm supposed to do? She was silent for a moment. He said that you are destined to either kill Voldemort or be killed by him. That no one else can do it. That the fate of the magical world depends on your compliance. And do you believe that? I believe that prophecies are self-fulfilling only if we allow them to be. Her eyes met his. I believe that you are the only person who gets to decide what you do with your life. And I believe that Albus Dumbledore, for all his wisdom, does not own the future. Harry nodded slowly. Neither does anyone else. He left the office and walked back toward his dormitory, thinking about prophecies and choices and the long game that was only beginning to unfold. December arrived, and with it the winter holiday that would empty Beauxbatons of most of its students. Harry had nowhere to go. The Dursleys certainly wouldn't welcome him, and his only other contact, Marguerite Delmas in Calais, had written to say she was spending the season with family in Provence. He'd resigned himself to 2 weeks alone in the palace when Fleur found him in the library. You're staying for the holidays, she said. Not a question. I don't have family to visit. I know. She settled into what had become her usual chair across from him. Come home with me. Harry blinked. What? To my family's estate. For the holidays. My parents have agreed to host you as a guest. Why would they do that? Because I asked them to. Her expression was matter-of-fact. You've impressed them, Henri. The way you stood up to Dumbledore, my father was at that meeting, you know. He's been talking about it ever since. Harry considered the offer. On one hand, it was exactly the kind of alliance-building opportunity he needed. Access to a powerful French family, a chance to learn more about magical society outside Britain, a demonstration that he had support beyond Beauxbatons itself. On the other hand, it meant vulnerability. Trusting people he'd never met. Putting himself in someone else's power. What's the catch? He asked finally. Fleur smiled, a real smile, not the sharp one she usually wore. No catch. Just a friend offering another friend a place to spend Christmas. We're friends now. We're something. She stood, brushing invisible dust from her robes. The carriage leaves tomorrow morning. Pack warm, our estate is in the Alps, and even with heating charms, it gets cold. She walked away before Harry could respond, leaving him alone with a decision that felt more momentous than it should have. He packed that night. The Delacour estate was beautiful in the way that old money was always beautiful, understated, elegant, and quietly announcing its owner's importance with every perfectly maintained detail. It sat in a valley between two peaks, surrounded by forests that glittered with fresh snow. The main house was 4 stories of pale stone and gleaming windows, with wings extending on either side like embracing arms. Smoke curled from a dozen chimneys, and the smell of wood smoke and baking bread greeted them as the carriage descended. "Home," Fleur said quietly, and Harry heard something in her voice he'd never detected before, warmth, genuine and unguarded. Her family was waiting at the entrance. Her father, Monsieur Delacour, was a tall man with Fleur's silver blonde hair and a politician's practiced smile. Her mother, Apollon, was breathtakingly beautiful in the way all Vila were, her features so perfect they seemed almost artificial. And clinging to her mother's hand was a younger girl, perhaps 7 or 8, who stared at Harry with undisguised curiosity. "Henri Beaumont," Monsieur Delacour said, extending his hand. "Welcome to our home. Fleur has told us much about you. All good things, I hope." Harry shook the offered hand. "Interesting things." The politician's smile sharpened slightly. "We're looking forward to learning more." The next 2 weeks were unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. For the first time in his life, he was part of a family celebration. Not as an outsider, not as a servant, but as a guest, welcomed, included, valued. The Delacours drew him into their traditions without making him feel like an intruder, explaining customs he didn't know and gently correcting his still imperfect French. He learned to make pain d'epics with Apollon, the spiced bread that was a Delacour holiday tradition. He discussed politics with Monsieur Delacour, who treated him like an adult despite his age and probed his opinions with genuine interest. He played with Gabrielle, Fleur's younger sister, who had decided within hours of meeting him that he was her new favorite person. And he talked with Fleur, really talked, in the long evenings by the fire, about magic and ambition and the strange paths that had led them both to this moment. "You're different from what I expected," she said one night, when Gabrielle had fallen asleep on the couch and her parents had retired. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Something harder. More broken." She looked at him steadily. "You've been through terrible things, Henri. Anyone can see that. But you're not bitter. You're not cruel. You're just determined. Being bitter doesn't change anything." Harry stared into the fire. "The Dursleys tried to break me for 11 years. If I'd let myself become what they wanted, angry, hateful, convinced I was worthless, they would have won. The only way to really beat them was to refuse to be shaped by what they did. That's very mature for an 11-year-old. I haven't been 11 for a long time." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Fleur said, "Are you going to tell me your secrets? You promised you would, eventually." Harry considered. He'd spent months building walls, protecting himself, trusting no one. But Fleur had brought him into her home, introduced him to her family, shared her own vulnerabilities without demanding anything in return. Maybe it was time to take a risk. "My real name is Harry Potter," he said quietly. "The boy who lived. The one everyone's looking for." Fleur didn't react, she'd clearly suspected as much already. "Why did you run?" "Because Dumbledore left me with abusive relatives for 11 years while he waited for me to become useful. Because the magical world treated me like a symbol instead of a person. Because I found out there's a prophecy that says I'm supposed to kill Voldemort or die trying, and no one ever asked if that's what I wanted." He told her the rest of it, the Hallows, the consortium mentioned in Professor Beaumont's journal, the strange ability that let him absorb hostile spells. He told her about his fears, his plans, his determination to become strong enough that no one could ever control him again. When he finished, Fleur was silent for a long moment. "That's a lot," she said finally. "I know. And dangerous. If anyone finds out, then I'll deal with it." Harry met her eyes. "But I'm tired of being alone, Fleur. Tired of hiding. I need people I can trust, and I think you might be one of them." Fleur studied him for a moment. Then she smiled, not sharp, not guarded, but genuine. I think you might be right. She extended her hand. Partners, Henri. Or should I call you Harry? Henri is fine. Harry Potter is a symbol. Henri Beaumont is who I'm choosing to be. Then partners, Henri. She shook his hand firmly. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The holiday ended too quickly. On the morning of his departure, Harry stood in the Delacour's entrance hall with his trunk packed and his mind full of new possibilities. The family had gathered to see him off, even Gabrielle, who was trying very hard not to cry. You'll come back, she said, clutching his hand. Promise? I promise. Harry knelt to her level. And I'll write. Every week. Every week. Every week. That seemed to satisfy her. She hugged him fiercely, then retreated to her mother's side. Monsieur Delacour stepped forward. You have a place here, Henri. Whenever you need it. Remember that. I will. Harry shook his hand. Thank you. For everything. Fleur walked with him to the carriage. At the door, she paused. Stay safe, she said. Don't do anything stupid. I'll try. He climbed into the carriage, then looked back at her. Fleur. Thank you. For trusting me. Thank you for trusting me back. She smiled. See you at school, partner. The carriage rose into the sky, and Harry watched the Delacour estate shrink below him until it disappeared into the clouds. He was still alone, in a sense. Still hunted. Still carrying secrets that could destroy him. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't facing it entirely on his own. The future was uncertain, dangerous, full of enemies and challenges he couldn't predict. Harry found he was looking forward to it. Chapter 2 End. Next January 15th. What if Harry rejected Hogwarts and fled to Beauxbatons? Chapter 3 The Hunt. The attack came 3 months later, on a clear spring morning when Harry had almost allowed himself to believe he was safe. He'd fallen into the rhythm of Beauxbatons life, classes and study and the slow accumulation of knowledge that was transforming him from a desperate runaway into something more formidable. His wandless casting had improved dramatically under Professor Lawrence's grudging tutelage. His theoretical understanding had deepened through countless hours in the library. And his alliance with Fleur had become something he actually relied on, a partnership built on mutual respect rather than mere convenience. The letter from Dumbledore had been almost easy to ignore. It had arrived in February, carried by a magnificent snowy owl that refused to leave until Harry accepted delivery. The parchment was covered in Dumbledore's flowing script, full of gentle reminders about duty and destiny and the importance of preparing for the challenges ahead. Harry had read it once, burned it, and returned to his studies. But Dumbledore wasn't the only one looking for Harry Potter. The school outing to Marseille had been planned for weeks, a reward for first-years who had achieved satisfactory marks in their winter examinations. 30 students would visit the magical quarter of France's oldest city, supervised by Professor Laurent and 2 junior faculty members. Harry had almost declined to go. Crowds made him nervous, and his instincts screamed that leaving Beauxbaton's protective wards was a mistake. But Fleur had insisted. You can't hide in the library forever, she'd said, finding him in his usual corner the night before. Part of learning to be strong is learning to move through the world without fear. I'm not afraid. I'm cautious. There's a difference. Caution keeps you alive. Fear keeps you trapped. Harry had closed his book, meeting her eyes. I learned that in the cupboard. Fleur had been quiet for a moment. Then she'd said, come to Marseille. I'll be there, my class is going for a charms excursion the same day. If anything goes wrong, you won't be alone. It was the promise that had convinced him. Not safety, exactly, Harry didn't believe anywhere was truly safe, but the knowledge that someone would have his back. He should have trusted his instincts instead. Marseille's magical quarter was hidden behind a crumbling facade in the old port district, accessible only to those who knew the proper sequence of steps and gestures. The streets beyond the threshold were narrow and winding, lined with shops that made Diagon Alley look modern by comparison. Magic saturated every cobblestone, accumulated over centuries of continuous occupation. Harry felt it pressing against his skin the moment he crossed the boundary, the weight of history, of countless spells layered atop one another until the very air hummed with power. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. "Stay together," Professor Laurent announced, his voice carrying over the excited chatter of 30 11-year-olds. "We will visit the Cathedral of Stars first, then the Alchemist's Market. Anyone who wanders off will spend the rest of term scrubbing cauldrons. Am I understood?" A chorus of "Oui, Professeur," answered him. Harry stuck close to the group but kept his attention on his surroundings, the narrow alleys that branched off the main street, the rooftops that provided potential vantage points, the faces of passers-by who might be more than they appeared. He spotted Fleur's group near the entrance to the cathedral, their powder blue robes distinctive among the more varied clothing of local shoppers. She caught his eye and nodded slightly, "I see you, I'm here," before returning her attention to her own professor. The Cathedral of Stars was genuinely impressive. Its walls were made of some dark stone that seemed to absorb light, while its ceiling was enchanted to display an ever-changing map of the heavens. Stars wheeled overhead, constellations shifted and reformed, and occasional shooting stars traced brilliant paths across the artificial sky. Harry barely noticed any of it. His attention was fixed on 3 figures near the cathedral's rear entrance. They wore plain robes that could have belonged to anyone, their faces shadowed by deep hoods. Nothing about them should have attracted notice, they looked like any of the dozens of shoppers and tourists who filled the magical quarter. But they were watching him. Not the group. Not the cathedral. Him, specifically, with the focused intensity of predators assessing prey. Harry shifted his position slightly, putting a pillar between himself and the watchers while maintaining his view of them. One of the figures spoke to another, and though Harry couldn't hear the words, he saw the second figure nod and begin moving toward a side exit. Flanking maneuver. They were getting into position. Professor Laurent. Harry kept his voice low, approaching the faculty member during a pause in the guided tour. "I think we're being watched." Laurent's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. "Where?" "Rear entrance. 3 figures in plain robes. One of them just moved toward the east exit." The professor's wand appeared in his hand with practiced smoothness. "Stay with the group. I'll investigate." "Sir, that's an order, Mr. Beaumont." Laurent moved off, his posture shifting from academic to alert. Harry watched him approach the rear entrance, watched the remaining 2 figures notice his attention and melt back into the shadows. And then everything happened at once. The spell came from above, a streak of violent red light that punched through the cathedral's enchanted ceiling and struck the floor near the student group. Stone exploded outward, and suddenly everyone was screaming. Harry moved on instinct, diving sideways as a second spell scorched the air where he'd been standing. His magic surged in response, and without conscious thought he raised a shield, wandless, glimmering silver, catching a third spell and drinking its energy like water. The attackers had dropped their pretense of concealment. 3 of them were descending from the shattered ceiling on currents of magic, their wands blazing with combat spells. 2 more had emerged from the side exits, cutting off escape routes. And somewhere in the chaos, Professor Laurent was dueling desperately against opponents who seemed to anticipate his every move. "Henri!" Fleur's voice cut through the screaming. She was fighting her way toward him, her own wand drawn, a veil of fire burning in her eyes. "Down!" Harry dropped flat as a beam of sickly green light passed over his head. Killing curse. They were using killing curses on a school outing. This wasn't a capture attempt. This was an execution. His magic responded to the realization with something that felt almost like rage. The warmth in his chest expanded, pressing against his control, demanding release. Harry let it flow through him and thrust his hand toward the nearest attacker. The spell that erupted from his palm wasn't anything he'd been taught. It was raw force, shaped by desperate need, hitting the attacker like a battering ram and sending him crashing into a stone pillar hard enough to crack it. The man didn't get up. One of the other attackers had seen what happened. His hood had fallen back, revealing a face twisted with surprise and something that might have been recognition. The target has unexpected capabilities. Adjust tactics. Target. They'd called him a target. Harry grabbed a younger student who was frozen with terror and shoved her toward the main exit. Run. Everyone run. Some of them listened. Others were too panicked, too confused, stumbling over fallen masonry and each other. Harry saw Sylvie Fontaine go down with blood streaming from a cut on her forehead, saw Pierre Marchand trying to drag her towards safety while spells exploded around them. Fleur reached his side, breathing hard. There are more outside. I saw them before the attack started, they've blocked the quarter exits. Trap. Harry's mind raced through options. They wanted to bottle us in. Who are they? I don't know. But he had suspicions. The journal hidden in his trunk, the references to ancient factions, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows that kept appearing in his research. It doesn't matter right now. We need to get everyone out. How? Harry looked around the shattered cathedral, assessing. The main entrance was blocked by 2 attackers. The side exits led to streets where more enemies waited. The ceiling was destroyed, open to the sky, but without brooms or flight magic, the ceiling was open to the sky. Can you do Vila fire? Harry asked. Real fire, not just the intimidation display. Yes, but, light up the ceiling. Make it visible from outside the quarter. The French Aurors will respond to a magical fire in a Muggle city. That'll bring mundane authorities too. Firefighters, police, good. Harry raised his shield as another spell streaked toward them. The more chaos, the better our chances. Do it. Fleur hesitated for just a moment. Then she nodded, raised her hands, and screamed. Vila fire was nothing like normal flame. It erupted from Fleur in a column of silver-white light that seemed to burn the air itself. It shot upward through the broken ceiling, spreading across the sky like a beacon, visible for miles in every direction. The heat was intense enough to make Harry stumble backward, and the attackers were retreating. Fall back. The leader's voice was sharp with frustration. Mission compromised. Extraction protocol. They disappeared, not apparition, but something smoother, like shadows swallowing them whole. One moment they were there, the next, gone. Harry didn't let himself relax. Everyone to the main entrance. Move. The students obeyed, terror giving them speed. Professor Laurent was back on his feet, bleeding from a gash on his arm but mobile, herding his charges towards safety with his wand still raised. French Aurors began arriving within minutes, operating into the quarter with wands drawn and professional fury on their faces. Behind them came mundane emergency services, drawn by Fleur's impossible fire, creating exactly the chaos Harry had hoped for. In the confusion of evacuations and interviews and healing spells, Harry found a shadow and disappeared into it. He needed answers. And he knew exactly where to start looking. The body was in an alley 3 streets from the cathedral. One of the attackers, the one Harry had hit with his uncontrolled burst of magic, had apparently survived long enough to flee, only to collapse in this narrow passage between a bakery and a wand shop. His hood had fallen back, revealing a man of perhaps 40 with sharp features and a thin scar running from his left eye to his jaw. More importantly, his left forearm bore a mark. Not the dark mark. Harry had seen pictures of Voldemort's brand, and this was different. This was older, more elaborate, 3 geometric shapes intertwined in a pattern that seemed to shift slightly when he looked at it directly. The Deathly Hallows. A wand, a stone, a cloak, rendered in silver ink that had been permanently etched into the man's skin. Harry searched the body quickly, methodically, ignoring the distant sounds of emergency response and the very real possibility that more attackers might return. The man carried no identification, no personal effects, nothing except a small leather pouch tucked into an inner pocket. Inside the pouch was a single piece of parchment, covered in cramped handwriting. Target, H. Potter, traveling as H. Beaumont, location, Beauxbatons Academy/Marseille excursion objective, retrieval preferred. Elimination acceptable. Note, target displays unusual magical capabilities. Recommend overwhelming force. Authorization, Covenant Council. Harry committed the name to memory. He pocketed the parchment, left the body where it lay, and slipped back toward the main streets where French oars were still sorting through the chaos. The aftermath was measured in hours of questioning. Harry played his role perfectly, traumatized student, shaken but unhurt, grateful for the quick response of authorities. He answered questions with just enough detail to be helpful, left out anything that might reveal his true identity or the nature of his abilities. The French ministry was furious. An attack on Beauxbaton students in broad daylight was an assault on French magical sovereignty, and the officials who interviewed survivors were clearly hunting for any connection to known threat groups. Harry gave them nothing useful. Let them investigate the Death Eaters, the Grindelwald remnants, the various dark wizard factions that European magical law enforcement was equipped to understand. The Covenant, whatever it was, operated on a different level entirely. Madame Maxime arrived at sunset, her massive form cutting through the crowded triage area like a ship through waves. She found Harry immediately, her eyes scanning him for injuries before focusing on his face with an intensity that suggested she knew more than she was saying. "You're unhurt. Physically." Harry kept his voice low. "We need to talk. Privately." She nodded once. "Come with me." They portkeyed directly to her office, bypassing the normal castle wards through headmistress privilege. The moment the door closed behind them, Harry pulled out the parchment from the dead attacker's pouch. "I found this. On one of them." Maxime read it in silence, her expression growing grimmer with each line. "Covenant Council," she said finally. "I had hoped that was merely a legend." "You know who they are?" "I know of them. Rumors, mostly. Old stories." She set the parchment down with the careful deliberation of someone handling something dangerous. The Covenant of the Hallows is supposedly an ancient organization dedicated to finding and uniting the Deathly Hallows. They believe that whoever masters all three artifacts will become the Master of Death, a being of transcendent power, capable of reshaping reality itself. And they think I'm connected to the Hallows. You are, by blood. The Potter family is descended from Ignotus Peverell, the youngest of the three brothers who created the Hallows. That connection may be purely historical, but the Covenant has been waiting centuries for someone they consider a true heir to emerge. Harry thought of the book hidden in his trunk, of the research he'd been conducting in stolen hours. The Resurrection Stone. The Elder Wand. The Cloak of Invisibility. I've read about them. They're supposed to be scattered, hidden, maybe destroyed. Perhaps. Or perhaps they're merely waiting for the right person to claim them. Maxime's eyes were troubled. The Covenant believes that the Hallows cannot be truly hidden from their destined master. That they will, call to him, in some fashion. Drawing him toward them regardless of any attempt at concealment. That's ridiculous. I've never felt any. Harry stopped. The strange pull he'd felt in the Beauxbatons library. The book about the Hallows that had seemed to glow when he approached it. The way certain passages in his research seemed more vivid than others, almost three-dimensional. You have felt something, Maxime said quietly. Haven't you? Harry didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing through implications, possibilities, dangers. If the Covenant believed he could lead them to the Hallows, if they thought his blood gave him some special connection to the artifacts, they'll keep coming, he said finally. This wasn't a one-time attempt. They'll try again. Almost certainly. The Covenant has resources, patience, and the kind of fanatical dedication that survives any setback. Maxime leaned forward. Which is why we need to discuss your training. My training? You survived today because of abilities you don't fully understand or control. The burst of magic that disabled one of your attackers, do you even know what spell you cast? Harry shook his head slowly. That's precisely the problem. Raw power is useful in emergencies, but it won't protect you against organized opponents with superior numbers and planning. You need discipline. You need to understand your abilities well enough to use them strategically rather than desperately. The standard curriculum is inadequate. Maxime stood, moving to a cabinet against the wall. I'm going to arrange supplementary training for you. Combat magic, beyond what first years normally learn. Mental disciplines to help you focus your power. And physical conditioning, your body must be strong enough to channel the magic you're capable of producing. She pulled out a thick folder and handed it to him. Inside were schedules, lesson plans, names of instructors. This will be demanding, she continued. You'll have less time for socializing, less time for normal student activities. But it's necessary. The Covenant will not give up, and next time they may send more than 5 attackers. Harry looked at the folder, at the grueling schedule that would consume nearly every waking hour. I'll do it, he said. Whatever it takes. I know you will. Maxime's expression softened slightly. One more thing, Mr. Beaumont. The young woman who was with you today, Fleur Delacour. She showed exceptional courage and quick thinking. I've recommended her for advanced training as well. She saved my life. Her fire distracted the attackers long enough for the Aurors to respond. So I understand. The headmistress paused. She's been asking to speak with you. Rather insistently. I'll find her. See that you do. Allies who prove themselves in crisis are worth more than any number of fair-weather friends. Harry found Fleur in the Omberlin common room, waiting in a chair near the fire with the particular stillness of someone who had refused to move until she got what she wanted. The room was otherwise empty, word of the attack had spread, and most students were huddled in dormitories or writing frantic letters to their families. But Fleur had known Harry would come here eventually, and she'd positioned herself accordingly. You're alive, she said as he approached. Good. Now explain what the hell happened. Harry settled into the chair across from her and told her everything. The attacker's mark. The parchment with his name. The Covenant of the Hallows and their centuries-long search for a Master of Death. The heritage that connected him to artifacts of legendary power. Fleur listened without interrupting, her expression growing more troubled with each revelation. So they'll keep coming, she said when he finished. Until they either capture you or decide you're more useful dead. That's what Maxime thinks. That's what I think too. And your plan is to train harder. Hope you can fight them off next time. My plan is to become strong enough that fighting me isn't worth the cost. Harry leaned forward. I can't hide forever. I can't run forever. The only option that makes sense is to become so dangerous that attacking me stops being a viable strategy. That's going to take years. Then I'd better start now. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I want in. What? The advanced training Maxime mentioned. I want to be part of it. I want to learn combat magic, defensive techniques, everything you're going to learn. Why? This isn't your fight. The hell it isn't. Her eyes flashed with something that wasn't quite anger. I stood next to you today while people tried to kill us. I used my magic to save your life and the lives of 30 other students. I've already made this my fight. Fleur, don't flirt me. She stood, pacing to the fire and back. Do you know what they'll do if they capture you? The Covenant? They'll use you as some kind of hallow-finding bloodhound, and when you've served your purpose, they'll either control you or eliminate you. And if you think I'm going to sit in a classroom practicing charms while that happens to my partner, you're delusional. Harry watched her pace, seeing the fear beneath the anger, the genuine care that she was expressing through determination rather than sentiment. It'll be dangerous, he said finally. More dangerous than today. The closer you are to me, the more likely you become a target yourself. I know. Your family, my family will support me. They always have. She stopped pacing, facing him squarely. I'm not asking permission, Henri. I'm telling you what I've decided. The only question is whether you're going to work with me or waste energy arguing. Despite everything, the attack, the revelations, the weight of ancient conspiracies pressing down on his shoulders, Harry felt himself smile. Partners? He asked. Partners. She extended her hand. Now. When does training start? Training started 3 days later. Madame Maxime had recruited instructors from outside Beauxbatons, retired aurors, combat specialists, a former dueling champion who had agreed to teach on condition of anonymity. They descended on the school's private training facilities with professional grimness and no patience for excuses. The physical conditioning was brutal. Running, climbing, obstacle courses that pushed Harry's undernourished body to its absolute limits. The instructors showed no mercy, driving him forward with barked commands and the clear expectation that he would either keep up or fail. He kept up. He'd survived worse than exhaustion. The combat magic was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. Standard defensive techniques, shields, dodges, counterattacks, gave way to more advanced tactics, environmental manipulation, combat apparition, the dark art of turning an opponent's power against them. Harry excelled at the last category. His strange ability to absorb hostile spells proved even more versatile than he'd realized, allowing him to drain an opponent's magic and redirect it with devastating effect. The instructors were initially alarmed, then intrigued, then committed to helping him develop the skill as thoroughly as possible. You're not a normal wizard, one of them told him after a particularly intense session. I've never seen absorption like yours. Most people who try it burn out their own cores. But you're built for it. Is that good or bad? Depends on who you're fighting. The instructor's expression was thoughtful. For your enemies? Very, very bad. Fleur trained alongside him, pushing herself to match his pace despite her own course load and social obligations. She didn't have his absorption ability, but she had raw power and a vicious creativity that the combat instructors quickly learned to respect. Her Vila fire proved adaptable far beyond its traditional uses. She learned to shape it into weapons, barriers, traps, even, eventually, a kind of cutting beam that could slice through defensive wards like paper. The instructors were particularly impressed by her willingness to experiment, to push boundaries that other students might have respected. You two complement each other, Maxime observed during one of her periodic visits to the training facility. His defense, her offense. His caution, her aggression. If you learn to fight together, we will, Fleur said, before Harry could respond. We already are. It was true. The more they trained, the more their combat styles synchronized. Harry would absorb incoming attacks, buying Fleur time to charge her fire. Fleur would launch offensive strikes, creating openings for Harry to counterattack. They learned to communicate through glances and gestures, to anticipate each other's movements without verbal coordination. By May, they could hold their own against two instructors simultaneously, a feat that would have been impossible for students 3 years their senior. By June, they were beginning to win. The letter arrived on the last day of spring term. Harry was alone in his dormitory, packing for the summer holidays. Fleur had insisted he spend them at the Delacour estate again, and he'd agreed without argument, when the owl appeared at his window. It wasn't a standard delivery bird. This was a magnificent grey eagle owl, the kind that wealthy families used for important correspondence. And the letter it carried bore the seal of the British Ministry of Magic. Harry's stomach tightened as he broke the seal. Dear Mr. Potter, we regret to inform you that, pursuant to international magical law enforcement cooperation statutes, the British Ministry has filed a formal request for your extradition from France. You are charged with unauthorized departure from magical jurisdiction, fraudulent use of assumed identity, and conspiracy to evade lawful educational requirements. These charges carry penalties of up to 3 years detention in a juvenile magical facility. You are required to appear before the International Confederation of Wizards Tribunal on July 15 to answer these charges. Failure to appear will result in additional charges and potential international enforcement action. We encourage you to seek legal counsel and to cooperate fully with this process. Regards, Cornelius Fudge. Minister for Magic. Harry read the letter twice, his mind cataloguing the implications with cold precision. This wasn't really about legal charges. The accusations were flimsy, barely sustainable under international law. This was Dumbledore, using the Ministry as a proxy, creating official pretexts to drag Harry back to Britain. If Harry appeared before the tribunal, he'd be surrounded by British officials on what amounted to British territory. If he refused to appear, he'd become a fugitive from international law, making France's protection of him diplomatically untenable. It was elegant, in a vicious way. Dumbledore had found an angle that Beauxbatons couldn't shield him from. Harry set the letter aside and went to find Fleur. "He can't do this," Fleur said, her voice tight with fury. "The charges are nonsense. Unauthorized departure. You were 11 years old. Fraudulent use of assumed identity. You changed your name to protect yourself from the people who left you with abusive relatives. Legal merit doesn't matter." Harry was pacing, thinking, calculating. Dumbledore doesn't need to win the case. He just needs me in a room where he has more influence than I do. Then don't go. Refuse the summons. And become an international fugitive. That gives him even more leverage. He'll claim I'm a flight risk, demand that France hand me over for protective custody. Fleur fell silent, recognizing the trap. "There has to be another option," she said finally. "Some legal maneuver, some loophole, there might be." Harry stopped pacing, a new thought crystallizing. "The charges are against Harry Potter. Not Henri Beaumont. What difference does that make? Beauxbatons admitted me as Henri Beaumont. The French ministry has records of Henri Beaumont attending school, living legally, committing no crimes. If I can establish that Henri Beaumont is a legitimate identity, not a fraud, not a disguise, but a real person, then the charges don't apply to you." Fleur's eyes widened. "Is that even possible? In France? Maybe. French magical law recognizes identity changes under certain circumstances, protection from persecution, escape from abusive situations. If I can prove that Harry Potter was subject to systematic mistreatment, and that Henri Beaumont was created as a necessary protective measure, then you're not committing fraud. You're exercising a legal right." Fleur was nodding now, catching on. "But you'd need evidence. Documentation of the abuse, testimony from witnesses. I have memories. The same ones I showed Maxime." Harry resumed pacing, but with purpose now rather than frustration. "And Gringotts has records, the stipends Dumbledore authorized for my care, the adoption attempts he blocked, the decisions made in my name without my knowledge or consent. You'd be exposing Dumbledore publicly. Accusing him of exactly what he did." Harry's voice hardened. "I didn't want this fight. I wanted to disappear, to build a new life, to leave Harry Potter behind. But he won't let me. So if Dumbledore wants a confrontation, I'll give him one." He turned to face Fleur directly. "I need your help. Your family's connections in the French ministry, your father's understanding of magical law. This won't work without backing from people who know how to navigate the system. You'll have it. No hesitation, no conditions. My family is already on your side. When they hear about this, when Papa hears what Dumbledore is trying to do, then let's go tell them." Harry moved toward the door. "We have 6 weeks before the tribunal. That's enough time to build a case, if we start now. Fleur followed him, her earlier fury transformed into determination. Henri? Yes. Whatever happens with the tribunal, whatever Dumbledore tries, I'm with you. All the way. Harry paused at the doorway, looking back at her. In the shaft of afternoon light from the window, she looked like something out of legend, fierce and beautiful and absolutely committed. I know, he said. That's why we're going to win. The Delacour estate was transformed into a war room. Monsieur Delacour proved to be exactly the ally Harry needed. 20 years in the French ministry had given him an encyclopedic understanding of magical law, and his reaction to the British extradition request was a cold fury that matched his daughter's. This is an abuse of international process, he said, reviewing the documents Harry had brought. The charges are technically valid under the letter of the law, but the spirit, the intent, is clearly punitive rather than protective. No legitimate tribunal should accept this. But they might accept it anyway, Harry said. If Dumbledore has enough influence with the ICW. He has some. But so do we. Delacour began making notes on a separate parchment. The key is documentation. If we can prove that Henri Beaumont's identity was created under legitimate protective circumstances, the fraud charge evaporates. And without that charge, the others become meaningless. You can't be extradited for unauthorized departure if you were fleeing abuse that the British magical community knowingly permitted. What do you need from me? Everything. Memories, documents, testimony. The Gringotts records you mentioned, those will be crucial. And we'll need witnesses who can speak to your treatment at the Dursleys' hands. The Dursleys won't testify against themselves. They won't need to. There are magical ways to verify memories, to prove that what you experienced was real. French law accepts pensive evidence in cases like this. Harry nodded slowly. He'd expected that sharing his memories would be part of the process, but the reality of it, of letting strangers see his worst moments, his deepest humiliations, made something cold settle in his stomach. But it was necessary. And necessary things, he'd learned, had to be done regardless of comfort. There's something else, he said. The attack in Marseille. The Covenant of the Hallows. They're still out there, and they'll probably try again. Delacour's expression shifted. You think they're connected to the extradition request? Maybe not directly. But Dumbledore wants me back in Britain, and the Covenant wants me dead or captured. If I'm fighting legal battles while simultaneously defending against assassination attempts, you'll be vulnerable. Delacour set down his quill. Then we need to pursue both fronts simultaneously. The legal defense and the security preparations. I can call in favors from the ministry, arrange additional protection. With respect, sir, government protection didn't stop the Marseille attack. No. It didn't. The older man was quiet for a moment. What do you suggest? Harry had been thinking about this since the attack. Thinking about the training he'd undergone, the skills he'd developed, the cold reality of facing enemies who would never stop coming. I need to find them, he said. The Covenant. Not wait for them to attack again, but hunt them the way they're hunting me. Disrupt their operations, identify their members, make it too expensive for them to keep coming after me. That's dangerous. And possibly illegal. So is trying to kill children on school outings. Harry met Delacour's eyes steadily. I'm not asking permission. I'm asking for resources. Intelligence contacts who might know about Covenant operations. Training in investigative techniques. Anything that helps me understand who these people are and how to stop them. Delacour studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You're not really 11 years old, are you? I keep hearing that. Because it's true. The older man leaned back in his chair. Very well. I have contacts in the DMLE, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who track dark organizations across Europe. They've been aware of Covenant activity for years, though they've never been able to penetrate the organization effectively. I can arrange introductions. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The people I'm putting you in contact with are dangerous in their own right. They'll expect results, and they won't be gentle about how they get them. Delacour paused. Are you sure about this path, Henri? Once you start hunting hunters, there's no going back to being a normal student. Harry thought of the cupboard. Of Dumbledore's manipulations. Of assassins descending through a cathedral ceiling to kill children. I stopped being a normal student the day someone decided I was a weapon to be wielded, he said. The only choice I have now is whether to be someone else's weapon or my own. The weeks before the tribunal passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent his mornings with legal advisors, reviewing documents and practicing testimony. His afternoons were consumed by combat training, now intensified by the knowledge that another attack could come at any moment. And his evenings belonged to a gray-eyed woman named Margot who had been introduced simply as someone who knows things. Margot was, as far as Harry could determine, some kind of intelligence operative. She never confirmed which organization she worked for, never explained how she knew what she knew, and never asked questions that suggested she saw Harry as anything other than a professional contact. What she did provide was information. The Covenant of the Hallows has existed for approximately 400 years, she told him during their first meeting, in a nondescript café in Perpignan. They emerged from the remnants of several older organizations, Grindelwald supporters, Peveril cultists, various dark wizard factions who became convinced that the Hallows were the key to magical supremacy. Do they have all 3 Hallows? Unknown. Our intelligence suggests they have fragments, pieces of information, possible locations, items they believe are Hallows but may be fakes. Margot's expression was professionally neutral. What they definitely have is resources. Money, political connections, skilled operatives. The attack in Marseille was crude by their standards, usually they're more subtle. Why attack openly then? Because you're valuable enough to justify the risk. And because they're getting desperate. She slid a folder across the table. There's been increased Covenant activity across Europe in recent months. Attacks on archives, kidnappings of scholars who specialize in Peveril history, even attempts to break into Gringotts vaults associated with old families. They're looking for something specific. They're looking for someone specific. You. Margot's eyes met his. The Covenant believes that a true heir of the Peverils will have an instinctive connection to the Hallows, the ability to sense them, to call them, to unite them in ways that ordinary wizards can't. They've been waiting centuries for someone who matches their prophecies. And they think I'm that person. Your blood says you might be. The fact that you survived Voldemort's killing curse, an artifact of death magic if there ever was one, supports the theory. And... She hesitated. And there have been reports. Unusual magical signatures emanating from your location. Power fluctuations that match no known pattern. Whatever you are, Henri Beaumont, you're not a normal wizard. Harry thought of his absorption ability, of the wandless casting, of the silver sorting result that had marked him as something unprecedented. If I'm what they think I am, he said slowly, then they're not going to stop. Ever. No matter how many operatives I defeat or how much it costs them. Probably not. Margot's voice was matter-of-fact. Which is why the smart move would be to give them what they want. Excuse me. Not actually join them, obviously. But make them think you might. Get inside their organization, learn their secrets, identify their leaders. Turn their obsession with you into a vulnerability. Harry considered the suggestion. It was cold, ruthless, and exactly the kind of thinking he'd been developing over months of training and preparation. That's a long game, he said. And dangerous. Everything about your situation is dangerous. The question is whether you want to be reactive, waiting for the next attack, the next extradition request, the next attempt to control you, or proactive. She stood, gathering her things. Think about it. When you're ready to discuss specifics, contact me through the usual channels. She paused at the door. And Henri? The tribunal in 2 weeks. Win it. Losing would make everything else considerably more complicated. The night before the tribunal, Harry couldn't sleep. He stood at the window of his guest room in the Delacour estate, watching moonlight silver the mountain peaks, and tried to prepare himself for what was coming. Tomorrow he would face Albus Dumbledore in a formal legal setting. He would tell his story, the cupboard, the abuse, the systematic neglect, to strangers who would judge whether his actions had been justified. He would submit to examination of his most private memories, let pensive evidence prove what had been done to him. And if he won, if the tribunal ruled in his favor, he would become something more than a fugitive or a victim. He would become a precedent. Proof that even the most famous wizards could be held accountable, that children had the right to escape situations that adults had arranged for them. But if he lost? Harry didn't let himself think about that possibility. Losing wasn't an option. Too much depended on this going right. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Fleur entered, wearing a dressing gown over her nightclothes, her silver blonde hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger this way, closer to her actual age, without the polished presentation she usually maintained. I couldn't sleep either, she said, settling onto the window seat beside him. Kept thinking about tomorrow. Me too. Are you scared? Harry considered the question honestly. Not of the tribunal itself. The legal strategy is solid, and your father's team has prepared me well. I'm scared of what comes after. After? If we win, Dumbledore doesn't just accept defeat. He finds another angle, another approach. And the Covenant is still out there, and Voldemort's remnants are still watching, and, he broke off, frustrated by his own spiraling thoughts. There's always another threat. Another complication. Another reason I can't just be. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, do you remember what you told me, that first night at my house? When you explained why you ran from Britain? I said a lot of things that night. You said you wanted to be someone other than what they decided you should be. She shifted to face him more directly. You've done that, Henri. You escaped an impossible situation, reinvented yourself, built skills and alliances that most adults couldn't manage. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens after, you've already proven that you're more than the role they assigned you. That doesn't feel like enough. It's not. It won't be, probably ever. That's what it means to be the person you're becoming. She reached out, touching his hand briefly. But you're not doing it alone. That matters, doesn't it? Harry looked at her, this fierce, beautiful girl who had chosen to stand with him despite the danger, who had trained alongside him and fought beside him and refused to let him face his battles alone. It matters, he said. More than I know how to say. Then don't say it. Just remember it. Tomorrow, and every day after. She stood, moving toward the door. Get some sleep, Henri. You'll need it. Fleur. She paused, looking back. Thank you. For everything. Her smile was soft, genuine, nothing like the sharp expression she usually wore. That's what partners are for. The International Confederation of Wizards Tribunal convened in Geneva, in a chamber that had hosted magical disputes for 3 centuries. Harry arrived with his legal team, Monsieur Delacour, 2 French ministry advocates, and a retired ICW judge who had agreed to consult on the case. They took their places at a table facing the tribunal bench, where 7 judges from different nations sat in formal robes. Across the aisle, the British delegation was already seated. Ministry officials, legal representatives, and Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard looked exactly as Harry remembered him, tall, silver-bearded, radiating grandfatherly warmth that Harry now recognized as a carefully cultivated mask. Their eyes met across the chamber, and Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the confrontation to come. Harry didn't return the gesture. This tribunal will come to order. The chief judge, a severe-looking witch from Germany, rapped her gavel. We are here to consider the extradition request filed by the British Ministry of Magic regarding one Henri Beaumont, also known as Harry Potter. The charges are unauthorized departure from magical jurisdiction, fraudulent use of assumed identity, and conspiracy to evade lawful educational requirements. She turned to the British delegation. Counsel for the petitioner, you may present your case. The British argument was precisely what Harry had expected. Harry Potter, they claimed, was a British magical citizen who had fled his legal guardians and assumed a false identity to evade his educational obligations. His placement with the Dursley family had been authorized by proper magical authorities and was protected by powerful blood wards that ensured his safety. By rejecting Hogwarts and leaving Britain, he had endangered himself and potentially undermined magical security measures of vital importance. They spoke for over an hour, laying out a narrative that painted Harry as a confused child, manipulated by foreign influences, in need of rescue from his own poor judgment. Through it all, Harry sat motionless, his expression carefully controlled. When the British finished, the chief judge turned to the defense table. Counsel for the respondent. Monsieur Delacour rose, adjusting his robes with the deliberate calm of someone who knew exactly how strong his position was. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. The defense will demonstrate that the charges against Mr. Beaumont are not only legally unsound, but represent a fundamental abuse of international process, an attempt to use this tribunal as a tool for recapturing a child who legally and justifiably fled from systematic abuse. A murmur ran through the gallery. The British delegation shifted uncomfortably. We will present evidence, Delacour continued, including pensive memories, financial records, and testimony from qualified experts, proving that Mr. Potter's placement with the Dursley family was not protective custody but active endangerment. We will show that Albus Dumbledore, acting as magical guardian, knowingly left a child in conditions of neglect and abuse while blocking multiple attempts by other families to provide proper care. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry saw something flicker in his eyes. Furthermore, we will demonstrate that the identity of Henri Beaumont was not fraudulent but constituted a legitimate protective measure under French magical law, one that Mr. Potter was entitled to claim given the circumstances of his treatment. The crime he is accused of committing was, in fact, an act of self-preservation against adults who had failed in their fundamental duty of care. Delacour paused, letting his words settle over the chamber. We do not ask this tribunal to pity Mr. Potter. We ask it to recognize that children have rights, including the right to escape situations that endanger them, and the right to build new lives when their original circumstances become intolerable. Ruling against Mr. Beaumont would set a dangerous precedent, that magical children can be trapped in abusive situations with no legal recourse, their fates determined entirely by adults who have already demonstrated willingness to harm them. He sat down. The chamber was silent. The evidence phase took most of the day. Harry's memories were the hardest part, extracted carefully, displayed in a pensieve for the tribunal to examine. The cupboard. The hunger. The beatings that followed any display of accidental magic. Vernon's rage and Petunia's cold indifference and Dudley's gleeful cruelty. He watched the judges' faces as they viewed his childhood, saw horror and disgust replace their professional neutrality. One of them, an elderly wizard from Spain, had to look away. The Gringotts records followed, documentation of the monthly stipends Dumbledore had authorized for Harry's care, none of which had ever reached the child they were meant to support. Records of the 6 families who had attempted to gain custody, all blocked by Dumbledore's intervention. Financial trails that told a story of systematic neglect and calculated control. By the time the defense rested, the mood in the chamber had shifted decisively. Dumbledore's testimony was the last element of the British case. He took the stand with the same grandfatherly confidence he'd displayed throughout, but there was a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. Professor Dumbledore, the British counsel began, can you explain the reasoning behind Mr. Potter's placement with the Dursley family? Of course. Dumbledore's voice was calm, measured. When Harry's parents were killed, I faced a difficult choice. Voldemort's followers were still active, and many of them would have sought to harm or capture the child who had destroyed their master. The blood wards I established at the Dursley residence, powered by Lily Potter's sacrifice, provided protection that no other location could match. And the reports of mistreatment? I monitored the situation as closely as possible. I believed, and still believe, that the protection afforded by the blood wards outweighed any discomfort Harry might have experienced in that household. Discomfort? The word came from Harry, spoken quietly but clearly enough to carry through the chamber. Every eye turned to him. I apologize, he said, not sounding apologetic at all. But I would like to clarify for the tribunal what Professor Dumbledore means by discomfort. Does he mean the cupboard I slept in for 10 years? The meals I was denied? The beatings I received when my magic manifested? Or perhaps he means the complete isolation from the magical world, the letters addressed to my cupboard that proved Hogwarts knew exactly how I was being treated? The British Council tried to interrupt, but the Chief Judge held up her hand. Mr. Potter, Mr. Beaumont, you will have an opportunity for direct testimony. For now, with respect, Madam Chief Justice, I've already provided testimony through pensive memories. Professor Dumbledore is attempting to minimize years of abuse as discomfort. I believe the tribunal deserves clarity on this point. The chamber was utterly silent. Dumbledore turned to face Harry directly, and for the first time, the mask slipped entirely. His expression wasn't grandfatherly anymore, it was cold, calculating, the face of a man whose careful plans were crumbling around him. Harry, he said quietly, everything I did was to protect you. The prophecy doesn't excuse child abuse. Harry's voice was steady. And it doesn't give you the right to decide my life for me. You don't understand what's at stake, I understand perfectly. Voldemort might return, and you need a weapon to fight him. That's what I am to you, not a person, not a child who deserved care and protection, but a tool to be shaped and deployed when convenient. Harry stood, addressing the tribunal directly. I refuse to be that tool. I've built a new life, in a country that has treated me with more dignity in 1 year than the British magical world showed me in 11. And I'm asking this tribunal to recognize my right to keep that life. The Chief Judge studied him for a long moment. Does the defense have anything to add? No, Madam Chief Justice. Delacour's voice carried quiet satisfaction. The respondent has said everything that needs to be said. The tribunal recessed for deliberation. Harry waited in an antechamber with his legal team, trying not to pace, trying not to let the tension show on his face. Fleur sat beside him, her presence a steady anchor against the storm of uncertainty. You did well, she said quietly. Better than well. When you confronted Dumbledore, I wasn't planning to do that. It just happened. Sometimes the unplanned moments are the most powerful. She touched his hand briefly. Whatever they decide, you told your truth. That matters. The door opened. A tribunal clerk appeared, expression neutral. The judges have reached a verdict. All parties are requested to return to the chamber. Harry stood, straightening his robes, and walked back to face his judgment. This tribunal has carefully considered the evidence presented by both parties, the Chief Judge announced, her voice carrying through the hushed chamber. We find as follows. Harry held his breath. On the charge of unauthorized departure from magical jurisdiction, the tribunal finds that Mr. Potter's departure from Britain was a justified response to conditions that endangered his well-being. The charge is dismissed. A murmur ran through the gallery. On the charge of fraudulent use of assumed identity, the tribunal finds that the identity of Henri Beaumont was created under circumstances that French magical law recognizes as legitimate protective measures. The charge is dismissed. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. On the charge of conspiracy to evade lawful educational requirements, the tribunal finds that Mr. Potter is currently enrolled in and attending a recognized magical educational institution. The charge is dismissed. She paused, surveying the chamber. Furthermore, This tribunal notes with concern the evidence presented regarding Mr. Potter's treatment during his placement with the Desley family. We recommend that the British Ministry conduct a thorough review of magical guardian policies, with particular attention to oversight of child welfare in mixed magical Muggle households. Her gaze found Dumbledore. And we recommend that any future attempts to use international legal processes to circumvent a child's legitimate exercise of protective rights be treated as abuse of process, subject to sanctions. The gavel fell. This tribunal is adjourned. The aftermath was chaos. Reporters who had been observing the proceedings surged forward, shouting questions. British officials clustered around Dumbledore, their expressions ranging from shock to barely concealed fury. The French delegation was celebrating openly, embracing Harry and each other in a display of national pride. Through it all, Harry felt strangely detached. He'd won. He'd actually won. Dumbledore found him near the chamber exit, approaching through the crowd with the particular determination of someone who refused to accept defeat. "This isn't over, Harry." "Yes, it is." Harry met his eyes without flinching. The tribunal ruled. "Henri Beaumont is a legitimate identity, and you have no claim on him. The prophecy is your problem, not mine. If Voldemort returns, deal with him yourself. You're the most powerful wizard of your generation, aren't you? Surely you don't need an 11-year-old to fight your battles." Dumbledore's expression flickered, frustration, perhaps, or something closer to desperation. "You don't understand what you're giving up. The magical world the magical world left me in a cupboard. It can solve its own problems." Harry turned away, then paused. "One more thing, Professor. If you ever try to control my life again, through legal processes, political manipulation, or any other means, I will make sure the whole world knows exactly what kind of guardian you really were. The memories I showed the tribunal today were edited. I have more." He walked out of the chamber, leaving Dumbledore standing alone in the crowd. That night, at the Delacour estate, there was a celebration. Family, friends, legal team members who had worked tirelessly for weeks, they all gathered to toast Harry's victory and the precedent it had set. Monsieur Delacour made a speech about justice and the importance of standing up for those who couldn't stand for themselves. Apollon served food that seemed to appear from nowhere in endless quantities. Harry participated, smiled, accepted congratulations graciously. But part of him remained watchful. Alert. Aware that this victory, however significant, was only one battle in a much longer war. Fleur found him on the terrace, away from the celebration, staring up at the stars. "You should be inside. People want to thank you." "I'll go back in a minute." He didn't take his eyes from the sky. "I'm just processing." "Processing that you won?" "Processing that winning doesn't change the fundamental situation." He turned to face her. "Dumbledore will find other approaches. The Covenant is still hunting me. And somewhere out there, Voldemort's remnants are watching, waiting, planning. Today's victory bought me breathing room, not safety." "I know." Fleur moved to stand beside him. "But breathing room matters. Time to train, to grow stronger, to build the alliances you'll need for whatever comes next. You make it sound simple. It's not. But it's not impossible either." She was quiet for a moment. "A year ago, you were alone. An abused child fleeing the only world he'd ever known, with nothing but his magic and his determination. Now look at you. Friends, family, international legal victories, combat training that would impress professional aurors. You've built something real, Henri. Something worth protecting." Harry looked at her, at the moonlight silver in her hair, at the conviction in her eyes. "How do you stay so optimistic?" "I'm not optimistic. I'm stubborn." She smiled slightly. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "Optimism believes things will work out. Stubbornness refuses to accept that they won't." She touched his arm. "Come back inside. Tomorrow we can worry about the Covenant and Dumbledore and the future. Tonight, let yourself celebrate. Harry took a deep breath, letting the mountain air fill his lungs. All right, he said. Tonight, we celebrate. He followed her back into the light and warmth of the gathering, leaving the darkness, for now, behind. But even as he smiled and accepted congratulations, part of his mind was already planning. The tribunal victory had changed the game. It had given him legitimacy, protection, standing in the international magical community. Now it was time to use that position to go on the offensive. The Covenant had hunted him long enough. It was time for Henri Beaumont to hunt back. Chapter 3 End. Next January 15th. What if Harry rejected Hogwarts and fled to Beauxbatons? Chapter 4, The Alliance. 2 years changed everything and nothing. Harry stood at the window of his private quarters in Beauxbatons, watching dawn paint the Pyrenees in shades of gold and rose, and took stock of who he had become. 14 years old now, though he felt decades older. Taller by several inches, his frame filled out by years of rigorous physical training. His magic had matured alongside his body, the raw power of his childhood refined into something precise and deadly. He was no longer the desperate boy who had fled Britain with nothing but determination and stolen gold. He was Henri Beaumont, rising star of Beauxbatons Academy, wandless prodigy, survivor of assassination attempts, victor in international tribunals. And he was still being hunted. The Covenant had gone quiet after the Marseille attack, not disbanded, according to Margot's intelligence network, but regrouping. They'd lost operatives, exposed their existence to French authorities, failed in their primary objective. Organizations like that didn't simply give up, but they did learn from their mistakes. The next attempt would be smarter. More subtle. Harder to see coming. Harry had used the breathing room to prepare. 2 years of advanced combat training, of intelligence gathering, of building a network of allies and informants across magical Europe. He'd learned to fight like an Auror, think like a spy, and plan like a general. But preparation without action was just another form of waiting. And Harry was done waiting. The knock at his door came precisely at 7, as expected. Come in. Fleur entered, already dressed in her training clothes, fitted robes that allowed freedom of movement, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid. At 15, she'd grown into the beauty her Villa heritage promised, but there was steel beneath the surface that most people missed. Harry never missed it. Ready? She asked. Almost. He turned from the window, reaching for his own training robes. Any news from your father? The French ministry is sending an observer to the Triwizard tournament. Papa thinks it's political posturing, reminding Britain that France is watching how they treat their students, but it gives us an excuse to be at Hogwarts without raising suspicion. When was the last time Beauxbatons participated in the tournament? Nearly 50 years. The death toll was getting embarrassing. Fleur's tone was dry. They've supposedly made it safer since then. I'll believe that when I see it. Harry finished dressing and moved toward the door. Walk with me. We need to discuss strategy before the training session. They fell into step together, moving through Beauxbaton's elegant corridors with the unconscious synchronization of people who had spent years fighting side by side. Other students stepped aside as they passed, a mixture of respect and wariness in their expressions. Henri Beaumont and Fleur Delacour had become something of a legend at the Academy. The wandless prodigy and the Villa fire wielder. The pair who had survived assassination attempts, won international legal battles, and consistently performed magic years beyond their level. They were admired, envied, and quietly feared. Harry found the reputation useful, if occasionally exhausting. The tournament is an opportunity, he said as they descended toward the training facilities. Dumbledore will be distracted by hosting duties. Security will be focused on the champions and the tasks. And we'll have legitimate access to Hogwarts for the first time since I left Britain. You want to search for something. I want to search for several things. The castle is old, older than Beauxbatons, and it holds secrets that Dumbledore has been hoarding for decades. Information about the Hallows, about the prophecy, about what really happened the night Voldemort attacked my family. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then, you think the answers are at Hogwarts? I think some of them are. Dumbledore's spent 60 years accumulating knowledge and power in that castle. He's not going to keep his most important secrets in a vault somewhere, he'll keep them close, where he can access them. And you think you can break into Dumbledore's private archives while you're supposed to be watching a tournament? I think I can try. Harry glanced at her. Unless you have a better suggestion. Actually, I do. Fleur stopped walking, turning to face him directly. Let me enter the tournament. Harry blinked. What? Beauxbatons is allowed one champion. The selection process involves putting your name in the Goblet of Fire, a magical artifact that chooses the most worthy candidate from each school. Her expression was intent. If I'm selected, I'll have unrestricted access to the castle. I'll be invited into areas that observers won't be able to reach. And while everyone's attention is on the champion, you can move freely. That's dangerous. The tournament tasks are designed to be life-threatening. I can handle life-threatening. We've trained for exactly this kind of situation. Not against whatever the tournament organizers dream up. The tasks are kept secret until the last moment, you won't be able to prepare specifically. Which is why I'll prepare generally. Fleur's voice carried quiet confidence. I've spent 2 years training with you, Henri. Combat magic, defensive techniques, environmental manipulation. I'm not the same girl who set fire to a cathedral ceiling because it was the only weapon she had. Harry studied her, recognizing the determination in her eyes. She'd made up her mind before coming to him, this conversation was notification, not negotiation. And if you're not selected? Then we fall back to your original plan. But I will be selected. A small smile crossed her face. I've been preparing for this since the tournament was announced. I wanted to make sure I was ready before I told you. How long have you been planning this? 3 months. Harry couldn't help but laugh, a rare sound, these days. You've been keeping secrets from me. I've been preparing a surprise. There's a difference. She resumed walking toward the training facility. Now come on. If I'm going to win a deadly tournament, I need to practice. The training session was brutal, as always. Madame Maxime had maintained Harry's supplementary instruction throughout his time at Beauxbatons, bringing in increasingly skilled opponents to push his limits. Today's instructor was a former French auror named Beaumont, no relation to Harry's assumed name, though the coincidence had caused some initial confusion, who specialized in multi-opponent combat. Again, Beaumont commanded as Harry picked himself up from the training floor for the 3rd time. You're telegraphing your movements. A skilled opponent will read your intentions before you've finished forming them. I'm controlling my body language, your magic is the problem. You broadcast your intent through your aura before your body moves. It's a common issue with wandless casters, you're so connected to your magic that it becomes a tell. Harry frowned, considering the feedback. He'd worked hard to eliminate physical tells from his combat style, but it hadn't occurred to him that his magic itself might give him away. How do I fix it? Mental discipline. Learn to hold your intent in reserve until the moment of casting. Make your magic as deceptive as your body. Beaumont gestured toward the practice ring. Again. And this time, try to surprise me. They went another round. And another. By the 10th repetition, Harry was beginning to understand what Beaumont meant, the difference between thinking about a spell and committing to it, the split-second delay between decision and action that could be exploited. By the 20th, he'd managed to land his first clean hit. Better, Beaumont acknowledged, touching the spot on his ribs where Harry's stunning spell had connected. Much better. You have talent, Mr. Beaumont. More than most students twice your age. But talent without discipline is just potential waiting to fail. I understand. Do you? The Auror's eyes were sharp. "I've heard the rumors about you. The tribunal, the assassination attempts, the mysterious background. You've survived things that would have broken most adults. But survival isn't the same as victory. The enemies you're making won't be content to just fail, they'll learn from their mistakes and come back harder." "I know. That's why I'm training. Training is part of it. The other part is wisdom, knowing which battles to fight, when to strike, and when to retreat." Beaumont picked up his equipment bag. "You're 14 years old, Mr. Beaumont. You have decades ahead of you. Don't throw them away trying to win everything at once." He left Harry alone in the training room, sweating and aching and thinking about the tournament to come. Fleur's session was in the adjacent chamber, and Harry paused to watch through the observation window. She was practicing against 3 training dummies enchanted to simulate combat opponents, a standard exercise, but Fleur had modified it to include environmental hazards. Flames erupted from her hands in controlled bursts, each one precisely targeted, while the floor beneath the dummies had been transformed into shifting sand that hampered their movement. It was impressive. More than impressive, it was the kind of integrated combat approach that most wizards never achieved. "She's remarkable," Maxime said, appearing beside Harry with the particular silence of someone who had lived among giants. "The most talented student Beauxbatons has seen in a generation, perhaps 2. She's been pushing herself hard since the tournament was announced." "I know. I approved her training modifications." The headmistress's expression was thoughtful. "She wants to enter as Beauxbaton's champion. She came to me last week to discuss it. She mentioned it this morning. And what do you think?" Harry watched Fleur dispatch the final dummy with a combination of fire and wand work that bordered on artistic. "I think she's capable. I think she's prepared. And I think she's going to do it whether I approve or not." "That doesn't answer my question." "No. It doesn't." Harry turned to face Maxime directly. "I think the tournament is an opportunity, but I'm worried about the risks. Fleur is strong, but the tasks are designed to be unpredictable. And there will be enemies at Hogwarts, people who want to hurt her specifically because of her connection to me." "That's true. But it's also true that Fleur has chosen this path herself. She's not your responsibility to protect, Mr. Beaumont. She's your partner, which means trusting her judgment even when it frightens you." Harry absorbed that silently. "Besides," Maxime continued, "you'll be there. Beauxbatons is sending a delegation of 20 students to observe the tournament. As our most distinguished student, your presence is expected. I assumed I'd be attending. I want to investigate while, I know what you want to investigate." Maxime's voice sharpened slightly. "I'm not blind to your activities, Mr. Beaumont. The intelligence contacts, the information gathering, the quiet preparations for actions you haven't yet taken. I've allowed it because I believe you're trying to protect yourself rather than cause harm. But I need you to understand something." "What?" "Hogwarts is Dumbledore's territory. Whatever you're planning to do there, he will notice. He will respond. And France's ability to protect you diminishes significantly when you're inside his castle. I know the risks." "Do you? Really?" Maxime's expression was troubled. "You've grown formidable, Henri. In 2 years, you've become something that even experienced Aurors would hesitate to confront. But Dumbledore has been formidable for over a century. He's defeated Dark Lords, shaped governments, accumulated more knowledge and power than perhaps any wizard living. Underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. I'm not underestimating him. I'm planning around him. See that you do." Maxime moved toward the door. "The delegation leaves in 3 weeks. I expect you and Miss Delacour to represent Beauxbatons with dignity, and to return safely when the tournament concludes. Whatever else you accomplish is your own affair." She left Harry alone with his thoughts and the distant sound of Fleur's training. The weeks before departure passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent his days in intensive training sessions and his evenings reviewing everything he knew about Hogwarts, its layout, its defenses, its secrets. The castle was one of the most heavily warded structures in the magical world, protected by a millennium of accumulated enchantments. Breaking into its restricted areas would require careful planning and considerable audacity. He also spent time with Margot, the intelligence operative who had become his primary source of information about magical Europe's underworld. The Covenant has been active, she told him during one of their meetings, this one in a safe house outside Toulouse. Small operations, nothing like the Marseille attack, but they're definitely preparing for something. Do we know what? Not specifically. But our sources suggest they're gathering resources, money, equipment, personnel. The kind of build-up you'd expect before a major operation. Time to coincide with the tournament? Possibly. The tournament brings together students and officials from 3 major schools. It would be an attractive target for anyone wanting to make a statement. Or to capture specific individuals in the chaos. Harry considered the implications. Can we increase security for the Beauxbatons delegation? I've already arranged for additional watchers. But Hogwarts is outside our normal operational area, and Dumbledore won't appreciate foreign intelligence assets inside his school. We'll be limited in what we can do. Then I'll need to handle my own security. That's what I was afraid you'd say. Margot's expression was professionally neutral, but Harry had learned to read the concern beneath. You're going into hostile territory, Henri. Dumbledore wants to control you, the Covenant wants to capture you, and there's still the matter of Voldemort's remnants waiting to see what happens. That's a lot of enemies to manage simultaneously. I've managed before. You've survived before. That's not the same thing. She slid a folder across the table. New intelligence on Covenant leadership. We've identified 2 of their inner circle, Augustus Rookwood, a former unspeakable who was supposedly imprisoned after the last war, and someone called, the Architect, whose real identity remains unknown. Rookwood is the operational leader, the Architect appears to be the strategic mastermind. Harry opened the folder, scanning the contents. Rookwood's file was detailed, a career in the Department of Mysteries, expertise in prophecy and artifact research, a death-defying escape from Azkaban that had been covered up by the British Ministry. If Rookwood is alive and free, why isn't the British Ministry hunting him? Because officially, he's still in Azkaban. Someone is protecting him, either through direct intervention or through falsified records. We don't know who. Dumbledore? Possibly. Or someone else with Ministry access. The point is that Rookwood has high-level protection, which means the Covenant's reach extends into the British government. Margot leaned forward. Be very careful who you trust at Hogwarts, Henri. The enemy might not be wearing a mask. 3 days before the delegation's departure, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Nicholas Flamel arrived at Beauxbatons without announcement, appearing in Madame Maxime's office as if he had simply always been there. The ancient alchemist looked no different than he had in portraits painted centuries ago, ageless, patient, with eyes that had seen civilizations rise and fall. Mr. Potter, he said when Harry was summoned to meet him. Or should I call you Mr. Beaumont? I find the multiplicity of identities somewhat confusing at my age. Henri is fine. Harry took the offered seat, studying the man who had achieved immortality through alchemy. I wasn't expecting you, Master Flamel. No, I imagine not. I've been observing your development from a distance. Perenelle and I take a particular interest in unusual magical talents. Flamel's expression was thoughtful. Your abilities are quite remarkable. The wandless casting, the spell absorption, the silver affinity in your sorting. None of these things are unprecedented individually, but together they suggest something significant. You know what I am. I know what you might be. What you're becoming. The two aren't necessarily the same thing. Flamel produced a small box from his robes. I've brought you something. A gift, or perhaps a test, the distinction often blurs at my age. Harry accepted the box carefully, sensing the weight of old magic emanating from it. Inside, resting on faded velvet, was a ring. The design was simple, a band of tarnished silver with a black stone set in the center. But the stone itself seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and when Harry looked at it directly, he felt a strange pull in his chest. "What is this?" "Something I've guarded for a very long time." Flamel's voice was quiet. "The stone is called the Resurrection Stone. One of the 3 deathly hallows." Harry's hand jerked back from the box as if burned. "You have a hallow?" "I've had a hallow, for approximately 400 years. I acquired it from a merchant in Prague who had no idea what he possessed." Flamel smiled slightly. "The hallows have a tendency to change hands, you see. They're attracted to power, to potential, to those who might become their masters. I've been watching to see if the stone would respond to anyone more strongly than it responded to me." "And you think it responds to me?" "I think you should find out." The ancient alchemist gestured toward the ring. "Pick it up. Tell me what you feel." Harry hesitated. The hallows were dangerous, centuries of legend agreed on that point. People who sought to unite them had a tendency to die, often violently. And the Resurrection Stone in particular was said to drive its users mad with grief, showing them ghosts of loved ones who could never truly return. But he needed to know. The Covenant was hunting him because they believed he could find the hallows. If that belief had any foundation in reality, he needed to understand it. He reached into the box and picked up the ring. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Something surged through Harry's blood, not quite pain, not quite pleasure, but a recognition so profound it made his breath catch. The stone seemed to warm in his grip, its darkness deepening until it was less like a gem and more like a window into something vast and empty. And then he saw them. His parents stood before him, translucent as morning mist but unmistakably real. James Potter, with Harry's untidy hair and sharp features. Lily Potter, with the green eyes that had been passed down to her son. They looked at him with expressions of wonder, of pride, of love so intense it made Harry's throat tighten. "Harry," his mother whispered. "Oh, Harry. Look at you. We've been watching," his father added. "We've seen everything you've done. The tribunal, the training, all of it. We're so proud." Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't move. He'd seen photographs of his parents, read accounts of their lives and deaths, but nothing had prepared him for this, for actually seeing them, hearing their voices, feeling the presence of people he'd been denied for his entire life. "The stone shows you what you've lost," Lily said gently. "It's a gift and a burden, like all the hallows. But you're strong enough to bear it. Stronger than anyone realizes." "I miss you," Harry managed. "I've always missed you, even when I didn't know who you were." "We know." James moved closer, his ghostly form flickering slightly. "We're always with you, Harry. In your blood, in your magic, in the courage that's carried you this far. The stone doesn't create us, it just makes us visible." "What am I supposed to do?" "The Covenant, Dumbledore, the prophecy, you're supposed to choose." Lily's voice was firm. "That's what you've always done, Harry. You chose to leave Britain. You chose to build a new life. You chose to stand up against everyone who tried to control you. The hallows don't change that, they just give you more options. But be careful." James's expression grew serious. "The hallows are powerful, but they're not meant to be used lightly. And they attract attention, from the Covenant, from others who understand what they are. You're walking a dangerous path." The vision began to fade, the ghostly forms of his parents dissolving like fog in sunlight. "Wait," Harry said, desperately. "Please, we'll see you again." Lily's smile was radiant. "We love you, Harry. We always have, and we always will." And then they were gone. Harry came back to himself slowly, the ring still clutched in his hand. Flamel was watching him with an expression of profound interest. You saw something. My parents. Harry's voice was rough. They spoke to me. The stone shows the dead, but not all who hold it can hear them speak. You have an affinity for it, a connection that goes beyond simple possession. The ancient alchemist leaned forward. The legends say that only a true heir of the Peverils can master the Hallows completely. Based on what I've just witnessed, those legends may have some foundation in truth. What does that mean for me? It means you have a choice to make. Flamel gestured at the ring. You can keep the stone, learn to use it, accept the power and the burden it brings. Or you can give it back to me, continue your life as you have been, and hope the Covenant never finds another way to reach you. Harry looked at the ring. The black stone had returned to its dormant state, no longer pulling at his awareness, but he could still feel its presence, a weight of ancient magic waiting to be awakened. If I keep it, the Covenant will know. They'll intensify their search. Probably. But they're already searching. The question isn't whether they'll find you, it's what happens when they do. Flamel's expression was grave. With the stone, you'll have a weapon they don't expect. Without it, you're just a talented young wizard facing enemies with centuries of preparation. And the other Hallows? Do you know where they are? I have theories. The Elder Wand has been traced through history, it has a way of marking its owners through the violence of their deaths. Currently, I believe it's in Albus Dumbledore's possession, though he's never confirmed this publicly. Flamel paused. The invisibility cloak is harder to track, but certain records suggest it was in the Potter family for generations. It may have passed to you upon your parents' deaths. Harry thought of the family vault at Gringotts, the sealed Potter estate that he couldn't access until his 17th birthday. If the cloak was there, waiting for him. I need time to think about this. Of course. The choice must be yours. Flamel rose, moving toward the door with the particular grace of someone who had long since stopped being bound by physical limitations. Keep the stone for now. Let it show you what it can do. And when you're ready, when you understand what you're dealing with, come find me. We have much more to discuss. He disappeared as silently as he'd arrived, leaving Harry alone with a Deathly Hallow and more questions than answers. That night, Fleur found Harry on the roof of the Omberlund Tower. He'd discovered the access point during his first year at Beauxbatons, a forgotten stairway that led to a small platform with views of the entire mountain range. It had become his thinking spot, the place he retreated when the weight of his situation grew too heavy. You missed dinner, Fleur said, settling beside him on the cold stone. The house elves were concerned. I had things to think about. So I gathered. She glanced at his hands, where the ring now sat on his right index finger. That's new. A gift from Nicholas Flamel. Fleur's eyes widened. The Nicholas Flamel? The one who made the Philosopher's Stone. The same. He came to see me today. Apparently, he's been watching my development. Harry lifted his hand, letting moonlight catch the black stone. This is the Resurrection Stone. One of the Deathly Hallows. For a moment, Fleur said nothing. Then, that's either very good or very bad. I haven't decided which yet. Harry lowered his hand. The Covenant is hunting me because they think I can find the Hallows. Flamel gave me this because he thinks they might be right. If I keep it, I'm walking further into a danger I don't fully understand. But if I give it back, then you're just waiting for the next attack with the same resources you had before. Fleur nodded slowly. I see the dilemma. What would you do? Keep it. No hesitation. You've been preparing for a fight that's coming whether you want it or not. The stone gives you an advantage, even if it also attracts more danger. And... She paused, something softening in her expression. You saw your parents, didn't you? When you held it? Harry nodded. That's worth something too. Having a connection to the people you lost, even if it's not the same as having them back. She touched his arm briefly. You've been alone for so long, Henri. If the stone gives you family, even ghostly family, that matters. It might also drive me mad. The legends about the stone aren't exactly encouraging. The legends are about people who use the stone to try to bring back the dead permanently. You're not that stupid. Fleur's voice carried quiet confidence. You'll use it wisely, like you use everything else. That's who you are. Harry looked at her, at this fierce, brilliant girl who had stood beside him through tribunals and assassination attempts and years of preparation for battles yet to come. I don't know what I did to deserve you, he said quietly. You were interesting. Her smile was warm. And stubborn. And completely unwilling to be what everyone expected. Those are my favorite qualities in a partner. Partner. Harry returned the smile. We've been calling each other that for 2 years. I'm not sure either of us knows what it means anymore. It means we're in this together. Whatever this turns out to be. Fleur's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. The tournament, the Hallows, the Covenant, all of it. You don't have to face any of it alone. They sat in comfortable silence, watching stars will overhead, as somewhere in the distance the future waited with all its dangers and possibilities. The morning of the delegation's departure dawned grey and cold. 20 Beauxbato students gathered in the palace courtyard, their trunks and belongings loaded onto the massive carriage that would carry them to Hogwarts. Madame Maxime was overseeing final preparations, her enormous frame moving through the crowd with surprising grace. Harry stood apart from the group, running through his mental checklist one last time. The resurrection stone was secure on his finger, hidden beneath a glamour that made it look like simple jewelry. His combat training was as complete as time had allowed. His network of intelligence contacts had been briefed and would be monitoring developments from a distance. He was as ready as he could be. Nervous? Fleur appeared beside him, her Beauxbaton's robes immaculate, her expression composed. Alert. There's a difference. If you say so. She glanced toward the carriage. 3 months at Hogwarts. 3 months in Dumbledore's territory. Try not to get yourself killed. I could say the same to you. You're the one entering a deadly tournament. I'll be fine. The tasks are designed to test champions, not murder them. A small smile crossed her face. Besides, I have a very motivated partner who will be watching my back. The call came to board the carriage. Harry fell into step beside Fleur as they joined the flow of students. Remember, he said quietly. If you're selected as champion, your primary goal is surviving the tasks. Everything else, the investigation, the Hallows, the rest of it, is secondary. I know. And if things go wrong, if Dumbledore moves against me or the Covenant attacks, then I'll be right beside you. Fleur's voice was firm. We've planned for contingencies. We've trained for exactly this kind of situation. Whatever happens, we handle it together. Harry nodded, accepting her determination as he'd learned to accept so many things about her over the past 2 years. They boarded the carriage, found seats near the rear where they could observe without being observed, and watched Beauxbatons shrink below them as the flying horses carried them toward Britain. Toward Hogwarts. Toward whatever waited. The journey took most of the day. Harry spent it reviewing intelligence reports, memorizing castle layouts, and occasionally napping with the particular skill of someone who had learned to rest whenever circumstances allowed. Fleur read through a history of the Triwizard Tournament, marking passages about previous tasks and their solutions. The other students in the delegation were a mix of observers and potential champions. Several had expressed interest in entering their names in the Goblet of Fire, though Harry suspected most of them were posturing rather than serious. The tournament was dangerous, historically lethal, and few were truly prepared for what that meant. Fleur was. Harry had made sure of it. The first glimpse of Hogwarts came in late afternoon, as the carriage descended through heavy cloud cover. The castle emerged from the mist like something out of legend, towers and battlements and soaring architecture that seemed to defy gravity. It was beautiful. And dangerous. And had been the site of some of the darkest moments in British magical history. Harry felt nothing but cold assessment as they approached. The reception was everything he'd expected. Dumbledore stood at the head of a welcoming party that included Hogwarts staff, ministry officials, and what appeared to be the entire student body. His grandfatherly expression was firmly in place, though Harry caught the sharpening of attention when the old wizard's gaze found him in the Beauxbatons crowd. "Bienvenue à Hogwarts." Dumbledore called out, his French passable but accented. "Welcome, welcome. We are honored to host our friends from Beauxbatons for this historic tournament." Madame Maxime descended from the carriage first, her half-giant stature drawing murmurs from the assembled Hogwarts students. She and Dumbledore exchanged the kind of formal pleasantries that mask generations of institutional rivalry. Harry used the distraction to observe. The Hogwarts students were sorted by house, their colored ties and scarves providing easy identification. Gryffindors in red and gold, many of them watching the French visitors with poorly concealed excitement. Slytherins in green and silver, their expressions more calculating. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs filling in the spaces between. He spotted several students who stood out, a bushy-haired girl who was practically vibrating with questions, a tall red-headed boy who looked uncomfortable in dress robes, a pale blonde boy who was watching the Beauxbatons delegation with undisguised contempt. And behind Dumbledore, nearly invisible in the crowd, a figure that made Harry's magical senses prickle. The man was middle-aged, scarred, with a magical eye that swiveled independently of his natural one. He was watching Harry with an intensity that went beyond casual observation. Mad-Eye Moody, legendary auror. According to Margot's intelligence, he'd been hired as Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor this year. According to that same intelligence, something about his appointment didn't add up. Harry filed the observation away for later investigation. The feast that followed was elaborate, designed to showcase Hogwarts' hospitality and culinary capabilities. The Beauxbatons delegation was seated at a table near the staff platform, giving Harry an excellent view of the room's political dynamics. Dumbledore presided with his usual air of benevolent omniscience, introducing the tournament officials and explaining the selection process. The Goblet of Fire, an ancient artifact that would choose one champion from each school, sat on a pedestal near the entrance, blue flames dancing within its rough wooden cup. "Any student of age may enter their name," Dumbledore announced. "The goblet will examine all entries and select the champion it deems most worthy. This is a binding magical contract. Once selected, a champion cannot withdraw without severe consequences." Fleur leaned close to Harry. "Severe consequences?" "Loss of magic, according to some accounts. Death, according to others." Harry kept his voice low. "The contract is enforced by the goblet itself. There's no way to break it once you're selected." "Good thing I intend to win, then." The delegations from Durmstrang arrived shortly after the feast began, a ship rising from the Black Lake in a spray of water and dramatic timing that clearly annoyed Madame Maxime. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had the particular bearing of someone who had survived dark times through flexibility rather than principle. Harry recognized several of the Durmstrang students from intelligence reports. Victor Krum, the famous Quidditch player, was obvious. Less obvious was the young man seated beside Krum, pale, watchful, with the controlled movements of someone trained in combat. That one would bear watching. After the feast, the Beauxbatons delegation was shown to their quarters, a suite of rooms in the castle's east wing, comfortable but clearly less prestigious than the Durmstrang accommodations near the lake. Harry didn't mind. The east wing put him closer to the library and the restricted areas where he suspected Dumbledore kept his most valuable secrets. He waited until the other students had settled in, then slipped out into the castle's corridors. The stone walls seemed to pulse with ancient magic, layers of enchantment accumulated over 1,000 years. Harry could feel it pressing against his senses, testing him, assessing whether he belonged. He moved silently, avoiding the main thoroughfares, using the intelligence reports he'd memorized to navigate the castle's complex layout. The restricted sections were protected by additional wards, but Harry had been trained by people who specialized in bypassing exactly this kind of security. The first barrier fell to a combination of wandless magic and patience. The second required more creativity, a temporary disruption in the ward scheme that lasted just long enough for him to slip through. Beyond the protections lay Dumbledore's private archive. The room was smaller than Harry had expected. Bookshelves lined every wall, crammed with volumes that radiated magical significance. A desk near the window was covered in parchments and instruments that Harry didn't recognize. And in the center of the room, on a stone pedestal, sat a shallow stone basin filled with silver liquid. A pensieve. Dumbledore's memories, stored and organized for later review. Harry approached it carefully, his senses alert for additional protections. The pensieve itself appeared to be unguarded, which either meant Dumbledore was overconfident or that there were traps Harry couldn't detect. He chose to assume the latter. Instead of interacting with the pensieve, he turned his attention to the bookshelves. The titles were in multiple languages, English, Latin, Greek, languages he didn't recognize. Many of them appeared to be unique copies, manuscripts that existed nowhere else in the world. One section drew his attention more than others. The books there were older, their bindings cracked with age, their pages yellowed by centuries. And the subjects they covered, death, immortality, the nature of the soul. Harry pulled one of the volumes carefully from the shelf. Its title was in Latin, but his translation skills were good enough to parse the meaning, On the Deathly Hallows and Their Masters. He was so focused on the book that he almost missed the sound of approaching footsteps. Harry moved on instinct, slipping into the shadows near the door just as it opened. Dumbledore entered the archive with the casual air of someone returning to familiar territory. He moved directly to his desk, shuffled through some papers, and was halfway through writing a note before he paused. "You might as well come out, Mr. Potter. I know you're there." Harry considered his options. Attempting to flee would be futile. Dumbledore could lock down the castle with a thought. Fighting was even more hopeless. The only viable approach was conversation. He stepped out of the shadows. "Good evening, Professor." "Good evening, Harry." Dumbledore set down his quill, turning to face his visitor with an expression that managed to combine disapproval and curiosity. "I must admit, I'm impressed. My wards are not easily bypassed. I had good teachers." "So I've heard." The old wizard gestured to a chair. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." "I prefer to stand." "As you wish." Dumbledore settled into his own chair with the particular ease of someone comfortable with power dynamics. "I imagine you're here looking for information. About the Hallows, perhaps? Or the prophecy? Or some other secret you believe I'm keeping from you? All of the above." Admirable honesty. A small smile crossed Dumbledore's face. "I've followed your progress, you know. The tribunal, the training, the network of allies you've built across Europe. You've become quite formidable for someone your age." "I had motivation." "Yes. You did." The smile faded. "I won't apologize for my decisions, Harry. Everything I did was to protect you, to prepare you for what's coming. The prophecy doesn't excuse what you did to me. We established that at the tribunal. The tribunal was a political exercise. We both know that." Dumbledore's voice sharpened. "The law may have ruled in your favor, but the underlying reality hasn't changed. Voldemort will return. The prophecy names you as the only one who can defeat him. Running away doesn't change destiny, it only delays it. Maybe. Or maybe the prophecy is self-fulfilling. It only has power because you've spent decades ensuring that Voldemort and I would eventually confront each other." Dumbledore's expression flickered, something Harry had learned to recognize as rare uncertainty. "What do you mean?" "I mean that prophecies don't force anyone to do anything. They predict possibilities, not certainties. If you had simply left me alone, if you had let me grow up without knowing about the prophecy, without being shaped into a weapon, maybe Voldemort would have found some other enemy. Maybe the whole confrontation could have been avoided. You don't believe that. I don't know what I believe. But I know that your interpretation of the prophecy isn't the only one. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes directly. And I know that I'm not going to let you decide my life for me anymore. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Dumbledore said, quietly, the Elder Wand is in my possession. You were wondering, weren't you? Harry didn't react visibly, though his heart rate increased. I won it from Grindelwald in 1945, Dumbledore continued. It's been mine ever since. The most powerful wand in existence, and one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. He paused. You have the Resurrection Stone. I can sense it on you. A gift from Nicholas Flamel. Yes, Nicholas always had his own agenda. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. That leaves only the invisibility cloak. The one your father owned, the one that passed to you upon your parents' deaths. I don't have it. It's in the Potter Vault at Gringotts. Which you can't access until you come of age. A slight smile. Convenient, in some ways. As long as the cloak remains sealed away, no one can unite all 3 Hallows. Not the Covenant. Not you. Not me. Is that why you're telling me this? To establish that we're at a stalemate? I'm telling you because I want you to understand the full picture. Dumbledore leaned forward. The Covenant has been hunting you because they believe you can unite the Hallows and become the Master of Death. I've been watching you because I believe you might be the only one who can stop Voldemort. We're both trying to use you, Harry, the difference is that I'm honest about it. Honest. Harry laughed without humor. You left me in a cupboard for 11 years. That's not honesty, that's manipulation with extra steps. Perhaps. But it was manipulation with a purpose. Everything I've done has been in service of defeating the darkest wizard of our age. And what about what I want? Does that matter at all? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then, what do you want, Harry? Truly. It was the question everyone kept asking him. Flamel, Fleur, Maxime, everyone wanted to know what he was after. What drove him? What end he was working toward? For the first time, Harry let himself answer honestly. I want to be left alone. I want to build a life without prophecies and conspiracies and people trying to control me. I want to have a family someday, to grow old, to die peacefully. He paused. And I know that's probably impossible. The Covenant won't stop hunting me, Voldemort will eventually return, and the magical world will always see me as a symbol rather than a person. But that doesn't mean I have to accept it. No. It doesn't. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, something that might have been respect. You've become wiser than I expected, Harry. More independent. The years at Beauxbatons have served you well. Is that why you're not trying to capture me right now? I could have captured you the moment you entered my office. I chose not to. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. The truth is, Harry, I've begun to question my own certainty. The approach I've taken, the manipulation, the control, hasn't produced the results I intended. You were supposed to be grateful, compliant, eager to fulfill your destiny. Instead, you're suspicious, independent, and actively working against my plans. And you find that admirable? I find it instructive. The old wizard turned to face him. Perhaps there's another way. Perhaps, instead of forcing you into the role I envisioned, I should be asking what role you're willing to play. I'm not willing to play any role in your war against Voldemort. Not even if refusing means more people die. People are going to die regardless. That's the nature of war. Harry's voice was cold. You've had decades to defeat Voldemort, to destroy his followers, to prevent his return. You failed. That's not my burden to carry. And if he comes after you specifically? If he decides that you're a threat that must be eliminated? Then I'll defend myself. I've gotten quite good at that. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well. I won't force you into anything, that strategy has clearly failed. But I ask you to consider something, Harry. The war that's coming won't care about your preferences. Voldemort will return, and when he does, he'll remember what you cost him. He'll come for you regardless of whether you choose to fight. I know. And when that happens, you may find that having allies, even imperfect ones, is better than standing alone. I have allies. Just not you. Dumbledore smiled, a sad, weary expression that made him look every one of his considerable years. Perhaps not. But the offer remains open. He gestured toward the door. You should return to your quarters before someone notices your absence. The castle's protections will let you pass without difficulty. Harry moved toward the exit, then paused. The book I was looking at. Can I take it? It's yours now, in any case. The Potter family commissioned that volume centuries ago. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Consider it a gesture of good faith. Harry took the book, tucked it into his robes, and left the archive. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood alone in his collection of secrets, wondering if he'd just made a terrible mistake, or taken the first step towards something better. The next morning brought the champion selection. Harry had slept poorly, his mind churning through the implications of his conversation with Dumbledore. The old wizard had revealed more than Harry had expected, confirmed suspicions he'd held for years, and, most surprisingly, seemed genuinely open to reconsidering his approach. It could be a trap. It probably was a trap. But it was also, possibly, an opportunity. He pushed the thoughts aside as the student body gathered in the great hall. The goblet of fire sat on its pedestal, blue flames dancing in anticipation of the ceremony to come. Fleur was among the first to enter her name, approaching the goblet with the particular grace of someone who had practiced this moment. The flames flared briefly as they accepted her entry, then settled back to their normal dance. Harry watched from the Beauxbaton's table, noting the other entries. Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, predictably. Several Hogwarts students whose names he didn't recognize. The competition would be fierce. It didn't matter. Fleur would be selected. He was certain of it. The selection ceremony came that evening. Dumbledore presided with his usual theatricality, explaining the binding nature of the magical contract and the consequences of selection. The goblet's flames shifted from blue to red as the moment approached. The champion from Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced as the first slip of parchment shot from the flames, is Victor Crumb. Applause from the Durmstrang table. Crumb rose with practiced modesty, joining the champions section near the staff platform. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. Harry allowed himself a small smile as Fleur rose, her expression composed despite the weight of the moment. She had prepared for this. She was ready. And the champion from Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. A Hufflepuff, handsome and athletic, rose to general approval. The three champions stood together, representing their schools, bound by magic to compete in deadly tasks. Dumbledore was beginning his closing remarks when the goblet's flames flared again. A fourth slip of parchment shot from the cup. The great hall fell silent as Dumbledore caught it, his expression shifting from surprise to something darker. Harry Potter. Every eye in the room turned to Harry. He didn't move. Didn't react. Just sat perfectly still, his mind racing through possibilities. He hadn't entered his name. He'd been careful, paranoid, even, about avoiding exactly this kind of trap. But someone had entered it for him, and the goblet's magic had accepted the entry. He was bound now. Bound by unbreakable contract to compete in a tournament he'd never agreed to join. Dumbledore's voice cut through the stunned silence. Harry Potter, please come forward. Harry rose slowly, feeling the weight of hundreds of stairs pressing against him. He walked to the champions section, passing tables of students who whispered and pointed, and took his place beside people who had chosen their fate. His fate had been chosen for him. Again. It appears, Dumbledore said, his voice carefully neutral, that we have an unprecedented situation. For champions, when the tournament is designed for 3. I didn't enter my name. Nevertheless, you are bound. The goblet's magic does not distinguish between willing and unwilling participants. Dumbledore's eyes met his. You will compete, Mr. Potter. There is no other option. Harry looked at Fleur, saw the shock and concern on her face. Looked at the other champions, who seemed unsure whether to view him as competition or victim. Looked at Dumbledore, whose expression revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. Someone had done this deliberately. Someone with access to the goblet, knowledge of the magic involved, and a specific desire to put Harry in an impossible position. The question was who, and why. Very well, Harry said, his voice carrying through the silent hall. I'll compete. But as he spoke, his mind was already working through scenarios, identifying suspects, planning responses. This was an attack. It was just a different kind than he was used to. And whoever had launched it was going to regret their choice. Chapter 4 End. Next 10:13 a.m. What if Harry rejected Hogwarts and fled to Beauxbatons? Chapter 5, The hunt reversed. The chaos following Harry's name emerging from the goblet lasted well past midnight. Ministry officials argued about precedent. Headmasters accused each other of cheating. Reporters who had been covering the tournament descended like vultures, their quick quotes quills scratching furiously as they tried to spin the story into something their readers would devour. Harry stood apart from it all, his mind working through the implications with cold precision. Someone had entered his name under a 4th school, a school that didn't exist, according to the parchment the goblet had produced. The magic was sophisticated, the timing deliberate. Whoever had done this wanted Harry bound to the tournament, forced to compete regardless of his wishes. The obvious suspect was Dumbledore, but the old wizard seemed genuinely surprised by the development. His confrontation with Harry the previous night had ended on something approaching détente. It made no sense to sabotage that immediately. The covenant was possible but unlikely. They wanted Harry captured or killed, not bound to a highly public competition where his every move would be scrutinized. That left Voldemort's remnants. The Death Eaters who had escaped justice, the followers who waited for their master's return. They had motivation. The tournament's final task traditionally took place in an isolated location, providing the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Harry filed the theory away for investigation. First, he needed to manage the immediate situation. The meeting in Dumbledore's office included all 4 champions, the 3 headmasters, and a collection of ministry officials whose names Harry didn't bother to learn. Tensions ran high. This is an outrage. Karkaroff was practically spitting. Potter is clearly a cheater. He should be disqualified immediately. The goblet's magic cannot be circumvented by disqualification, Dumbledore replied, his voice tired but patient. Once selected, a champion must compete. That is the nature of the binding contract. Then investigate how this happened. Someone tampered with the goblet. I agree that an investigation is warranted. But it will not change the fundamental reality. Mr. Potter is now bound to participate. Harry watched the argument without participating. He was more interested in the reactions of the other people in the room. Fleur stood near him, her expression a careful mask that he'd learned to read over years of partnership. She was worried, but also calculating, already adjusting her strategy to account for this new development. Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion, seemed genuinely confused. He kept glancing at Harry as if trying to determine whether he was a victim or a threat. Victor Crumb was the most interesting. The famous Quidditch player's expression remained neutral, but Harry caught the subtle tension in his posture, the way his eyes tracked movement around the room. Crumb was assessing threats, just like Harry himself. We will proceed with the tournament as planned, Dumbledore announced finally, cutting through Karkaroff's continued protests. 4 champions will compete. The tasks will be adjusted as necessary to accommodate the change. And my concerns about security? Maxime interjected. If someone was able to tamper with the goblet, they may have other capabilities we haven't anticipated. Additional precautions will be taken. I will personally review the castle's wards. Dumbledore's gaze found Harry. Mr. Potter, I would like to speak with you privately after this meeting concludes. I'd rather not. A murmur ran through the room. Harry ignored it. With respect, Professor, our conversation last night covered considerable ground. I don't see what another private meeting would accomplish. There are new circumstances to discuss, then discuss them here. I have nothing to hide. The challenge hung in the air. Harry saw several reactions: surprise from the ministry officials, calculation from Karkaroff, something approaching approval from Maxime. Dumbledore's expression remained unreadable. Very well, he said finally. In that case, I will simply remind you that assistance is available should you choose to accept it. The first task will be challenging for all champions, regardless of their level of preparation. I'm sure it will be. Harry turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return to my quarters. The first task is in 3 weeks, Bagman, one of the ministry officials, called after him. Champions are expected to prepare themselves. Dragons, you know. Very exciting. Harry paused at the door. Dragons? Bagman's face went pale as he realized what he'd said. I shouldn't have, dragons. Thank you for the information, Mr. Bagman. Harry allowed himself a slight smile. I'll keep that in mind. He left before anyone could respond. Fleur caught up with him in the corridor. Dragons, she said, falling into step beside him. That changes things. It simplifies them, actually. Dragons are dangerous, but they're well documented. We know their weaknesses, their behavior patterns, their vulnerabilities. We've also never fought one. No. But we've fought other things. Harry glanced at her. The Marseille attack. The training sessions. We've faced threats that should have killed us and walked away. A dragon is just another challenge. A fire-breathing, heavily armored, extremely territorial challenge. Which is why we need to prepare specifically, not generally. Harry paused at the entrance to the Beauxbaton's wing. I'm going to spend the next 3 weeks researching dragon combat and developing a strategy. You should do the same. I already have some ideas. Fleur's expression was thoughtful. My fire won't hurt a dragon, but it might confuse one. Make it think I'm another dragon, or at least not a typical threat. That's good. Build on that. Harry touched her arm briefly. And be careful. Someone put my name in the goblet deliberately. They might have plans for you too. I'm always careful. She smiled slightly. Get some sleep, Henri. You look terrible. I've looked worse. Sleep didn't come easily. Harry lay in his borrowed bed, staring at the ceiling of the Beauxbaton's quarters, and let his mind work through the problem. Someone wanted him in this tournament. The question was whether they wanted him to compete, or whether the competition itself was a means to an end. The final task would be isolated, Bagman had mentioned. A perfect opportunity for an ambush. But that was 3 tasks away. Plenty of time to investigate, to identify the responsible party, to develop countermeasures. In the meantime, he had a dragon to defeat. Harry reached for the resurrection stone, feeling its weight on his finger. He'd used it sparingly since receiving it from Flamel. The temptation to summon his parents, to speak with them constantly, was something he needed to resist. But tonight, he needed guidance. He turned the ring 3 times. His parents appeared at the foot of his bed, translucent but present, their expressions warm despite the circumstances. You've gotten yourself into quite a situation, James said, his ghostly form flickering slightly. I didn't put my name in the goblet. We know. We've been watching. Lily moved closer, her green eyes, his eyes, full of concern. Someone is manipulating events, Harry. Someone who knows more about you than they should. Do you know who? We can see glimpses of the living world, but not everything. There are shadows around this tournament, dark magic that obscures our sight. James's expression grew serious. Be careful. Trust your training, your allies, your instincts. And don't underestimate your enemies. I never do. No. You don't. Lily smiled sadly. That's one of the ways we know you're ready for this. You've become so much more than we dared hope. I had to be. Harry sat up, facing them directly. The world you left me in didn't give me any other choice. We know. And we're sorry. James moved to stand beside his wife. We thought we were protecting you. We thought Dumbledore would keep you safe. We were wrong. You couldn't have known. Perhaps not. But the guilt remains. Lily reached toward him, her ghostly hand passing through his shoulder with a sensation like cool mist. We're proud of you, Harry. Whatever happens in this tournament, whatever happens after, we're proud of the person you've become. Harry felt his throat tighten. I miss you. I've always missed you. We're with you. Always. The stone just makes that connection visible. James smiled. Now get some sleep. You have dragons to fight and conspiracies to unravel. That's going to require energy. They faded slowly, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and a strange sense of peace. Whatever happened next, he wasn't truly alone. He never had been. The next 3 weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry spent his days researching dragons, their physiology, their behavior, their weaknesses. The Hogwarts library was extensive, and his status as a competitor gave him access to the restricted section without needing to bypass the wards. He learned that dragons were resistant to most direct magic, their scales absorbed and dispersed spell energy like armor plating. Their eyes, however, were vulnerable. So were their wings, if you could get close enough. And their fire breathing was limited by their lung capacity, sustained attacks required recovery periods. The knowledge was useful, but it wasn't enough. Harry needed a strategy that would work against any dragon species, since champions weren't told which variety they'd face until the task began. He found his answer in an obscure French text on dragon handling. Dragons, it turned out, were highly territorial but also surprisingly cautious. They defended their nests with extreme aggression, but they avoided fights that might result in serious injury. A dragon that perceived a threat as too costly to engage would often retreat to a defensive position rather than attack. The key was making himself seem like a credible threat without actually engaging in combat. Fleur had her own strategy developing. I've been practicing Vela transformations, she told him one evening in their shared study space. Partial shifts, enough to change my voice, my appearance, my magical signature. I can make myself seem like something other than human. A dragon? More like a dragon's rival. Something that triggers their territorial instincts without triggering their predatory ones. She demonstrated, her features shifting subtly, sharper cheekbones, eyes that glowed with inner fire, an aura of power that made Harry's skin prickle. If I can convince the dragon that I'm competition rather than prey, it might focus on driving me away rather than attacking. That's risky. If the dragon decides you're actually a threat, then I'll adapt. That's what we do. Harry couldn't argue with that. He also continued his investigation into who had entered his name in the goblet. The list of suspects was shorter than he'd expected. Tampering with a powerful magical artifact required specific knowledge and access, not many people had both. Dumbledore was still possible, despite Harry's doubts. The old wizard was devious enough to orchestrate a complicated scheme while appearing surprised by its results. Karkaroff was another candidate. The Durmstrang headmaster had been a Death Eater before Voldemort's fall, he might still have loyalties to the cause. And then there was the figure Harry kept noticing at the edge of events. Mad-Eye Moody, the legendary Auror, who seemed to watch Harry with unusual intensity whenever they were in the same room. Margot's intelligence had flagged Moody's appointment as suspicious. The real Mad-Eye was famously paranoid, difficult to approach, unlikely to take a teaching position. But the man at Hogwarts had accepted the defense against the dark arts position without apparent resistance. Harry began watching Moody as carefully as Moody watched him. What he saw didn't add up. The Moody at Hogwarts drank constantly from a flask he kept on his person, not unusual for someone with Moody's reputation, but the frequency was excessive. He also had a habit of disappearing for extended periods, emerging from his office with slight disorientation that he covered with bravado. And his magical eye, the famous eye that could see through walls and invisibility cloaks, seemed to track Harry specifically, swiveling to follow him even when Moody's natural eye was focused elsewhere. Someone was impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. The realization crystallized during a defense against the dark arts class that Harry attended as an observer. The imposter was good, he had Moody's mannerisms, his gruff demeanor, his paranoid worldview, but there were tells. Small inconsistencies in how he described past battles. References to events that happened after the real Moody's last public appearance. Polyjuice potion. It had to be. The flask contained the potion, and the imposter had to drink regularly to maintain his disguise. The question was, who was under the disguise? And what were they planning? Harry shared his suspicions with Fleur, who shared them with her father's intelligence contacts. The response came 2 days before the first task. Augustus Rookwood, Margot told him during a clandestine meeting in the castle's astronomy tower. Former Unspeakable, supposed to be in Azkaban, actually leading Covenant operations across Europe. We've confirmed that he escaped from prison 6 months ago through means we don't understand. Rookwood is impersonating Moody? We don't know for certain, but the timeline fits. Moody disappeared from his home approximately 4 months ago, around the same time someone entered your name in the goblet. Margot's expression was grim. If Rookwood is behind the impersonation, this isn't just about the tournament. The Covenant has been planning this for months. What's their goal? You. Her voice was flat. They've spent years trying to capture you through direct assault. Now they're trying something subtler. Force you into a controlled situation, isolate you from your allies, grab you during the chaos of the tournament. The final task. Almost certainly. The maze, that's the traditional format, is designed for isolation. Individual champions navigate alone, facing obstacles and challenges. Perfect opportunity for extraction. Harry absorbed this information, recalculating his strategy. Then I need to end this before the final task. How? By exposing Rookwood. If his cover is blown, if the whole school knows that Moody is an imposter, the extraction plan fails. He'll have to retreat or risk open confrontation with Dumbledore and the Ministry. That's dangerous. Rookwood is skilled, experienced, and he has nothing to lose. If you confront him directly, I'm not going to confront him directly. I'm going to arrange for someone else to expose him. Harry's mind was already working through possibilities. Dumbledore has been looking for an opportunity to demonstrate that he's not my enemy. This is his chance. The night before the first task, Harry requested a meeting with Dumbledore. The headmaster received him in his office, surrounded by the silver instruments and ancient books that seemed to define his existence. His expression was cautious but curious. Mr. Potter. I admit I'm surprised to see you here voluntarily. I have information you'll want. Harry remained standing, maintaining distance. Mad-Eye Moody is an imposter. Someone is using Polyjuice potion to assume his identity. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. That's a serious accusation. It's not an accusation, it's intelligence. The real Moody disappeared 4 months ago. The person teaching defense against the dark arts drinks from a flask every hour, on the hour, to maintain his disguise. Harry paused. He also entered my name in the goblet of fire. You have evidence of this? I have circumstantial evidence and informed speculation. You have the ability to verify it. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The impostor is likely Augustus Rookwood, a former Death Eater who escaped from Azkaban. He's working with a group called the Covenant of the Hallows. Their goal is to capture me during the tournament. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Why are you telling me this? Because you want to prove that you're not my enemy. Here's your chance. Harry turned toward the door. Expose Rookwood. Save me from the Covenant. Show me that you're capable of helping without manipulating. And if I choose not to act, then I'll handle it myself, and you'll have proven exactly what I've always believed about you. He left without waiting for a response. The first task arrived with cold November sunlight and a crowd of spectators who had come to watch children risk their lives. Harry stood in the champion's tent, separated from the others by the tension of competition and the weight of his own secrets. He could hear the crowd outside, hundreds of voices rising and falling like waves. Champions were selecting their dragons by pulling figurines from a bag. Harry watched Fleur draw her model, a common Welsh green, one of the smaller species, and saw her eyes narrow with calculation. When his turn came, he reached into the bag and felt scaled metal against his fingers. Hungarian horntail. The largest, most aggressive species in existence. Of course. Bad luck, Potter, Cedric said, though his voice carried genuine sympathy. The horntail is a monster. They're all monsters. Harry tucked the figurine into his pocket. It's just a matter of degree. Fleur went first. Harry watched through the tent's magical viewing portal as she entered the arena, facing her Welsh green with an expression of focused determination. The dragon was coiled around a clutch of eggs, including one golden egg that was the task's objective. She began her transformation immediately, her features shifting, her magic reshaping itself into something alien and powerful. The dragon raised its head, nostrils flaring, clearly confused by the creature that had entered its territory. Fleur moved slowly, deliberately, projecting dominance rather than threat. Her veil of fire burned around her hands, not offensive, but present, visible, a warning to the dragon that this intruder was not easy prey. The Welsh green hissed and shifted, torn between protecting its eggs and avoiding a confrontation with something it couldn't identify. Fleur used the hesitation, circling toward the golden egg while maintaining her threatening posture. The dragon lunged once, a warning strike that Fleur dodged with fluid grace. She responded with a burst of fire that scorched the air near the dragon's face, not close enough to harm but close enough to reinforce the message. The standoff lasted nearly 10 minutes. But eventually, the dragon retreated to the far side of its eggs, allowing Fleur to snatch the golden one and sprint for the exit. She emerged with singed robes and a wild smile, the egg clutched to her chest. That's how it's done, she said, meeting Harry's eyes through the viewing portal. Cedric went next, using transfiguration to create a distraction. He took more injuries than Fleur, burns on his arms and a gash across his shoulder, but retrieved his egg successfully. Crumb followed, employing a curse that struck his dragon's eyes and sent it into a confused rampage. The technique was effective but brutal, and Harry saw Maxime's expression darken at the unnecessary cruelty. Then it was his turn. The Hungarian horntail was magnificent in its lethality. 50 feet of scaled muscle, with a tail covered in bronze spikes and a head that could swallow a man whole. It saw Harry the moment he entered the arena and rose to its full height, flames building in its throat. Harry didn't reach for his wand. Instead, he raised his hands, empty, open, and walked directly toward the dragon. The crowd went silent. Even the judges seemed frozen, unable to process what they were seeing. The horntail's flames erupted, a river of fire that should have incinerated Harry where he stood. He absorbed it. The spell absorption ability that had saved his life multiple times worked on dragon fire just as well as it worked on magical attacks. The flames hit his chest and vanished, their energy flowing into him, feeding the reservoir of power that had grown throughout his years of training. The dragon paused, confused. It had never encountered prey that didn't burn. Harry kept walking. His magic was building now, pressure increasing with every step. The absorbed fire was raw energy, unfocused but powerful. He let it flow through him, shaping it, preparing it for release. The horntail struck with its tail, a killing blow that should have crushed Harry's spine. He sidestepped with the particular grace of someone who had spent years learning to read combat movements, letting the spiked appendage whistle past his ear. Then he released the energy. Not as fire, that would have been pointless against a dragon. Instead, he converted it to pure force, a concussive wave that struck the horntail's head like a battering ram. The dragon staggered, disoriented, and Harry darted past its flank to grab the golden egg. He was halfway to the exit when the dragon recovered. The second breath of fire was larger than the first, a column of destruction that tracked Harry's movement with predatory precision. He absorbed this one too, his body singing with power, his vision edging toward gold as the energy threatened to overwhelm his control. Too much. He'd taken too much. Harry dropped to his knees, the golden egg clutched in both hands, and forced the energy out through the ground. The arena floor cracked and buckled, fissures spreading in a radial pattern from his position. The horntail recoiled from the unstable terrain, its prey suddenly forgotten in favor of protecting its eggs. Harry used the distraction to stagger toward the exit, his body trembling with the aftereffects of channeling more power than any human should survive. He crossed the boundary line and collapsed. The medical tent was chaos. Healers swarmed around Harry, their diagnostic spells revealing damage that made several of them curse. His magical core was overstressed, his nervous system showing signs of overload, his body temperature dangerously elevated from the absorbed fire. He needs to be sedated, one healer insisted. If he channels any more magic in this state, no sedation. Harry forced himself upright despite their protests. I need to stay conscious. Mr. Potter, your condition is my concern, not yours. He swung his legs off the treatment table, steadying himself against the wave of dizziness. Where's Fleur? I'm here. She pushed through the crowd of healers, her expression fierce with worry. What were you thinking? Absorbing dragon fire? You could have killed yourself. But I didn't. Harry accepted her support, leaning on her as his strength returned. How are my scores? Highest of the day, you idiot. Even Karkaroff couldn't argue with what you did. She helped him toward the tent's exit. The judges were practically fighting over who could award you more points. Good. That should make the next few hours easier. The next few hours? I need to find Dumbledore. It's time for him to keep his end of our arrangement. They found the headmaster in his office, standing over the bound and unconscious form of Barty Crouch Jr. The impostor's polyjuice had worn off, revealing a gaunt young man with dark hair and fanatical eyes that were now closed in magical sleep. Dumbledore's expression was grim. You were right, he said as Harry and Fleur entered. The real Moody was found locked in a trunk in this man's quarters. He's been there since August. Crouch. Not Rookwood. Crouch was Rookwood's agent, apparently. A true believer in both Voldemort and the Covenant's ideology. Dumbledore gestured at the prisoner. He's been feeding information to the Covenant for months. He's the one who entered your name in the goblet. What was the plan? To deliver you to Voldemort. The words hung in the air. The Dark Lord isn't just returning, Harry. He's already partially restored. Crouch was supposed to ensure you reached the final task, where a portkey would transport you directly to Voldemort's location. Harry absorbed this information with cold precision. Then the final task is still compromised. Even with Crouch captured, the portkey might already be in place. I've begun investigating. But the tournament's magical constraints make it difficult to alter the tasks once they're set. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. I can increase security, ensure you're watched throughout the maze, but I cannot guarantee your safety. I'm not asking you to guarantee my safety. I'm asking you to stop manipulating events and let me handle this myself. And if Voldemort is waiting at the end of that portkey? Then I'll face him. On my terms, not yours. Harry turned to leave, then paused. You kept your word about Crouch. I'll remember that. I hope you will. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I hope you'll also remember that there are some battles too large to fight alone. Harry didn't respond. He walked out of the office with Fleur at his side, his mind already racing through preparations for the confrontation to come. The weeks between the first and second tasks were tense. Crouch's capture had sent shockwaves through the magical world. The Daily Prophet ran breathless stories about Death Eater infiltration at Hogwarts, while the Ministry launched investigations that went nowhere and produced nothing useful. Harry used the distraction to prepare. He trained harder than ever, pushing his body and magic to their limits and beyond. The absorption ability that had saved him during the first task was refined, controlled, transformed from a survival mechanism into a weapon. He also spent hours with the golden egg, working to decipher its clue. The screaming that emerged when it opened was eventually identified as Mermish, the language of the Mer people who lived in Hogwarts Lake. Come seek us where our voices sound, the clue read once translated. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. The second task would be underwater. And something, or someone, important would be held hostage. Harry's suspicions about the hostage were confirmed 2 days before the second task. Fleur was taken. She vanished from the Beauxbaton's quarters during the night, leaving behind only a note in official tournament script: your hostage has been secured for the second task. She will be returned unharmed upon successful completion. The rage that filled Harry was cold, controlled, and utterly lethal. They had taken his partner. His friend. The person who had stood beside him through everything. They would regret it. The second task took place in late February, on a morning so cold that breath crystallized in the air. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, surrounded by champions and spectators and judges who had no idea what was about to happen. He had spent the previous night preparing, not just for the underwater challenge, but for everything that might follow. The gillyweed he'd acquired would let him breathe underwater. The combat spells he'd mastered would handle any obstacles. And the fury that burned in his chest would carry him through whatever it took to bring Fleur back safely. The cannon fired, and he dove into the freezing water. The lake was dark and vast, filled with creatures that Hogwarts students rarely encountered. Harry moved through the depths with enhanced speed, his gillyweed-granted gills extracting oxygen from the water as easily as lungs extracted it from air. He encountered Grindylows first, water demons that swarmed toward him with grasping claws. His wandless magic dispersed them without slowing, a pulse of force that sent them tumbling through the water in disoriented spirals. The Mer people came next. Their village was deep in the lake center, a collection of stone structures that looked ancient and alien. In the village square, 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep, tethered to a massive stone pillar. Fleur. Cedric's girlfriend, Cho Chang. A young girl who resembled Crumb. Anne, Harry's breath caught, a bushy-haired girl he recognized from the Hogwarts crowd. Someone's friend, taken as a hostage without their consent. Harry swam to Fleur first, his knife cutting through her bonds with practiced efficiency. She stirred in his arms, the enchanted sleep beginning to fade. But the Mer people were closing in now, their spears raised, their faces hostile. Tournament rules apparently required champions to rescue only their own hostages. Harry didn't care about rules. He cut the other hostages free as well, ignoring the merpeople's protests, gathering all 4 into a modified bubblehead charm that would let them breathe as they ascended. The creatures attacked, but his magic held them at bay, shields and counterstrikes and finally a massive pulse of force that sent the entire village into chaos. He surfaced with all 4 hostages, gasping for air as the gillyweed's effects wore off. The crowd erupted. The aftermath was complicated. Harry's decision to rescue all the hostages had violated tournament protocol, but the judges couldn't agree on how to penalize him. Some argued for disqualification, others insisted that his actions demonstrated the kind of moral character the tournament was supposed to celebrate. In the end, they awarded him full points, citing exceptional determination and selflessness. Harry didn't care about points. He cared that Fleur was safe, shivering in warming blankets but alive and furious and determined to make someone pay for taking her. "They used me as leverage," she said, her voice tight with anger. "They knew you would do anything to get me back. They were right. That's not the point." She grabbed his arm, forcing him to meet her eyes. "You can't let them use our connection against you. If they know that threatening me will make you take stupid risks, there's nothing stupid about protecting the people I care about. There's plenty stupid about it if protecting me gets you killed." Her voice cracked. "I've spent 2 years preparing to fight beside you, Henri. Not to be a weakness they can exploit." Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing past the anger to the fear beneath. She was afraid for him. Afraid that his loyalty to her would be his undoing. "You're not a weakness," he said quietly. "You're the reason I'm still fighting at all." Fleur's expression softened. For a moment, the mask she usually wore slipped entirely. "Don't die on me," she whispered. "Whatever happens in the final task, whatever Voldemort has planned, don't die. I'll do my best." "That's not good enough. It's all I can promise." She pulled him into an embrace, her arms tight around him, her face pressed against his shoulder. Harry held her back, feeling the warmth of her body against the cold lake water still clinging to his robes. For one moment, the tournament and the Covenant and Voldemort's plots all faded away. There was only Fleur, alive and safe in his arms. Then the moment passed, and reality reasserted itself. The final task was in June. Harry used the intervening months to prepare with an intensity that frightened even his closest allies. He trained until his body ached and his magic sang. He studied the tournament's history, learning every trick and trap that had ever been employed. He reached out to Margot's network, gathering intelligence on Voldemort's movements and the Covenant's remaining operations. The picture that emerged was grim. Voldemort was indeed restoring himself, using rituals that required specific ingredients, including the blood of an enemy. Harry's blood. That was why Crouch had been supposed to deliver him. The final task's portkey would transport Harry directly to a graveyard where Voldemort waited. The plan hadn't changed despite Crouch's capture. Someone else, probably the Covenant's mysterious architect, had ensured that the portkey remained in place. Harry was walking into a trap. He intended to spring it anyway. "You're insane," Fleur said when he told her his plan. "You want to let them take you? To face Voldemort deliberately? Not let them, control the terms." Harry spread a map across the table between them. "The portkey is keyed to the tournament cup in the maze's center. Anyone who touches it will be transported to the graveyard. If I reach it first, I control when and how the confrontation happens. And then what? You fight Voldemort alone. I fight smart." Harry pointed to positions on the map. "I've arranged for backup. Margot's people will be monitoring the magical signature when the portkey activates. The moment I'm transported, they'll follow. I'll have reinforcements within minutes. Minutes is a long time when you're facing the darkest wizard of the age." "I know. But I've been preparing for this my entire life." Harry met her eyes. "Voldemort killed my parents. He tried to kill me. He's been the shadow over everything I've done since I was a baby. I need to face him. I need to prove, to myself, if no one else, that I'm not afraid of him." Fleur was silent for a long moment. "Then I'm coming with you." "What?" "The portkey takes anyone who touches it. If we both reach the cup at the same time, no. Harry's voice was sharp. This is my fight, Fleur. I won't let you risk yourself because of my need for closure. This isn't about your needs, it's about mine. Her expression was fierce. I've spent 2 years training for exactly this kind of situation. I've fought beside you against assassins and dragons and everything else the world has thrown at us. And you think I'm going to sit back and watch while you walk into a death trap alone? The risk is mine to take. She stood, moving around the table to face him directly. Partners, remember. That means we face things together. Even the darkest things. Especially the darkest things. Harry looked at her, this woman who had chosen him when she could have had anyone, who had stood beside him through everything, who refused to let him face his worst enemies alone. If something happens to you, then I'll have died fighting for something that matters. That's better than most people get. She touched his face, her fingers cool against his cheek. Besides, I don't intend to die. I intend to help you destroy Voldemort and then dance on his ashes. Despite everything, the fear, the uncertainty, the weight of what was coming, Harry smiled. All right. We face it together. That's more like it. The final task arrived with summer's warmth and winter's shadows. The maze was enormous, filling the Quidditch pitch with hedges that reached 20 feet high and contained God knew what dangers. Champions would enter at staggered intervals based on their point totals, Harry first, then Fleur, then Cedric, then Krum. Harry stood at the entrance, feeling the weight of the crowd's attention and the heavier weight of what waited beyond the hedges. Good luck, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, his expression unreadable. May your path be clear. I make my own paths, Professor. The cannon fired, and Harry entered the maze. The hedges closed behind him immediately, cutting off the outside world. Harry moved quickly but carefully, his senses alert for the dangers he knew were waiting. The first obstacle was a boggart, which he dispatched with a wandless ridiculous that didn't require him to see his fear take form. The second was a blast-ended scrut, a magical creature that combined the worst features of a scorpion and a tank. He avoided it rather than fighting, slipping through a gap in the hedges that the creature couldn't follow. Fleur entered the maze shortly after, and Harry felt her magical signature moving through paths parallel to his own. She was making good time, closing the distance between them. They met at a crossroads near the maze's center. Trouble? She asked. Nothing I couldn't handle. You. A sphinx. She wanted to know what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 in the evening. Fleur smiled. I told her I didn't have time for riddles and walked around her. That worked? She was so confused she forgot to attack. They pressed forward together, watching each other's backs as the maze grew darker and more treacherous. The cup was close now, Harry could feel its magical signature pulling at his senses. They found it in the maze's heart, resting on a pedestal surrounded by the final obstacle. Victor Krum stood between them and the cup, his wand raised, his eyes blank with the particular emptiness of someone under imperious control. Get back, Krum said, his voice flat and mechanical. The cup is mine. Victor, listen to me. Harry raised his hands slowly. Someone's controlling you. You need to fight it. I serve the Covenant. The Master must rise. So the Covenant had reached Krum too. Probably through one of the Durmstrang's staff, or perhaps through Rookwood's agents during the chaos of the tournament. We don't want to hurt you, Fleur said, her hands beginning to glow with the pale fire of her Vila heritage. But we will if we have to. Krum attacked. The duel was brief but brutal. Krum was skilled, Olympic-level skills translated surprisingly well to combat magic, but he was also impaired by the Imperious Curse, his movements slightly stiff, his reactions marginally delayed. Harry and Fleur fought as the team they'd become, complementing each other's strengths, covering each other's weaknesses. When Krum focused on Harry, Fleur struck from the flank. When he turned to counter her, Harry was there with a shield or a counterattack. The final blow came from both of them simultaneously. Harry's stunning spell and Fleur's binding charm hitting Crumb from opposite directions. He collapsed, unconscious but alive, the Imperius already beginning to fade. "He'll be all right," Fleur said, checking his vitals. "The curse is breaking. Leave him. We need to move." They approached the cup together, each placing a hand on its golden surface. The world lurched, and they were somewhere else. The graveyard was cold despite the summer night. Harry recognized it from his research, a cemetery in Little Hangleton, ancestral home of the Riddle family. Voldemort's family. The perfect place for a dark ritual. And there, waiting among the tombstones, was the thing that had haunted Harry's nightmares since birth. Voldemort wasn't fully restored, his form was twisted, barely human, a skeletal creature wrapped in black robes. But his eyes burned with recognizable intelligence, and his voice, when he spoke, was the high cold tone that had echoed through Harry's dreams. "Harry Potter. You've arrived at last." Harry released the cup and raised his wand. Beside him, Fleur's hands erupted with Vela fire. "Tom Riddle. You look terrible." The creature that had been Voldemort laughed, a sound like ice cracking. "Still defiant. Good. Your blood will be all the sweeter for it." Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, surrounding them. Wormtail, the traitor who had betrayed Harry's parents, stood at Voldemort's side, cradling the twisted form like a mother with a child. "Kill the girl," Voldemort commanded. "But bring Potter to me alive." The battle that followed was chaos. Death Eaters attacked from every direction, their curses lighting the graveyard with sickly green and violent red. Harry and Fleur fought back to back, their training keeping them alive through the initial onslaught. Harry's absorption ability proved its worth again and again, drinking hostile magic and converting it to counterattacks. Fleur's fire created barriers that even the most determined Death Eaters hesitated to cross. But there were too many enemies, and they were too skilled. For every one they defeated, two more seemed to take their place. "We need to retreat." Fleur shouted over the din, the port key, not yet. Harry could feel his parents' presence through the resurrection stone, their ghostly forms flickering at the edge of his vision. "He's vulnerable. If we can end this now, you can't end it." Voldemort's voice cut through the chaos. "You're a child playing at heroics, Potter. You have no idea what you're facing." The Dark Wizard raised his twisted hand, and the Death Eaters fell back, creating a clear space around Harry and Voldemort. "You survived once because of your mother's protection. That protection means nothing now." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. "Face me yourself, and see how long you last." Harry stepped forward. "Henri, no, stay back, Fleur." His voice was calm despite the fear pounding through his veins. "This is why we came." He faced Voldemort across 15 feet of consecrated ground, and something old and terrible passed between them. "You killed my parents," Harry said. "I did. And I'll kill you too, once you've served your purpose." Voldemort raised his wand, "You, 13.5 inches, Phoenix Feather Core. Brother to Harry's own wand. But first, a demonstration." Crucio. The torture curse should have been agonizing. It should have driven Harry to his knees, made him scream until his voice gave out. Instead, he absorbed it. The dark magic flowed into him, twisted and corrupting, but his ability transformed it into something neutral, raw power without malice. He could feel it spreading through his body, filling the reservoir that years of training had created. Voldemort's expression shifted for the first time, surprise, then something approaching respect. "Interesting. You've developed abilities beyond what I anticipated." "I've had practice." Harry raised his own wand. "Your turn." The duel that followed would become legend. Two wizards, connected by prophecy and blood and the shared core of their wands, battling among the tombstones of Voldemort's ancestors. Green and red light flashed through the darkness. The ground cracked and buckled beneath their feet. Harry couldn't match Voldemort's experience or knowledge, but he had advantages the Dark Wizard hadn't expected. His absorption ability let him convert hostile magic into fuel for counterattacks. His wandless casting provided unpredictable secondary strikes. And his youth, the stamina and recovery that Voldemort's twisted form lacked, let him maintain intensity that his opponent couldn't sustain. They clashed again and again, neither gaining decisive advantage. The Death Eaters watched in stunned silence, their master's supposed easy victory transforming into something none of them had anticipated. "You're strong," Voldemort admitted, his voice betraying frustration. "Stronger than you should be. Maybe. Or maybe you're weaker than you thought. Avada Kedavra." The killing curse screamed toward Harry. He couldn't absorb this one, the death magic was too pure, too fundamental to be converted. But he didn't need to absorb it. Harry threw himself sideways, the green light passing close enough to singe his robes. He rolled to his feet and counterattacked with everything he had, stunning spells, cutting curses, raw force that made the air itself scream. Voldemort blocked some, dodged others, took several hits that his inhuman form shrugged off. But Harry could see the damage accumulating, the Dark Wizard's movement slowing, his magic flickering. And then Margot's reinforcements arrived. Aurors apparat into the graveyard in waves, their wands blazing. Death Eaters scrambled to respond, but they were caught between the new attackers and Harry's ongoing assault. Voldemort saw the tide turning and made his choice. "This isn't over, Potter." His voice was barely a whisper. "We are bound together, you and I. One of us must die at the hand of the other. Then let's finish it now." "Not yet. Not like this." Voldemort raised his wand one final time. But soon. He disappeared, not apparition, something darker, his form dissolving into shadow and flowing away from the battle. Harry tried to follow, but his body finally betrayed him. The damage from the duel, the strain of channeling so much magic, the accumulated exhaustion of weeks of preparation, it all crashed down on him at once. He collapsed among the tombstones, conscious just long enough to feel Fleur's arms around him. "You idiot," she was saying, her voice thick with tears and relief. "You absolute idiot." Then darkness took him. He woke in the Hogwarts hospital wing, surrounded by familiar faces. Fleur was there, of course, her chair pulled close to his bed. Madame Maxime stood near the window, deep in conversation with Dumbledore. Margot waited in the shadows, her expression professionally neutral. "You survived," Fleur said, her hand finding his. "The healers said it was close." "How close?" "They had to restart your heart twice." Harry absorbed that information with the particular calm of someone who had come to terms with mortality long ago. "Voldemort escaped. But we captured a dozen Death Eaters, including Wormtail." Fleur's expression hardened. "The truth about what happened to your parents is going to come out." "Everything." "Good." Dumbledore approached the bed, his expression complicated. "Mr. Potter. You did something extraordinary tonight. Foolish beyond measure, but extraordinary." "I did what was necessary." "Yes. You did." The old wizard paused. "Voldemort is restored now, or will be soon. The war I've spent decades preparing for is finally beginning. And you've proven that you're capable of facing him in ways I never anticipated. Is this where you ask me to join your side?" "No." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "This is where I admit that I was wrong. About you, about the prophecy, about everything. You're not a weapon to be wielded, Harry. You're a person who has chosen to fight, on his own terms, in his own way. And what does that mean for us? It means I'm offering an alliance. Not control, cooperation. You've built something remarkable in France, a network of allies and resources that could make a real difference in the war to come. I'm asking you to work with me, not for me." Harry studied the old wizard's face, looking for signs of manipulation, of hidden agendas. He found only exhaustion in something that might have been genuine hope. "I'll think about it," he said finally. "That's all I ask." The tournament ended with Harry declared the winner. The decision was controversial. Some argued that Cedric should have won, since Harry's victory was achieved through technically prohibited methods, but the judges ultimately ruled that surviving Voldemort's return and driving back his forces demonstrated exceptional magical ability and moral character. Harry didn't care about the tournament or its trophy. He cared about the world that was emerging from the shadows, a world where Voldemort walked again, where the war his parents died fighting was beginning anew, where nothing would ever be simple again. But he also cared about the people standing beside him. Fleur, loyal and fierce. Maxime, protective and proud. The network of allies he'd built across Europe, ready to fight when the time came. And somewhere, watching over him, the ghosts of his parents, reminding him that he was never truly alone. The night before the Beauxbatons delegation departed Hogwarts, Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching stars wheel overhead. Fleur found him there, as she always did. Ready to go home? Home. Harry tested the word. Beauxbatons has been good to me. But I'm not sure it's home. Where is home, then? He thought about it, really thought, for the first time in years. Wherever you are, he said finally. Wherever the people I care about are. That's what home means now. Fleur's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. The war is going to get worse, she said. Voldemort won't rest until he's destroyed everything you've built. I know. And you're going to keep fighting. Even when it's hopeless, even when the odds are impossible. That's who I am. Good. She leaned against his shoulder. Because that's who I am too. They stood together in the darkness, watching the stars, as somewhere far away the forces of darkness gathered their strength. The war was coming. But for tonight, at least, they had this, each other, and the peace of the moment, and the hope that somehow, everything would be all right. It was enough. It had to be. Chapter 5 End. Next 10:18 a.m. What if Harry rejected Hogwarts and fled to Beauxbatons? Chapter 6, The choice. The war came slowly at first, then all at once. In the months following the tournament, Voldemort rebuilt his forces with the patience of a predator who knew his prey couldn't escape forever. Death Eaters who had claimed the Imperious defense slipped away from their respectable lives and returned to their master's service. Creatures of darkness, Dementors, giants, werewolves, were recruited with promises of power and freedom from ministry restrictions. And the Covenant of the Hallows, seeing opportunity in chaos, emerged from the shadows to pursue their own agenda. Harry watched it all unfold from Beauxbatons, tracking developments through Margot's intelligence network and the increasingly desperate reports in the Daily Prophet. The British ministry was in denial, refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's return despite mounting evidence. Dumbledore's warnings were dismissed as the ravings of an attention-seeking old man. Only a handful of people understood the true scope of what was coming. Harry intended to be ready when it arrived. His 16th birthday passed without ceremony. The date held significance beyond the usual milestone. It was the day he could finally access the main Potter vault at Gringotts. The vault his parents had left him, sealed since their deaths, containing whatever remained of their lives and legacies. Including, possibly, the invisibility cloak. Harry portkeyed to Diagon Alley with Fleur at his side, both of them glamoured to avoid recognition. The alley was quieter than it had been during his first visit 5 years ago, shops closing early, pedestrians hurrying through their business, the particular tension of a community that knew darkness was coming. Gringotts stood unchanged, its marble facade radiating the particular arrogance of an institution that had survived every magical conflict in recorded history. The goblins inside regarded Harry with the professional interest of businessmen assessing a valuable client. Mr. Potter. The goblin who greeted him was Griphook, the same one who had helped him access his trust vault years ago. We've been expecting you. The main Potter vault is ready for inspection. Thank you. I'd like to visit it immediately. Of course. This way. The cart ride to the vault was longer than Harry remembered, deeper into the earth, through caverns that seemed to predate the bank itself. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with magic so old it felt like pressure against his skin. "The Potter Vault is one of our oldest," Griphook explained as they descended. "Established in the 13th century, expanded and secured over generations. Your family was quite wealthy, Mr. Potter, and quite paranoid. The protections here are among the most formidable in Gringotts." "What kind of protections?" "Blood wards, curse barriers, recognition enchantments. Only a true Potter can enter safely." The cart slowed as they approached a massive stone door covered in runes. Anyone else would face unpleasant consequences. Harry stepped out of the cart, approaching the door with measured steps. He could feel the magic here, ancient, patient, waiting to assess whether he belonged. He pressed his hand against the stone. The door recognized him instantly, the runes flaring with golden light before fading into acceptance. The stone slid aside, revealing darkness that seemed to breathe. "Your vault, Mr. Potter." Griphook gestured toward the entrance. "Take as long as you need." The vault was vast. Mountains of gold filled the rear chambers, more wealth than Harry had imagined existed in any single family's possession. Artifacts lined the walls, some radiating power that made his teeth ache. Portraits of ancestors watched him with curious expressions, their painted eyes tracking his movement through their domain. But Harry wasn't interested in gold or artifacts. He moved through the vault systematically, searching for the item Flamel had mentioned. The invisibility cloak, passed down through generations of Potters, inherited from Ignotus Peveril himself. He found it in a small chest near the vault center. The cloak was silver gray, lighter than silk, seemingly woven from moonlight and shadow. When Harry touched it, he felt the same resonance he'd experienced with the resurrection stone: recognition, connection, the sense of something ancient acknowledging its heir. "Two down," he murmured. "One to go." Fleur was waiting when he emerged from the depths. "You found it." It wasn't a question, she could read his expression well enough to know. "The cloak." Harry showed her the folded garment, watching her eyes widen at its otherworldly shimmer. "It's real. The legends were true. That means you have two of the three Hallows now. The stone and the cloak. And Dumbledore has the wand." Harry tucked the cloak into his robes. "The question is what to do about it." They walked out of Gringotts into the fading afternoon light, both of them lost in thought. The Hallows had been legends for centuries, objects of power that had driven men mad with desire. Now Harry held two of them, with the third potentially within reach. The Covenant would kill for this knowledge. Voldemort would torture and worse. Even Dumbledore might be tempted to take what he could. Harry needed to decide what he wanted before anyone else made the decision for him. The answer came during a conversation with his parents. He summoned them that night, alone in his quarters at Beauxbatons, the stone turning 3 times in his hand. James and Lily appeared as they always did, translucent, beautiful, filled with love that transcended death. "You found the cloak," Lily said, smiling. "I wondered when you would." "It belonged to your father," James added. "Passed down through our family for generations. We used it during the war, to hide, to spy, to stay alive when everything was falling apart." "Did you know what it was?" "That it was a Hallow?" "We suspected." Lily's expression grew thoughtful. "There were always stories, legends about the Peverils and the objects they created. We never knew for certain if ours was the original, but it had properties that ordinary cloaks didn't share. It never wore out," James explained. "Never lost its power. Even the most powerful revealing spells couldn't penetrate it. After a while, we stopped wondering and just accepted that we had something special." Harry considered his next question carefully. "If I unite the Hallows, if I become the Master of Death, what happens?" His parents exchanged a glance that contained conversations Harry couldn't hear. "We don't know," Lily admitted. The legends speak of transcendence, of power beyond mortal comprehension. But legends are often exaggerated, and no one has achieved the union for centuries. Some versions of the story say the Master of Death becomes immortal, James added. Others say they gain the ability to walk between worlds, to exist in the realm of the living and the dead simultaneously. And some say the title is metaphorical, that mastering death simply means accepting its inevitability rather than fighting it. What do you believe? I believe that power is only as meaningful as what you do with it. Lily's voice was gentle but firm. The Hallows are tools, Harry. Extraordinary tools, but tools nonetheless. They won't make you wise or good or happy. They'll only amplify what you already are. And what am I? Someone who has faced impossible choices and chosen to fight rather than surrender. Someone who has built a life from ashes and refused to let anyone else define his worth. James smiled proudly. You're our son, Harry. Whatever you decide about the Hallows, you'll make it the right decision. The news of Dumbledore's death arrived 3 weeks later. Harry was in the middle of a training session when Maxime found him, her expression grave, a parchment clutched in her massive hand. There's been an attack on Hogwarts, she said without preamble. Dumbledore is dead. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Whatever his complicated feelings about the old wizard, Dumbledore had been a constant, a force of nature that had shaped Harry's life since before his birth. How? The reports are confused. Something about Death Eaters infiltrating the castle, a battle on the astronomy tower. Maxime's voice was carefully controlled. Severus Snape is implicated. He allegedly cast the killing curse personally. Snape. The potions master who Harry had barely interacted with during his brief time at Hogwarts. The man Dumbledore had trusted implicitly, defended repeatedly, kept close despite persistent rumors of Death Eater sympathies. The Elder Wand, Harry said suddenly. Dumbledore had it. If Snape killed him, then Snape is now the wand's master. Maxime completed the thought grimly. And Voldemort will certainly want to claim it for himself. Harry's mind raced through implications. The wand's allegiance passed through defeat, not inheritance. Whoever killed Snape would become its next master. And if Voldemort claimed it, if he added the Elder Wand's power to his already formidable abilities. I need to go to Britain. That's extremely dangerous. Voldemort controls the ministry now, there's been a coup, according to my sources. The entire country is falling under his influence. I know. But the Elder Wand can't fall into his hands. If I can reach Snape before Voldemort does, you'd be walking into the heart of enemy territory to track down one of the most wanted men in Britain. Maxime's expression was troubled. This isn't like the tournament, Henri. There's no portkey home if things go wrong. I know that too. Harry met her eyes. But this is what I've been preparing for. Not just defending myself, not just surviving, taking the fight to them. Making choices that matter. Maxime studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. You've grown beyond what I can teach you. Beyond what Beauxbatons can offer. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection. Go. Do what you must. And come back alive. I'll try. That's not good enough. It's all I can promise. Fleur found him packing that evening. I'm coming with you. Fleur, don't. Her voice was sharp. Don't tell me it's too dangerous. Don't tell me to stay where it's safe. We've had that argument 100 times, and I'm tired of having it. This is different. Britain is a war zone now. Voldemort's people control the government, the schools, the infrastructure. If we're caught, then we'll fight our way out. Like we always do. She moved closer, her eyes fierce. I didn't spend 6 years training beside you just to watch from a distance while you face the final battle alone. If you're going to Britain, I'm going with you. Harry looked at her, this woman who had become his partner in every sense of the word. They'd never spoken about the future, about what might happen after the war ended. There had never been time, and the uncertainty of survival made such discussions feel premature. But standing here now, watching her prepare to follow him into darkness, Harry understood something he'd been avoiding for years. "I love you," he said quietly. "I've loved you for a long time. I should have told you sooner." Fleur's fierce expression softened into something else, surprise, then warmth, then a smile that made his heart ache. "I know," she said. "I was waiting for you to figure it out." "You knew." "I'm part Vila, Henri. I can sense emotions, remember? You've been radiating love in my direction for at least 2 years." She stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "I just wanted you to be ready to say it. And now? Now I say it back." She kissed him, soft at first, then deeper, a promise of everything they might have if they survived what was coming. "I love you, Harry Potter. Henri Beaumont. Whoever you are, whatever you're becoming. I love you." They held each other in the fading light, two people who had found something precious in the middle of war. Then they finished packing and prepared to face the darkness together. Britain had changed. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable the moment they crossed the channel, a weight in the air that had nothing to do with weather and everything to do with the regime that now controlled the country. Ministry checkpoints appeared at every major transit point, manned by wizards who wore dark marks openly, their expressions the particular blankness of people who had surrendered their consciences for power. Harry and Fleur moved through the country like ghosts, using the invisibility cloak and a combination of glamours and misdirection to avoid detection. Their destination was Spinner's End, the town where Severus Snape had grown up, and where intelligence suggested he might be hiding. The house was exactly as unremarkable as Harry had expected, a small brick structure in a row of identical small brick structures, its windows dark, its garden overgrown with neglect. But the wards around it were masterful. "Dumbledore-level work," Fleur murmured, her magical senses probing the defenses. "Maybe even better. Whoever set these up didn't want anyone getting in uninvited. Can you bypass them? Given time. Days, maybe weeks." She shook her head. "We don't have that kind of window." "Then we do this the direct way." Harry stepped forward, letting the cloak fall away, making himself visible to whatever surveillance monitored the house. "Severus Snape. I know you're in there. I want to talk." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the front door opened. Snape looked terrible. The man who had been Hogwarts potions master was gaunt, hollow-eyed, wearing robes that hung on his frame like they'd been made for someone larger. His dark hair was lank and unwashed, and there was a haunted quality to his expression that suggested he hadn't slept properly in weeks. "Potter." His voice was hoarse. "I should have known you'd come. May I enter?" Snape's laugh was bitter. "Why not? Everyone else wants to kill me. Why should you be different?" He stepped aside, and Harry walked into the house that smelled of dust and regret. The interior was cramped and cluttered, filled with books and potion ingredients and the accumulated debris of a life spent in isolation. Snape led Harry to a small sitting room, where a fire burned low in the grate. "She's outside." It wasn't a question. The Delacour girl. Watching the exits. "She's my partner. More than that, from what I've observed." Snape settled into a chair that had clearly become his permanent residence. "Dumbledore spoke of you often, in the months before he died. He was impressed by what you'd become. Disappointed that he couldn't control it, but impressed nonetheless. I'm not here to discuss Dumbledore. No. You're here about the wand." Snape's dark eyes met Harry's. "The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. You know what it is." "I know many things. Dumbledore made sure of that." He paused. "Including things that will change your understanding of everything." "Such as?" Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I loved your mother. The story that emerged was nothing Harry had expected. Severus Snape and Lily Evans had been childhood friends, growing up in the same town, discovering magic together. They had remained close through their early years at Hogwarts, separated by house rivalries but bound by genuine affection. And Snape had loved her. Desperately, hopelessly, in the way that only those incapable of expressing emotion properly could love. I drove her away, Snape said, his voice hollow. My choices, my allegiances, my inability to see what I was becoming. By the time I understood what I'd lost, it was too late. She had married James Potter, had you, built a life I was never part of. And then Voldemort killed her. Because of me. The words came out like a confession. I was the one who told him about the prophecy. I didn't know it referred to Lily, didn't understand what I was setting in motion. But when I realized what he intended to do. You switched sides. I begged him to spare her. Begged Dumbledore to protect her. Neither of them listened. Snape's hands were trembling. She died because of my choices. And I've spent every day since trying to make amends. Harry absorbed this information, fitting it into the picture of his life he'd constructed over the years. Snape as tragic figure rather than simple villain. A man driven by love and guilt rather than pure malice. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand what comes next. Snape reached into his robes and withdrew a wand that radiated power even across the room. The Elder Wand. Dumbledore knew he was dying, a curse from a ring, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He arranged his own death to prevent the wand from falling into enemy hands. He asked you to kill him. He ordered me to. Said it was the only way to control the wand's allegiance. Snape's expression was bitter. He believed that if I killed him at his command, the wand's power would die with him. He was wrong. The wand chose you anyway. Yes. And Voldemort knows it. He's been hunting me for weeks, convinced that claiming the wand will make him invincible. Snape extended his arm, offering the wand to Harry. I don't want it. I never wanted it. Take it. Harry hesitated. If I take it from you willingly, then its allegiance passes to you. Yes. Snape met his eyes. That's the point, Potter. You're the only one who can face the Dark Lord and survive. The prophecy Dumbledore believed in, it's real. One of you must die at the hand of the other. With the Elder Wand, you might actually win. And if I lose? Then you'll be dead and it won't matter who owns a wand. Snape's laugh was mirthless. Take it. Consider it my final gift to Lily's son, the power to destroy the monster who killed her. Harry reached out and accepted the Elder Wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt the completion, 3 Hallows united, their power flowing through him, connecting him to something vast and ancient that existed beyond the boundaries of normal perception. The world shifted. It was like stepping into a larger room. Harry's magical senses expanded exponentially, perceiving dimensions and energies he'd never been aware of. He could feel the pulse of every living thing within miles, the ancient magic woven into the earth itself, the thin boundary between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. Henri. Fleur's voice came from somewhere distant. Henri, what's happening? The Hallows. His own voice sounded strange, deeper, resonant, carrying harmonics that shouldn't exist. I've united them. He looked at his hands and saw light streaming from his fingertips, not the simple glow of lumos, but something fundamental, like reality itself was shining through his skin. Master of Death. Snape's voice was awed and terrified. The legends were true. Not Master. Harry understood it now, the meaning behind the cryptic title. Not dominion over death. Understanding of it. Connection to it. The Hallows don't grant power over death, they grant perspective. He could see the flow of life and death around him, the constant cycle that connected all living things. He could perceive the boundaries that separated existence from oblivion, and he understood, truly understood, that those boundaries were thinner than anyone realized. And he could see something else. In the direction of what he somehow knew was Malfoy Manor, a darkness burned like a wound in reality. A soul so twisted and corrupted that it barely qualified as human anymore. Voldemort. I know where he is, Harry said. I can feel him. Then end this. Snape's voice was urgent. You have the power now. Use it. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, felt the cosmic forces flowing through him, and made his choice. Not yet. Not alone. He turned to Fleur, who was watching him with an expression of wonder and fear. We need allies. The Order of the Phoenix, whoever's left of Dumbledore's resistance. This ends tonight, but it ends with witnesses. With justice. Not assassination. Henri, trust me. He reached for her hand, and the contact grounded him, pulled him back from the vastness threatening to overwhelm his human perspective. We do this right, or we don't do it at all. The assault on Malfoy Manor began at midnight. Harry had spent the intervening hours gathering forces, surviving Order members, French Aurors that Margot had mobilized, even a contingent of Gringotts goblins who had their own grievances against Voldemort's regime. The army that assembled in the fields outside the manor was small by conventional standards, but it represented every faction that had reason to want Voldemort destroyed. Fleur stood at Harry's right hand, her veil of fire burning bright despite the darkness. The other fighters spread out behind them, waiting for the signal to advance. Are you ready? She asked. No. Harry looked at the manor, feeling the darkness that radiated from within. But I don't think anyone's ever ready for this. He raised the Elder Wand and brought it down in a slashing motion. The manor's wards shattered like glass. The battle was brutal. Death Eaters poured from the manor, meeting the advancing forces with curses and killing spells. The night erupted with magical violence, green and red light flashing, screams of pain and fury, the particular chaos of combat where nothing went according to plan. Harry moved through the fighting like a force of nature. The Hallows' power transformed his magic into something beyond what any normal wizard could achieve. Curses that should have been unstoppable splashed harmlessly against shields he barely had to think about. Enemies fell before attacks they couldn't even perceive. And every time a Death Eater tried to retreat or regroup, Harry was there, cutting off escape routes with precision that bordered on prescient. He wasn't just seeing the battle, he was perceiving it on levels that transcended normal vision. The flow of magical energies, the intentions of combatants before they acted, the strategic landscape that revealed where pressure would crack resistance. But he wasn't invulnerable. The Hallows gave him power and perspective, not immortality. A cutting curse sliced his shoulder. A Cruciatus curse caught him off guard, sending spasms of pain through his body before he could absorb the magic. And through it all, Voldemort waited at the manor's heart, his presence a beacon of darkness that pulled Harry forward like gravity. They met in the manor's great hall. Voldemort stood alone, his Death Eaters either fighting outside or already defeated. His serpentine features showed no fear, only the particular intensity of someone who had anticipated this confrontation for years. Harry Potter. The voice was high and cold, unchanged since the graveyard. The boy who lived. Come to die. Tom Riddle. Harry's voice carried harmonics that made the shadows dance. The boy who was so afraid of death that he tore his own soul apart. Come to face what you've always run from. You think those trinkets give you power over me? Voldemort's eyes flickered to the Elder Wand. The Hallows are tools. I have transcended tools. You've transcended nothing. You've just broken yourself so completely that you can't recognize how diminished you've become. Voldemort attacked. The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. With the Hallows united, he could perceive magic on a fundamental level, see the structure of Voldemort's spells before they were fully formed, understand the dark rituals that held his fragmented soul together, sense the Horcruxes that anchored him to life. And there was the problem. Voldemort couldn't be killed while his Horcruxes survived. The pieces of his soul, scattered across Britain in hidden containers, would simply recall his essence and begin the resurrection process anew. But the Hallows showed Harry something else, something the legends had never mentioned. He could see the soul fragments. See their connections. See the threads that bound Voldemort's broken essence together. And he could cut those threads. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse screamed toward Harry. He didn't dodge, didn't shield. He absorbed it. The death magic flowed into him, transformed by the Hallows into something else entirely. Not power, not energy, information. Understanding. The fundamental nature of what death actually was and how Voldemort had perverted it. Impossible, Voldemort breathed. No one can, I'm not no one. Not anymore. Harry raised his hands, and light streamed from his palms, not the light of any spell he'd ever learned, but the light of pure magical will-given form. You wanted to conquer death, Tom. Instead, you've just made yourself its prisoner. He reached out with his awareness, following the threads that connected Voldemort's soul fragments. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The diadem in Hogwarts. The snake coiled at Voldemort's feet. The diary that had already been destroyed. The ring that had killed Dumbledore. And one more. One that Harry had carried his entire life without knowing. The scar on his forehead. There's a piece of you in me, Harry said, understanding flooding through him. That's what the prophecy meant. Neither can live while the other survives, because we're connected. Your soul fragment keeps you anchored to life, and it's been leeching off my own essence for years. Voldemort's expression flickered, the first genuine uncertainty Harry had ever seen on that inhuman face. You can't destroy it without killing yourself. I know. Harry felt strangely calm. That's what Dumbledore understood. That's why he raised me to be a sacrifice, a lamb ready for slaughter, walking willingly to my own death because I didn't know any better. Then you'll die. All your power, all your precious Hallows, they won't save you. No. They won't save me. Harry smiled. But they'll do something better. He reached into himself with the Hallows perception, finding the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been embedded in his scar since infancy. It was small, weakened, barely clinging to existence after years of being overpowered by Harry's own spirit. But it was still there. Still the final anchor that kept Voldemort tethered to the living world. Harry grabbed it, not with his hands, but with his will, and pulled. The pain was beyond description. Having a piece of soul ripped out of your body, even a foreign piece, was an experience that transcended physical sensation. Harry screamed, his body convulsing, the Hallows' power the only thing keeping him conscious as Voldemort's essence was torn from its decade-long home. But he didn't let go. The soul fragment emerged like a shadow being dragged into light, writhing, screaming in a voice that existed only in Harry's perception, desperately trying to cling to the life force it had been parasitizing. Harry crushed it. The fragment dissolved, its energy dissipating into the void between worlds. And across Britain, connected by threads that Harry could now see clearly, 5 other Horcruxes followed. The cup cracked. The diadem shattered. The snake collapsed into death. The ring, already destroyed, finally released its last fragment of dark essence. Even the diary, decades gone, surrendered the echoes it had left behind. Voldemort's anchors were gone. No. The Dark Lord's scream was more than sound, it was a release of raw magical terror, the desperate cry of someone who had spent decades running from death and now felt its cold breath on his neck. He attacked Harry with everything he had, curses and hexes and raw magical force that should have been enough to level buildings. His power was formidable, his desperation lending strength to strikes that might have killed any normal wizard. But Harry wasn't a normal wizard anymore. He weathered the assault, absorbing what he could, deflecting what he couldn't, steadily advancing on his enemy. The Hallows' light grew brighter around him, their power responding to his need, amplifying his will into something that transcended ordinary magic. It's over, Tom. Harry's voice was gentle now, almost pitying. You spent your whole life running from this moment. Killing, torturing, destroying, all because you were afraid to face what everyone must eventually face. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot die. You're a broken boy named Tom Riddle, who never learned that death isn't the enemy. Harry raised the Elder Wand one final time. It's just, the next adventure. He didn't cast a killing curse. Didn't use any of the dark magic that Voldemort would have understood. Instead, he simply, let go. The Hallows' power flowed through him, around him, into the space where Voldemort stood. Not to attack, to reveal. To strip away the defenses and illusions and self-deceptions that had kept Tom Riddle from seeing what he had become. For one eternal moment, Voldemort saw himself clearly. Saw the scared child who had been abandoned in an orphanage, who had learned that power was the only protection against a hostile world. Saw the promising student who had chosen fear over love, domination over connection. Saw the twisted thing he had made of himself in pursuit of an immortality that had never truly been possible. And he broke. The Dark Lord's magic turned inward, consuming itself, as the soul that had been fractured too many times finally collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Voldemort didn't die from any curse or spell, he died because, for the first time in decades, he couldn't hide from the truth of what he was. When the light faded, only dust remained. The aftermath was measured in hours of chaos and days of reconstruction. The Death Eaters surrendered or fled, their master's death shattering whatever loyalty had bound them. The Ministry was liberated, its corrupt officials arrested, its institutions beginning the long process of reform. And across Britain, people who had lived in fear for months emerged into daylight that felt genuinely warm for the first time since the war began. Harry barely noticed any of it. The power of the United Hallows was fading, retreating back into the artifacts that had temporarily amplified his abilities. He was exhausted, depleted, barely able to stand without Fleur's support. But he was alive. Against all odds, against all expectations, he had survived. You did it, Fleur whispered, her arms around him, her tears soaking into his ruined robes. You actually did it. We did it. Harry's voice was hoarse from screaming. All of us. They stood together in the ruins of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by allies who had fought beside them and enemies who had surrendered, watching dawn break over a world that had been given a second chance. It wasn't over, Harry knew. There would be trials and reconstruction and the long, slow work of healing wounds that war had inflicted. There would be questions about the Hallows, about what Harry had become, about whether anyone should have that kind of power. But for this moment, for this one precious moment, it was enough to simply stand in the light and breathe. 1 month later, Harry stood at his parents' grave in Godric's Hollow. The village was quiet, still recovering from years of Death Eater occupation, but there was a sense of peace here that had been absent for too long. The cemetery where James and Lily Potter rested was well maintained now, their headstone cleaned and adorned with flowers from wizards and witches who wanted to pay respects to the people who had started the resistance that their son had finally completed. Fleur waited at the cemetery gate, giving him privacy for this moment. Harry knelt before the headstone, his fingers tracing the inscription he had never been able to read before, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." "I think I understand now," he said quietly. "It's not about conquering death. It's about not letting fear of it control how you live." He felt the familiar resonance of the resurrection stone on his finger, but he didn't turn it. His parents deserved rest, and he had learned that some connections didn't require visible manifestation. "I'm going back to France," he continued. "Beauxbatons offered me a position, teaching defense against the dark arts, of all things. Apparently surviving Voldemort qualifies me for the job." He smiled slightly. "Fleur will be there too. We're going to build a life together. A real life, not just survival." He placed his hand on the headstone, feeling the cold stone beneath his palm. "Thank you. For everything. For the love that saved me when I was a baby. For the guidance you've given me through the stone. For being the parents I always needed, even when I couldn't see you. The wind stirred, carrying the scent of flowers and fresh-cut grass. I'll make you proud. I promise. He stood, brushing dirt from his knees, and walked back toward the gate where Fleur waited. Ready? She asked. Almost. Harry turned for one last look at the graves. Just saying goodbye. You know you can visit whenever you want. They're not going anywhere. I know. But this feels like an ending. The end of who I was, the beginning of who I'm going to become. He took her hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. Time to start the next chapter. They walked out of the cemetery together, into a future that belonged entirely to them. The wedding took place 6 months later, in the gardens of the Delacour estate. It was a small ceremony by wizarding standards, only family and close friends, perhaps 100 people in total. The French ministry had offered to host a grand celebration, recognizing Harry as the wizard who had ended Voldemort's threat to all of Europe, but Harry had declined. He'd had enough of public spectacle to last several lifetimes. What he wanted was simple: Fleur, surrounded by the people they loved, making promises they intended to keep. The ceremony itself was a blend of French and English traditions, conducted by a witch who had been a friend of Apollon Delacour for decades. Vows were exchanged in both languages, rings were placed on fingers, and when the officiating witch finally declared them married, the applause that erupted seemed to shake the mountains themselves. Husband. Fleur tested the word, her smile radiant. I like the sound of that. Wife. Harry pulled her close, their foreheads touching. I like it too. They kissed as fireworks exploded overhead, courtesy of some former Weasley twins who had somehow gotten invited, and the celebration began in earnest. Later that night, when the guests had departed and the estate had fallen quiet, Harry stood on the terrace where he and Fleur had shared their first real conversation years ago. The Hallows were with him, as they always were now, the stone on his finger, the cloak folded in his pocket, the wand secured in a holster at his waist. Their power had stabilized since Voldemort's defeat, settling into a connection that felt less overwhelming and more natural. He didn't use them often. The perception they granted was useful in certain situations, but Harry had learned that seeing too clearly could be as much a burden as a gift. Some things were better experienced as a human than as whatever he had briefly become during the final battle. You're thinking again. Fleur appeared beside him, her wedding dress replaced by simpler robes. I thought we agreed, no brooding on our wedding night. Not brooding. Reflecting. Harry turned to face her. I spent so long fighting for survival that I never really thought about what would come after. And now, it's after. I'm not sure what to do with that. Live. Fleur's voice was gentle but firm. Teach. Love. Build something that matters beyond war and conflict. She took his hand. You've earned the right to be happy, Henri. Don't let old habits convince you otherwise. Old habits like being suspicious of anything good that happens to me. Exactly those habits. She squeezed his hand. The war is over. Voldemort is dead. The Covenant has scattered. You can stop waiting for the next disaster and start enjoying what you've built. Harry considered her words, let himself really absorb them. She was right. He had spent his entire life preparing for threats, anticipating danger, never allowing himself to fully relax. But the threats had been defeated. The dangers had been overcome. And here he was, standing beside the woman he loved, with a future stretching before him that was entirely his to shape. What if I don't know how? He asked quietly. What if I've spent so long being a soldier that I've forgotten how to be anything else? Then we learn together. Fleur pulled him toward the door. Starting now. We have a whole life ahead of us, Harry Potter. Let's not waste it standing on terraces asking philosophical questions. He let her lead him inside, into the warmth and light of their new home. Behind them, the stars wheeled overhead in their eternal dance, indifferent to the struggles of mortals but beautiful nonetheless. 5 years later. The classroom was filled with fourth-year students, their faces displaying the particular mixture of nerves and excitement that came with practical defense against the dark arts lessons. Professor Potter, he still went by his real name at Beauxbatons, though most of France had accepted Henri Beaumont as his legitimate identity, stood at the front of the room, his wand held loosely at his side. "Today we're going to practice shield charms against multiple attackers," he announced. "Who can tell me why this is more difficult than defending against a single opponent?" A girl near the back raised her hand. "Because you have to divide your attention. Track multiple threats simultaneously." "Partly, yes. But there's something more fundamental." Harry gestured, and training dummies assembled themselves at the front of the room. "When you face multiple attackers, you have to make choices. You can't block everything. You have to decide what to let through, what to deflect, what to absorb. Combat is about priorities as much as power." He demonstrated, allowing 3 dummies to attack simultaneously. His shields flickered and shifted, blocking the most dangerous strikes, letting lesser hexes splash harmlessly against his robes, redirecting one attacker into another with elegant efficiency. "Notice that I didn't try to stop everything. I identified the killing curse," he pointed to where a green light had been absorbed by his shield, and prioritized neutralizing it. The stunners and cutting curses were threats, but survivable threats. The killing curse was not. The students were taking furious notes. Harry smiled slightly, remembering when he had been in their position, desperate to learn skills that might keep him alive. "Pair up. Practice. I'll be circulating to offer guidance." After class, Harry retreated to his office, a comfortable space filled with books and artifacts and the accumulated debris of 5 years of teaching. Photographs lined one wall, his wedding, the birth of his children, gatherings with friends who had become family. The Hallows rested in a warded case on his desk, their power dormant but present. He rarely used them now, perhaps once or twice a year, when circumstances truly demanded. The perspective they granted was valuable, but he had learned that being human was valuable too. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Fleur entered, their 3-year-old daughter balanced on her hip. "Someone wanted to say hello to Papa." "Sophie." Harry rose, opening his arms. The little girl launched herself toward him with the particular fearlessness of someone who had never known a world where she had to be afraid. "Papa. Mama says we're having cake tonight. Is that so?" Harry raised an eyebrow at Fleur, who shrugged unapologetically. "It's her birthday next week. I thought we'd start celebrating early." "A whole week of birthday celebrations? Why not? Life is short. We should celebrate while we can." Harry looked at his wife, at his daughter, at the life he had built from the ashes of a childhood that should have destroyed him. "You're absolutely right," he said. "Let's have cake." That night, after Sophie was in bed and the house was quiet, Harry and Fleur sat together on their terrace, watching the sun set over the Pyrenees. "Do you ever regret it?" Fleur asked. "Leaving Britain? Making a new life here?" "Never." Harry's answer was immediate and certain. "Coming to France was the best decision I ever made. It gave me you, our children, a chance to become someone other than what everyone expected." "And the Hallows? Do you regret uniting them?" That question was harder to answer. "Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd left them scattered. Let them pass into legend rather than prove they were real." Harry touched the case on the table beside him. "But then I remember the graveyard, the final battle, Voldemort's face when he finally saw himself clearly. The Hallows let me end it. Really end it, not just delay it for another generation. The Master of Death." Fleur's voice was thoughtful. "You never talk about what that actually means." "Because I'm not sure I understand it myself." Harry watched the last light fade from the sky. "The title isn't about power over death, it's about relationship with it. Acceptance. Understanding that death isn't an enemy to be conquered, but a part of life that gives everything else meaning." That's very philosophical for someone who spent years learning to kill dark wizards. Combat taught me more about death than any book or legend. Every fight is a reminder of how fragile life is, how quickly everything can end. He took her hand. That's why I treasure what we have. Because I know how rare it is, how precious. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm pregnant." Harry turned to look at her, his heart suddenly racing. Again. Again. She smiled, her hand moving to her stomach. "I was going to wait until Sophie's birthday to tell you, but it seemed appropriate. Given what we were talking about. Life in the midst of death." Harry pulled her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his. "That's the real meaning, isn't it? Not mastering death, but understanding that it makes life worth living." "Something like that." Fleur kissed him softly. "Now stop being profound and tell me you're happy." "I'm happy." Harry meant it with every fiber of his being. "I'm happier than I ever thought possible." They sat together in the gathering darkness, the man who had united the Hallows and the woman who had shown him what they were really for. And somewhere, watching over them in the way that loved ones always watch, the ghosts of James and Lily Potter smiled. Their son had found his way home. Epilogue: 20 years later, the new students at Beauxbaton's academy gathered in the sorting hall, nervous and excited in equal measure. Among them was a boy with untidy black hair and startling green eyes, James Sirius Potter, named for grandfathers he had never met but whose stories he knew by heart. Professor Beaumont, Sophie Potter, now teaching Transfiguration after her father's retirement, watched her nephew take his place among the candidates with a mixture of pride and amusement. "He looks just like Dad at that age," she murmured to her brother Sebastian, who taught potions in the adjoining classroom. "Acts like him too. Already gotten into 3 arguments about proper dueling technique." Sebastian shook his head. "Uncle Harry is going to have his hands full with this one. Uncle Harry raised us. He can handle anything." The sorting proceeded, students discovering their affinities and finding their places in the grand tradition of the academy. When James's turn came, he approached the silver basin with the particular confidence of someone who had grown up hearing stories of impossible things and had never doubted that he could achieve them too. The liquid glowed, and turned silver. A murmur ran through the hall. Silver affinity hadn't appeared in decades, not since. Professor Henri Beaumont, retired now, but present for his grandson's sorting as he had been for all his children and grandchildren, rose from his seat in the observers' gallery. His hair was gray, his face lined with age, but his eyes still held the particular intensity of someone who had seen things beyond ordinary perception. "Well," he said, his voice carrying easily across the hall. "It seems the family tradition continues." James looked up at his grandfather, grinning with the particular joy of someone who had just discovered that the stories were true. "Do I get to learn the cool stuff now?" "You get to learn everything. In time." Harry descended from the gallery, placing a hand on his grandson's shoulder. "But first, you have to master the basics. That's how this works." "But Grandpa, no shortcuts. No special treatment. You earn everything in this family, James. That's what makes the achievements meaningful." The boy nodded, accepting the wisdom with the grace of someone who had grown up understanding that his grandfather's words were worth heeding. Harry guided him toward the Omberlin table, remembering another sorting, another silver result, a lifetime of impossible choices that had led to this moment. "Welcome to Beauxbatons," he said. "Welcome to the beginning of everything." Later that night, Harry stood in his old quarters, looking out at mountains that had been his home for over 2 decades. Fleur found him there, as she always did. Brooding again. Reflecting. He smiled at their old joke. "James sorted silver. Just like me. Is that concerning?" "Not concerning. Just significant." Harry turned to face her, this woman who had stood beside him through everything, who had grown old with him, who still looked at him the same way she had in that library so many years ago. The Hallows are in a vault at Gringotts, sealed with wards that will take centuries to decay. I haven't touched them in years. But every time I see silver affinity in one of our descendants, I wonder if the connection persists. And if it does, then they'll have choices to make, just like I did. I can guide them, teach them, but ultimately. He shrugged. They'll have to find their own paths. Just like you did. Just like I did. Fleur moved to stand beside him, their shoulders touching. You've done well, Henri. Harry. Whoever you are. Her voice was warm with decades of shared history. The scared boy who fled Britain would never have imagined any of this. The scared boy who fled Britain was just trying to survive. Harry took her hand, their fingers intertwining as naturally as breathing. Everything else, you, our children, this life, was a gift I never expected. And the future? The future belongs to James and Sophie and Sebastian and their children. Harry looked out at the stars, feeling the particular peace of someone who had fought their battles and was content to rest. Our job now is to watch, and teach, and be there when they need us. That sounds like a good job. It's the best job. He kissed her softly. It's the only job that matters. They stood together in the darkness, two people who had chosen each other long ago and had never regretted the choice. Outside, the world continued its turning. New challenges would arise, new darkness would threaten, new heroes would be needed. But for now, in this moment, there was only peace. And that was enough. Chapter 6 End.